Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Stuck here under this crust forever. 当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。神曰：勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I mean.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world. 帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都混在寂寞。喜泰，愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱，快乐。希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度。
永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal, though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters, that's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you, and you got me. Teamwork is the key, identity V.
This town, look to the players. Come on, first for me. Break out for victory. I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love this feeling now.
Hello and greetings, detectives, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And we are now at day 2 of the Wildcard stage. So yesterday we've seen some great matches, amazing gameplay from teams FAVE and NR, who will be advancing to today's matches. And with me today is Rin. Hi there, Rin.
Hello. You know, they showcased their strength and skills yesterday, so I'm very excited to see what they have for today. There are many options for them today because we saw the Wu Chang and Feaster yesterday, so we could get more surprises later on in these matches. Exactly. So I'm very excited on that. What are your thoughts?
I'm very excited too, especially because today's matchup is, well, I'm gonna say we have high expectations from both teams. For this match, we've got IVS and Team Noir, who was able to advance from yesterday. So IVS is a composition of Singaporean and Indonesian players, and they formed a team together, and actually they are pro. They placed 5th to 6th place in Southeast Asia IVC 2020, that's last year, and they also participated in Call of the Abyss 3 and IV Southeast Asia qualifiers quarterfinals. So wow, we are just going to expect some pro gameplay from them. And then we've seen Team Noir yesterday. Oh my gosh, top gameplay, top tier. They came from 4 to 5 countries, mainly Malaysia, and they're actually the second generation of Noir who placed 4th in Southeast Asia IVC 2020. Also last year, and they are led by none other than the beautiful Aurora. Shout outs to Aurora. She's been such a great help to us, giving us all those insights and information on the teams. We appreciate you again. Sending love to you, and good luck to your team and to IVS as well. So Rin,
yes,
really, I don't know what to expect here. I mean, we do have that meta, but what do you think? What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling uneasy on like how the teams could be creative. You know, they have their strength there, but you know, their surprise pick is really cool to see. But before that, join our Discord at discord.gg/identity5 down below. Definitely do scan it for more information. But yeah, I'm very excited to see these matches because, you know, these players in the wildcard stage, this is their second chance. There is no other chance after this. So they have to showcase everything that they got. And, you know, these are strong teams. You know, they didn't just make it to the wildcard stage, you know, to give up. Is to showcase that, hey, I deserve to be in this tournament and I will prove it to you guys. And that's what we are here for today. And I'm very excited to see that happen.
Also, the second matchup after this will be between FAVE and CTS. So we've seen FAVE yesterday. We're very aware of how capable they are. They're survivors, the survivor teams, amazing. Also, Ripper Nun, wow. But before we get into that, Rin, we need to again be familiarized with the rules, right?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. You know, following the rules is the best option, you know, to see what position you guys are at. And we'll be switching to the rules very soon, right here. Welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournament for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th. The wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th. The group stage from August 20th to August 29th, and the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. the 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best of 3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will emerge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best-of-3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best-of-5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the ban pick. This year, we have adjusted the ban pick rules. For the best of 3 round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best of 5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same ban pick pattern as the best of 3. For round 4 and 5, the hunter club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The survivor club then bans 3 hunters. After the survivor club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there!
All right, that was it for the rules. And may I just say how much I appreciate how these rules are being shown to us every time, especially because it was voiced by you, Rin.
Yes,
really appreciate
it was
that.
Really nice. It was a nice opportunity.
Can you tell us about that
given.
experience?
Yeah, definitely. So they reached out to me, giving me the script, and it was a really nice opportunity. You know, I never done something like this before, so you know, when it came to me, I was like, I'm gonna try my best and do my best, and I did my best. It went great in my opinion, but it depends on how you guys see it. Yeah, my struggle was the currency, the 1 million Thai baht. I was not sure if I was saying it right. I was going through like every single translation to see how people say it. I even went on YouTube to see how it was said, but it was a fun experience for me.
Well, to me, no matter how you pronounce it, 1 million Thai baht is 1 million Thai baht. And
Right.
really, I would just really like to say how, you know, it's good of a refresher for me because it serves as a good reminder of how the event is going to pan out in the future matches. Also, before I forget, we would like to give big shout outs to the community for tuning in today. And here are our matches. As I have said, we've got IVS against NR for the first matchup, after which we will have FAVE versus CTS. And then after that, it will be determined. It depends on who's going to advance. And really, this is all so exciting. I can't wait to witness this, Rin.
Yeah, definitely. These are amazing teams. We've seen them many times playing in these matches, and they're doing a wonderful job every single time. Their survivor side and hunter side. So I'm very excited to see what they showcase today. Like I said, we've seen that Feaster, we've seen that Wu Chang yesterday. So maybe they will pull off the same thing as yesterday, but it really depends. Ooh, the Geisha right there. Wet pencil right there. Could we potentially see a Geisha match today? It really depends. It requires a lot of patience and skill playing Geisha, and they have to be very quick, because if they're not, they will get Cypher Rush really hard. Then we have Oxygen right here. Very well breaking wheel, amazing stuff we've seen before at Arms Factory, where they did an amazing job shutting down all these survivors. So scary players out here. What do you think, Kahelle?
Well, looking at these numbers, these are really impressive, especially with a Geisha. She's been adjusted fairly recently, and I have yet to see her in competitive play. So that's really exciting. And then, of course, Oxygen. We've got Oxygen. We already know all there is to know about Oxygen, but who knows? He might have something up his sleeve. But nevertheless, we're really aware of what he's capable of. And now we have Wolfie and Chocopie. Of course, Chocopie's forward. We know how much of a menace he can be for a hunter with all those stuns. And his rescuing potential is just, look at this, 1.20. Also, here we have Wolfie's mechanic, who is, wow, these rescue stats are impressive, I must say, Rin.
Yeah, Mello was talking about how Wolfie can pull off an amazing mercenary as well, and we've seen that showcase before, where it does an amazing rescue. So that's something to keep note of. If mechanic is banned, we may see Wolfie play that mercenary once again. And Shao Kahn is a forward and a prospector, so loving that harassing side of the game. So we will see that showcase. But to keep note, we have 2 forward showcase already. So 4 could come into a big play unless it gets banned early on. So I'm very excited to see some forward gameplay because they can do pretty amazing stuff and turn the game around when needed to be. What are your thoughts?
Well, I definitely agree. We've already seen Shao Kahn with his ability in providing support to his team. And the same goes with Night Owl. We've seen him play Priestess. And we've seen him play present some amazing kites in the matches yesterday. These rescue stats are also impressive, and now we have Chocho with his mechanic. Really impressive stats here. I'm looking forward to seeing mechanic again. Still hoping that she will not be banned.
She will 100% get banned. Yeah, but the alternative of Gravekeeper.
Yes.
Yeah, when they cannot play mercenary or they want a second rescuer, they always offer that Gravekeeper. So we'll probably see Gravekeeper coming into play. But before, we saw that first officer, which did an amazing rescue yesterday, as we can see at the graveyard. Do you remember that match? That was an amazing rescue with that 5-second tide.
Well. Yes,
exactly.
That 5-second tide. How could I forget?
And then we have we have Seer, and then we have Mercenary once again. So we can see many rescuers out here. We have that 4 Harasser, Gravekeeper, and multiple Mercenary mains out here. So very excited to see many rescuers on the team. Maybe they will opt for 2 rescuers on the team, but we'll see. Seer can be actually really scary if there's no chip damage hunter. But yeah, exactly,
because with the emergence of the chip damage hunters, really Seer being the top ban in the past tournaments in Call of the Abyss, now it's really the mechanic this time who is more of a threat, especially because of how much she can contribute to decoding, especially if she goes around the map and her doll is safe. Doll or robot. Sometimes people call it doll, sometimes people call it robot.
Yeah, on top of what you said, you know, they don't opt for a seer ban because, you know, we have Sculpture, which is really into the meta, where, you know, they can take down seer very nicely without having to ban them at all. But, you know, when we've seen before where they did ban seer, and that was because they were playing Dream Witch, and, you know, Dream Witch has to be very careful playing against seer because it's not a chip damage hunter right there. So seer is a very optimal ban for them. But most of the time, a mechanic is the priority ban as of this tournament right here. But I'm very excited in the wildcard stage because, you know, we can see many different things. They have to get really creative. They cannot be doing the same thing over and again. They have to bring their A game because, like we said many times, this is their last chance to show what they can do and stay in this tournament. So it really depends on what their strategy is for today.
That's right. Actually, I was going to say that I understand if there are mirror matches, of course, players need to do what they need to do. And we understand this. But, you know, I've seen Feaster 2 times yesterday, and that brings me so much joy. It's being creative is always a welcome option for the players, and it gives us a good show. As for mechanic, yes, she would be the priority ban. We've seen Prisoner being banned yesterday because someone didn't want to deal with Cypher Rush.
Right.
And then towards the later rounds, of course, they would ban Priestess. You know, the magic for the usual suspects: Priestess, Mercenary, mechanic forward. We've seen forward bans, yes.
Yes, we've seen it before.
And then that was the opportunity for the teams to bring out the Embalmer. You remember that
wonderful job
match with Wu Chang and the use of that coffin? Really, that was great. That was great to see.
Yeah, you know, that was very good coordination and strategy from the Survivor side. You know, they planned it. They want to ensure that 3-man, and they definitely did it with that embalmment. So they did a wonderful job right there. But today, I'm really excited to see if we can get a Geisha gameplay because we have not seen a single Geisha gameplay in this tournament. So it'd be very nice to see and be very interesting how Penta would utilize Geisha in this kind of matchup. So I'm very excited to hoping to see it at least. But yeah.
Definitely. Apart from Geisha, I also want to see. This is just me, okay. I really would like to see, apart from Feaster, more Breaking Wheel. Just because he's so fun to watch. So now here we are at Ever Sleeping Town, and of course, as expected, the mechanic
you might see your Breaking Wheel here because it's Ever Sleeping Town, and we've seen many times in Ever Sleeping Town with Breaking Wheel does a wonderful job chasing all these survivors. So this is probably your moment, Kahelle. They're probably going to go for that Breaking Wheel, if anything.
Yes,
but
this is definitely how you start the event with a bang, you know, with Breaking Wheel. So, and actually another clue to that is the selection of the Priestess.
Yeah, you know, we've seen Oxygen play Breaking Wheel many times before and does a wonderful job, Ever Sleeping and Arms Factory. So we definitely can see that showcase once again. Oxygen is a wonderful Breaking Wheel. So definitely a good pick right there. But yeah, definitely the Rescuer right there. Strong Rescuer with Mercenary Priestess. Very great transition player. Is great support. Ooh, there's the forward ban we were just talking about.
There goes the forward. It looks like there will be no forward today. Wow!
Mind's Eye?
No Are you seeing this
way.
No
way. Are they gonna lock it in? They're gonna lock it in. They're gonna lock in the Mind's Eye.
This is a very interesting choice, given that this is a
definitely.
very large map, and I would expect that they would coordinate in such a way that the Mind's Eye would be transitioning through all parts of the map just to stay hidden. Wow!
This is our first time seeing the Mind's Eye in this tournament right here, ladies and gentlemen. I was actually expecting like a Prisoner, you know, for their decoder or something.
Yeah.
But pulling out that Mind's Eye, trying to have vision on the Hunter early on. Very nice. I mean, Sierra does have vision on the Hunter as well, but Definitely would not expect a Mind's Eye in this match. And there it is, Cal. We just talked about Oxygen using Breaking Wheel once again. But you know, Oxygen is such a wonderful hunter and so good at Breaking Wheel. It was very expected. So let's see how this match goes. I'm very excited to see how Sintais use Mind's Eye in this matchup.
Yes,
Mind's
definitely.
Eye can't outrun a Breaking Wheel. So it has to be very careful right here. You know, gotta keep transitioning and rotating, not taking any risk with Breaking Wheel, because we've seen many times over and over how good Oxygen is with Breaking Wheel.
Well, speaking of which, it looks like he is good enough that he's not even feeling the least bit threatened by a priestess, because we would expect that you would usually ban a priestess in this map, but we've seen Oxygen's previous gameplays as Breaking Wheel, and no, he didn't ban the priestess. He's just that good. And now here we are at the map with Oxygen finding the Mind's Eye right off the bat, Rin. What do you think is
at the corner house?
What happened here? At the corner house, right?
Yeah, many of these teams utilize the corner house because it's just a great kiting area. Oh, Mind's Eye transitioning away already.
Wow.
Very great support from Priestess.
Wow,
that's amazing.
I think they planned for this. I think the Priestess and Mind's Eye are closely cooperating with each other in talking about these transition points using the portal.
Definitely,
but Oxygen really is. She's got 2 spikes on her.
Seer.
She's just a 1-hit. Let's see. Wow.
Here's the owl from Seer. Very great support already from Priestess. Yeah, he's gonna definitely wait out the owl. Definitely not taking the opportunity to melee. Oh no, Mind's Eye unfortunately getting hit by the tram right there. Oh no, this is it. That was very unfortunate for the Mind's Eye, but a very great early down for Breaking Wheel. However, there are 3 ciphers being progressed, and they're pretty good right now. So not in the worst situation yet, but definitely unfortunate getting hit by the tram.
Yes, the tram, again, the most OP hunter in the game. Everybody is just feeling threatened by this tram, and it's really a menace, just like the forward. But here is Wolfie now trying to go for the rescue of the Mind's Eye, and let's see if she can use her portals. Wow, that was a nice
amazing body block.
Body block.
Yeah, buy her some time. Now, Mind's Eye got to transition very far from these players, you know, does not want to transition to an area where another player is decoding. Seer is decoding right here. Oh, gets baited right there. Very nice bait from Oxygen. Taking Mind's Eye down right away. Not giving her time to breathe at all, you know. Early shutdown, you know. Getting in the bait on Mind's Eye. Very nice job. Now, Seer has to rotate. He cannot risk decoding right here because the Cypher is disrupt. We can see how strong Oxygen is with disrupting Cypher as Breaking Wheel. And you know, Seer is put in a bad position now. Oh, getting pushed back.
That's right.
A single hit. Oh, very nice pallet stun from the Seer.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. We still have the Mercenary on his way to rescue the Mind's Eye, and now Oxygen just needs to transition back. This hunter has such great mobility that not camping is just... It's just a viable option, especially when you are at full presence. And we don't know how long the Sintais will be able to last against Oxygen at this point.
Insta down right there.
Oh, there was that
ability
burst right there.
Unfortunate, but you know, Mind's Eye did not do a bad job at all. You know, they have these 2 Cypher progress, and it's almost more than halfway, so they're not put in the worst position. So they just gotta, you know, re-strategize how they are going to coordinate against Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel has such great mobility around the whole entire map. Not finishing that Cypher. Wow,
they're gonna
nice.
have to come back for that or go around for it, especially because it's almost done. So now, really, this mobility just grants him the chance to go from one part of the map.
Wow.
Oh wow, Priestess is down.
Catching that Priestess very nicely during the Volt. Taking her down right away too. Now someone else has to go for the save. It looks like Mercenary will go for the save. Mercenary is pretty far. I mean, no, pretty close by actually.
We've got
very
two
difficult though.
ciphers almost done. Look, Rin, two
The difficult
ciphers
part-
almost done.
Definitely. The difficult part is that if Mercenary takes 2 needles right now and takes a hit, he will go down, and then someone else is not decoding, so it could be put in a bad spot. A very nice elbow pad, pulling off that save very nicely. Oh no. Priest
Wow,
is
that burst
unfortunately getting down
area of
again.
effect. Yes.
But that's
the
okay.
area of
These
effect was
2
just
last
big.
ciphers are almost done. So Mercenary just needs to pull off another nice rescue, try to body block for Priestess, and they could probably potentially pop these ciphers.
That's right, especially because there's just 1 cipher remaining, so all Kiridana has to do is buy time, just enough time, and rescue at the last second to at least secure a tie, if not a win, through dungeon escape. And Priestess is now rescued,
Wow.
and
Oh no, unfortunately could not
wow.
heal. Could not heal Priestess on the ground in time before Oxygen picked up. The strategy was, to heal Priestess and taking that hit. But
Right.
could not pull it off. Oxygen was too quick on picking up the survivor. They're gonna
the
pop it.
ciphers
They're
have now
trying
been
to.
popped.
Yeah,
It
definitely.
looks like Kiridana will be the one to try to buy time for Shao Kahn to at least. Oh wow! It looks like he's gonna switch targets there. I wonder who he's gonna commit to. Who do you think, Rin? Is it gonna be
Definitely
Shao
gonna
Kahn,
go
or
for
will
the
he?
Seer right now.
Right.
Yeah. The thing is that, they cannot open any gates because, Breaking Wheel can go to both gates so fast that they could not open it in time. But definitely dropping the Seer, trying to get this 4-man right here. Can he make it in time? Mercenary is over halfway on opening that gate. Oh, dropping it. Oh, stalling time for Seer to get back up right here. Oh no, Mercenary is hit by 2 needles. This could be a bad
That's right,
situation.
he's just
Very
one-
nice blink from
Wow, but-
Oxygen right there.
Right. But look,
This could be it for
Seer's
it.
healing is almost done, and he's probably just going to transition to and from point A to point B between Shao Kahn and Kiridana.
Yeah, the hard thing is that Seer is pushed in a position that he cannot open the gate. He has to try to wait for the dungeon escape, because if he tries to open the gate, Breaking Wheel can be at both gates very quickly. So Seer is trying to buy as much time as possible, waiting for Mercenary just to go back to Manor. Although they cannot get this escape right here, they are trying to push for that 1-man escape. Looks like Seer is going for that save for Mercenary.
He is.
Can he pull it off in time? Does
Oh,
a
wow.
nice rescue right there.
Nice rescue. And nice dodge of traps.
Yeah, definitely. Very nice patience from the survivor side.
Seer will now try to go for
Mercenary
the
is gonna
dungeon,
go
but
back down.
right.
Yeah.
Oxygen is
Breaking Wheel is
going
not letting them breathe at
between.
all, going straight for the Seer, knowing that Mercenary will go back down. And Mercenary won't be able to do anything about it too. This could be it. Taking out
Oh, wow.
that Seer right away. The question comes down to, does Oxygen know where Mercenary is? Still
I
scouting
believe
around.
he's got that hunter instinct and will find him soon enough. But actually, Kiridana did a good job hiding himself right here, because
Yeah.
it looks like Oxygen can't see him just
dungeon,
yet.
too. Definitely near Oxygen. But Seer can no longer get up. So this definitely could be a very tight situation for their team.
But still, you have to commend how skillful he was in hiding himself, because look, he was able to heal up, Rin.
Yeah, definitely. These survivors are so good because they are not giving up. They're still trying to push and do their best. Mercenary, unfortunately, getting down right there. Oh, push at a very bad situation.
Oh,
That would be it. They cannot get back up no longer. So that will be a 4-man from Oxygen. Great stuff. Breaking Wheel at Ever Sleeping Town. Showcasing the strength of, Breaking Wheel from Oxygen. Oxygen did such a wonderful job on shutting down Mindside, because Mindside had such amazing support early on. We saw those 2 Priestess portal, then we saw the Owl coming in, but unfortunately getting hit by the tram, but he still compensated for it and still shut her down constantly, not giving her time to transition away or breathe at all. So great stuff.
Great stuff indeed. I mean, if she missed the tram by an inch there, she could have gotten on it and was able to transition, and that would have been a lot of time bought. But we do know that the tram is just OP, the strongest hunter in the game. So
You know,
that was
IVS
amazing.
has to answer back. You know,
They
IVS has to
do.
answer back very strongly because this is a 0-5 right now. So they have to get the same results to tie it up for, you know, round 3. They could be put in a very difficult situation if they're just at round 2. So they want to answer back very strongly against NR.
Indeed, those are the win conditions right now at this point. But we do want to see this go all the way to round 3 because that's
Definitely.
when it's gonna start to get interesting. But so far, wow, really starting with a bang here. Oxygen bringing out that breaking wheel like I hoped he would, and delivering just as I expected him to. This lineup was really interesting. I was hoping that Oxygen wouldn't find the mind's eye that quickly, but he
Right.
was. It means that his hunter sense is just on point. On point, definitely, Rin.
Definitely. Yeah, you know, many survivors actually utilize the corner house of Ever Sleeping because it's the best kiting area for the survivor side. Now, it was very interesting when I was watching it where Mind's Eye actually transitioned away from it, maybe trying to, you know, distract, you know, Breaking Wheel thinking that she's still there, but, you know, Breaking Wheel caught on very nicely. So shutting down Mind's Eye very early on and did a wonderful job throughout the whole entire match, you know, slugging the team at the very end as well. So definitely well-deserved 5 points right there.
Right. Especially during that end game, he was just going to and from, going back and forth between the two of them, securing that 4-man kill, which is really smart on the part of Oxygen right there. And now here are the match data. So on Oxygen, we've got 39 survivor hits, which is significantly more than what he was able to pull off yesterday. 4 pallets destroyed, 11 knockdowns. And then here we are again with the survivor. Like I keep on saying, Rin, decoding is now left to either the support survivors or the rescuers, and decoders are barely given time to decode.
Yeah,
they are
definitely.
now the new kiters. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Oxygen, you know, does such a wonderful job, you know, hitting so many survivors, taking them down. It's such great momentum to see Oxygen play Breaking Wheel, because even if it's a slow start, he can gain that momentum and finish the game very strongly. So it was really nice to see that. But, you know, Mind's Eye did a wonderful kite at 98 seconds, but definitely could not stop Breaking Wheel from taking her down early on. It was a very difficult situation, and it was unfortunate as well getting hit by the tram right there. You know, if Mind's Eye got on the tram, could it have been a different situation for the survivor side? Definitely. I definitely think so for that part. But unfortunately, we would never see that outcome because, you know, definitely got hit by the tram right
this
there.
pallet strike by Tokan was really entertaining to watch because Breaking Wheel is just, whenever he's on wheel form, he is just on fire, okay? He's got that trailblaze going on there, but for him to be stopped by a pallet, it's kind of a shocker. And just look at these kites. These are actually really good numbers, but still, Oxygen just stayed on top of it and was able to down them all. 4
Yeah,
kills,
definitely, you know.
no less.
Oxygen did great map awareness, going back and forth between the gates, not letting Mercenary or Seer open the gate at all, just constantly pressuring, you know, scaring them off those gates and then slugging them one by one, making them use their healing limit right there. So it was great stuff to see Oxygen do that, showcasing that he knows his maps very well and knowing how and when to pressure these survivors. So great stuff from Oxygen.
Also, it really does help to always take note where the dungeon is, because he knew that both survivors would either make for the dungeon while others would go for the exit. So to take note of that is just amazing. So much for that first match. which started with a bang,
It was
ended with a
amazing,
bang.
definitely.
We'll have a break, and
We'll
when
be
we
back
return,
once again.
more Identity V action.
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上， 又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
Welcome back, guys, to the IVC Southeast Asia 2021. We are back with definitely another round. Oxygen did such a wonderful job right there, shutting every survivor down. Is such a recap from Ever Sleeping. What are your thoughts on that match, Kahelle?
Oxygen just dominated that match. He was on point, played flawlessly. Again, that was an interesting lineup, but really Oxygen just stayed on his toes the entire time. The amount of vigilance, map awareness, it really shows in how they trained for it, how they practiced, probably countless times in that map. I also imagine that they should have been practicing with a priestess because he was confident enough to not ban her, which is amazing.
Right. You know, that I was expecting actually a prisoner pick right there because, you know, I was not expecting a mind's eye pick at all because we've seen many times over when mechanic is banned, it's always usually picking that prisoner because prisoner is a good alternative and a very good decoder, you know, connecting two of the last ciphers. So, you know, the hunter can't constantly pressure these ciphers, having to, you know, force that pop from the survivor side. So it was a very interesting pick and it was very nice to see because we're seeing different survivors already. And like we talked about, you know, in this tournament, you have to get creative and try different survivors out because everyone loves to see their favorite character to be showcased, you know. Like my dancer out here, cough cough. It's very nice to see.
Your gardener?
Yeah.
And your painter. You were mentioning him just yesterday.
Yeah. No, I was actually expecting the teams to play painter because they were showcasing painter in the other matches. But yeah, everybody loves painter.
I know you do. I would also like to see more of first officer. I actually miss barmaid. Especially with all that support that she can provide and her kiting potential when she's got those healing bottles activated, especially if she's teamed up with a seer. That would be a really good combination.
To ensure that she can definitely heal in time right there. But, you know, they have to be very careful because if it's a sculpture, they can be in very big trouble right there. Right. So, you know, barmaid's a hit or miss at that point. But it would be definitely interesting to see because we have not seen it yet. You know, I'm very excited to see different characters that we have not seen before because I want to see like how would they utilize this character in a high caliber tournament like this. And you know, it's just to show their dedication and how much they practice throughout these matches. So hoping to see Gardner right there. But yeah,
her adjustment it really made her strong. She really became such an efficient kiter and good support. But now here we are with the second half of the first round, ladies and gentlemen.
There's the mechanic.
We have that mechanic banned by Ayako. Really, you don't want to deal with the mechanic. So I wonder which decoder they would use if not the prisoner or the mind's eye. What do you think, Rin?
Yeah. You know, they might go for the prisoner, but right now we definitely are not seeing a mirror match because we are pulling through that 4 right now, but we are once again going to see that seer. So it's going to be different. I know it's going to be a different matchup and it's not going to be the same mirror gameplay because we've seen mirror matches before and, you know, both teams do an amazing job, but right here we will not see that. But I'm very interested to see who's the hunter from Ayako. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just happy to see Chocopice forward again. And now, here's that priestess band that we were expecting. It looks like Ayako really doesn't want to deal with her at this point. And now here is our
There's
complete
the
lineup.
prisoner.
We have a mercenary and that prisoner that we were just talking about. Again, mercenary and forward, such a powerful combination with their support and rescue potential. And the amount of support also that can come from the seer could turn the game around just like that. And we do know about the decoding abilities. Yes.
Do you think it could be Sculpture?
I actually
right
have
here?
the same guess. I actually
Yeah,
have the same guess.
this would be a good trip.
And
There it
we
is,
have
Ayako
it.
with the Sculpture. Wow, okay. I'm very excited to see a Sculpture gameplay, and many people are, because, Sculpture game players are very amazing, because considering how good Sculpture is of a character. But, Seer has to be careful right here. Sculpture does have an advantage when it comes to chasing a Seer. And Prisoner as well has to be careful as well.
Yes, he needs to hide at those key spots, if not totally remain hidden, giving the hunter time to probably find Chocopi first so he could do his stuff. Just go to town with this and contain the Sculptor as best as he can before he finds anyone else. Again, we are expecting Chow Chow here to save his owl for rescue, but I don't know. We've seen lots of instances where that's not the case. And now Ayako is scaling the map and does find the forward as expected. Let's see how Chocopi will fare against her so early
very
in the
nice
game.
chip damage already. One more chip damage, could be at half an interstate. That was a very a great opening from Ayako, getting that chip damage early on. For utilizing his football right away, not taking any risk with Sculpture. Very nice pallet drop right there. Wow, 4 is definitely playing safe right there. Oh, unfortunately getting hit by the chip damage from the statue. Oh no. On the bright side though, for the survivors.
Right?
Oh, go on.
At this point, I was just gonna say that he's gonna have to. Wow, nice support from the Seer there. Again, I did say I was expecting him to save it for the rescue, but it looks like forward could really use that support. Look at how long he's lasted already. 74% on one of the ciphers. This is already decent progress, really.
Right. Definitely, on the bright side for the survivor is that Sculpture does not have blink. I think the plan was, just to mess with forward until the teleport was ready so she can teleport to Prisoner right away. But, she already got that early chip, so she is going to dedicate. So, great stuff from the forward. Oh, very nice patience, not taking any risk with that Sculpture. Nice dodge. Very nice. Wow, amazing juke right there. Wow, amazing stuff from the forward. Took a huge risk and pulling it off so nicely. Wow, we have one
must have
cipher
taken
done
him
already.
a huge amount of discipline just to get this done. Finally, he is down, but look at all that time he was able to buy for his teammates. 2 ciphers have already been popped and 70% on the third one. This is really good progress and does put the survivors at a fairly good position here.
Yeah, earlier, like you said, Chocopi is a menace when it comes to for the hunter, Oh, wow, showcasing a strong forward, using all the football already, but, it was definitely worth it. Stalling so much time for the team to decode. We have 2 ciphers that are being progressed right now, so great stuff already. They are dedicating for an after line save, it looks like. Wow.
Exactly, because
this could be difficult.
it looks like Baby Top is taking his time here, just hiding from Ayako here before he will rescue at the last second. Also capitalizing on the long chair time of Chocopi. I do expect a rebound kite from Chocopi here.
It.
Oh,
they are dropping it. They are not taking any risk with Sculpture. Wow, that was a very interesting play.
And for a good reason indeed, because look at the cipher progress. They really need to make up for this. Chocopi did an amazing job buying all this time, but now we do understand why they decided to sacrifice him, just because they really need to get these ciphers done and accomplish these goals. So now they are just transitioning Prisoner more or less trying to connect ciphers because Ayako is just all over the place here. Just look at this map control. He's just everywhere. And now
Definitely,
he's
they are
at the
constantly
line
rotating.
of sight. Wow.
Very nice. Oh, Prisoner's placing a... Oh, danger. Oh, wow. I thought he got hit by the tram right there. Very nice stuff. Okay, so it looks like they have the last 2 ciphers being progressed very nicely. So Prisoner just need to last a bit longer for their team to prime it. But, oh, there's the teleport coming in. Ayako is being very aware. Not letting them do the last cipher at all. Keeping that pressure. Very nice palace stun from the Seer. Okay, so it looks like they need to do... Yeah, it looks like they need to do a new cipher. They cannot dedicate to that one cipher because Ayako is on the case for that cipher. But definitely starting a new cipher, it looks like from Prisoner. But Mercenary is going to back to that cipher just to keep that pressure if, you know, Ayako does come back. So just to showcase, like, you know, 2 ciphers are being progressed and Ayako can't pressure just a single cipher. So it's great teamwork, you know, in their situation that they're communicating that, hey, Ayako will keep this pressure on the cipher. So we need to start a new cipher. We cannot dedicate to just one cipher or we could be put in a very bad situation. So great work from the survivor side.
Incidentally, our prisoner is at such a far spot on the map, and they were able to predict that Ayako would put his chisel there just to keep tabs on that last cipher. It is quite unfortunate that Ayako was able to figure out where that cipher is because now she's gonna want to defend both. And it looks like Prisoner and Seer are trying to heal up here just to buy more time. Mercenary using the corner house now to buy time as well just to get these ciphers done. Oh, wow. Mercenary is
The thing about Mercenary is doing a great job. If you think about it, Mercenary is staying at this cipher so Ayako cannot leave. If Ayako leaves, Mercenary will prime that cipher. So Mercenary did a wonderful job keeping Sculpture right there, giving them time to heal each other. As we can see, you know, by the time Mercenary went down, they both healed each other already. So the survivor side is back on their feet and ready to go in case anything happens. The problem here is that no one's decoding at all. And Ayako is on the same side of another cipher. So they will have to rotate and go back to that prime cipher almost. Very nice early hit.
It's good that they decided to... Right. It's good that they decided to run away as far from each other because that will allow them to spread thinly on the map, and probably Night Owl could go towards Mercenary to heal him, so somebody else can come rescue the Seer at the right moment. Because look at that cipher right there, that's almost done.
Definitely. Oh, Prisoner getting injured already. Oh no, not making the save. Unfortunately getting down right there. Sculptor is doing an amazing job, you know, pressuring them, placing their team at a difficult situation. Oh, will they force the save on the Seer or will they just drop it? The survivor side is in a difficult spot right now. Ayako does not have teleport up, so, you know, they are at a slight advantage because, you know, Ayako does not have that teleport up and they can dedicate to that gate. So still dangerous situation for the survivor side, you know. There's the chisel coming in, baiting it out for Prisoner. Has to be careful. Prisoner is at half health right there. Ooh.
Oh wow, that barely hit. So at this point, I would expect Mercenary to go towards the middle of the map, probably to pull off a last second rescue, but it looks like they'll be making for the gate now that it is already open and both survivors will be able to get out, and that is a
wonderful
tie.
Job from both sides right there. You know, Ayako at the end where they shut down Prisoner with those statue placed the survivor side at a very difficult situation. So that was really showcasing the strength of Sculpture right there. You know, if they pop it, Prisoner would have went back down. So great stuff from Sculpture.
Exactly, because wow, we really thought that Sculptor had such command of the map, but and then they were able to pop that cipher at the right time and still pull off a draw. I really did not expect that to happen. I thought it was going to be a 4-man kill. I thought it was going to be a 5-0, but it just shows how prepared NR was for this moment, and it shows how they predicted this kind of outcome, especially with a Sculptor, and that is just amazing to watch. I almost missed that cipher pop right there, actually.
Right. The thing about Sculptor is that Sculptor was put in a difficult situation at the end, you know, does not have teleport up anymore, and she has no vision on Mercenary. The thing about that match was at the end, she had vision on Prisoner with the chisel, but she's also wondering, where is Mercenary? If I go to Prisoner, will Mercenary pull that save off on Seer? So that's why she was staying at the chair, going for that tie instead. But, you know, definitely great work from the Survivor side. Mercenary is prepared. If something does happen, Mercenary can go for that save. But if not, they can secure that tie. So great work from the Survivor side on that aspect.
And that is where just separating in the map, running towards opposite directions comes into play. It really does make a difference for two survivors just to go away as far as they can from each other, just so also like we keep on saying, to take away the hunter from that last cipher, especially because it looked like the Sculptor was making use of teleport quite frequently. So here is the match's data. We have 18 survivor hits on Ayako, 5 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns. What about the survivor side?
Yeah, 4 did an amazing kite early on, you know, 98-second kite from 4 without being saved at all. So there was no 20-second tide addition to the kite. It was merely that 98 seconds alone. So amazing stuff from Choco Pie. But definitely the Survivor side did amazing job decoding. You know, they did not dedicate just to one cipher, and that was smart, because if they did it, that would have been very risky, because, you know, Ayako knew that there was that prime cipher almost, so did not want them to finish it at all, so they had to start a new one. So great awareness from the Survivor side.
I think the game changed when Ayako went for the healing Seer and Prisoner, because that was that time when he was able to that's where it all just happened, that he was able to cheer the Seer, and then all of a sudden the cipher was popped. Really, that was a good strategy on the part of the survivors there. But really, Choco Pie's kite, that was really fun to watch.
Really
that
good.
was really, yes, the amount of discipline. He was calm. He was really calm. No hint of nerves whatsoever. He's just got it on point. And now we will having a break for the second round of incoming when we get back.
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。
神曰：勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。神曰：勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wildcard stage, day 2 of Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia. And we've seen some amazing matches for the first round. Rin, what can you say about that?
Yeah, no, definitely great stuff from the Survivor side. Something I found really great was that how Mercenary stayed near that almost prime cipher. You know, he had to stay there because the moment if he leaves, Seer and Prisoner would not be able to heal each other. And, you know, he was stalling time, you know. It put Sculpture at a position, it's like, if you leave, I'm going to prime the cipher. But if you don't leave, Seer and Prisoner are going to heal each other. So you have to choose either one. And Mercenary definitely did the job very nicely and smoothly, letting Seer and Prisoner heal each other, buying enough time to get that cipher primed. So very great stuff from the Survivor side. But yeah, definitely join us on Discord down below. Scan that QR code or join at discord.gg/identity5 for more information.
So I was replaying that match in my head as to how that cipher pop happened. It happened when the Seer and the Prisoner separated, right? As I said, the Seer needs to assist the Mercenary in healing, and that's how they were able to pop that last cipher, because that cipher really was almost done, and all it took was just a bit of time. And actually, the Seer being chaired was that time bought, and it led to that tie. It's amazing how they were able to pull that off, even with the sculptor putting on the chisel, or as Poch and I would call it, the CCTV. That was amazing. So we're already at the second round, at the first half. So what do you think is gonna be the outcome on this, Rin? Amazing gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Oxygen is such a great hunter. That's the thing, you know, they have to answer back really strongly. They cannot like give Oxygen any opportunities to shut them down early, or it could be a very big problem. We can see how Oxygen shut down the Mind's Eye early on, and it put the Survivor side in a very difficult spot. So they cannot afford that again. So they have to re-strategize and think creatively on how they would approach this kind of situation.
Especially because this is the second round and it's gonna start to get interesting with more bans.
Right,
so maybe
right. There is a lot of
we're
pressure.
gonna find we're gonna find some more creative picks. So I'm really excited to see that. We've already seen a Mind's Eye. Who knows what else they're gonna pull off from their arsenal?
Yeah, it looks like Mechanic is gonna be banned once again, but I don't know. It really depends on the map. There's a lot of key players in the same map, so we can see like Painter coming into like Moonlit a lot. So it really depends on which map they are going to be utilizing like Embalmer is so great on like Moonlit, but not the best option coming to like Red Church or something. So it really depends on what map they're going to play, so they can utilize the character to their maximum potential.
It also depends on how well the survivors can coordinate and how well the hunter will be able to counter all that. So in terms of maps, we do have some hunters that are viable in all those maps, especially the Sculptor. The potential of a Sculptor in almost all maps, no matter what the size. Poch did say she does have those three qualities that we're looking for in a hunter. She has that camping potential, she's got that map control, she's got great chase, and she can really defend her chairs. And that is just amazing. We now get why Sculptor would be a top ban, but I'm really surprised with how survivors are being more afraid of Breaking Wheel. I'm actually becoming a fan of Breaking Wheel.
Playing Breaking Wheel, you need that very amazing controls, like a slight movement miss could cost you the whole entire thing. But we can see how Oxygen did such a wonderful job with Breaking Wheel, precisely rolling at everybody. But something I noticed is that there was no acro in Moonlit yet. Have we ever seen an acro in Moonlit? No, right?
We haven't. Actually, we haven't for the past weekends.
Right. There were so many Moonlit maps, and we have not seen a single acro. But the thing about utilizing him is that if he doesn't kite, he's gonna in a difficult spot where he's not really helpful to any of the other members of the team. So I understand why, but it would be really nice to showcase, acro kiting abilities in Moonlit.
And speaking of the Acrobat, actually, we haven't talked about the new survivors that have just been released in the game. We have the Psychologist and the Patient. What can you say about that? I'm really excited about that.
On the case story, I got the Patient case story. It was really cute, the puzzle thing that they gave you, the graffiti. That was really nice to take. But yeah, definitely the Patient ability of the grapple is very interesting. I've never seen something like that before. The closest thing to something elevating that high is Toy Merchant, but more on that later. But right now we are getting to the match of Red Church, literally what we just talked about on Embalmer at Red Church. But yeah, definitely still with the mechanic ban, not taking any risks with Zhao Khan forward, so definitely banning it right there. Very nice optimal ban. And we see that Breaking Wheel is going to get banned because Oxygen is such a great player, utilizing Breaking Wheel so well regardless of the map. Because we've seen before where Oxygen used Breaking Wheel at Arms Factory, and that's a very difficult map, but pulling it off very nicely. What are your thoughts on the Survivor right now?
Well, of course, we have that Seer and Mercenary. I was actually expecting that they would go for the Priestess before she gets banned, but it looks like IVS has got a plan up their sleeves. We've got the Mercenary, of course, a staple in the team, and the Seer for his support. We've seen the support in the previous match. Yes, I'm actually also waiting for that. Yes. But
Ento or Priestess. It'll be Ento or Priestess
definitely. And there we have it.
Priestess ban.
No Priestess for Oxygen
it could
today.
Be a sculpture from Oxygen. Oh, Prospector! No way! very nice. You know, we were talking about how like Zhao Kan was a prospector and a forward player, so we are showcasing the prospector now. I'm very excited. I love playing prospector and seeing people play prospector because he can change the game around very nicely with just a few mechanics. So very excited to see the match right now. But yeah, like oh, there's a sculpture from Oxygen. You know, they have to be very careful. Red Church is such a small map where the map pressure of Sculpture can be very insane at a certain point where she has max presence. So they cannot afford anything from Oxygen because we've seen many times over and over, Kahelle, where Oxygen, if gets that momentum, will shut down every single survivor throughout the whole entire game.
That's true, and that's exactly why Zhao Kan selecting the prospector makes it all the more interesting. I want to see how he will be able to counter Oxygen's statues, because you know, these statues, if placed correctly, they could be really lethal behind these walls, these high walls. And now here we are with Oxygen heading right to the broken walls and finding the Seer.
Oh yeah, finding
also
Seer
the
early on.
basement is here.
Very nice actually to find Seer early on. Oh, very nice early hit from Oxygen already. This is a great advantage for Oxygen. Now, if Oxygen get this early down, it could be an amazing start for Sculpture right here. So, oh, one more chip damage could be it right here, Cal. What do you think?
Well, I think the Seer will be doing everything in his power to avoid these statues at all costs, especially because wow, there's that owl. That was a nicely timed owl, actually, avoiding that normal attack. That's a lot of time bought right there. And look, he's actually bringing Oxygen towards the forward, who could possibly give support for him just to extend his kite.
Yeah, you know, Seer is at the corner right now, but there are two players, Mercenary and Prisoner, right here, trying to decode right now. So it could be a disrupt for two ciphers. So, you know, Mercenary has to push away from being there. There it is. Prisoner could miss. Prisoner shock. Where's the shock?
I am actually... I was expecting that as well, but looks like he's gonna conserve it and save it for another day. So now, wow, Oxygen just putting the Seer here is really gonna put a lot of pressure on Kiridona right here.
Definitely. It looks like Prisoner did not go for the shock because she would definitely down Seer again and build that present up. And I don't think their team wants that to happen, because we've seen time after time how Sculpture at max present is super dangerous. So they do not want to give her more presence than she already has. There's a Chisel coming in to pressure Mercenary from decoding. Very nice stuff. Just keep that constant pressure. It does not look like they are going to save. So they are going to sacrifice Seer right here, Kahelle. What do you think the game plan is?
I think at this point they're going to want to secure a tie, as is the usual plan of action whenever somebody is downed within 5 ciphers. They could choose to rescue at the last second or not rescue at all. And this is really understandable because they do have to make up for that lost decoding progress. Also, I thought it was Zhao Kan who was at that area, but it turns out it was actually the Mercenary, and that's why I didn't get that support that I was expecting. So I got a little bit confused there. But Oxygen just transitioning to the broken walls, knowing that Kiridona is gonna be here. That shows the amount of hunter sense Oxygen's got. He's just on a roll here.
Definitely. You know, they have these 4 ciphers all progressed actually. There is also another cipher being progressed as well. So they have really good, very nice stuff from Prospector. Rejecting the chase for Prisoner. Oh, that was very dangerous right there. Buying some time for Prisoner to escape does a wonderful job as well. But, you know, Sculptor is so fast on catching up with Prisoner and doing a wonderful job as well, cutting off every single area that he is going to. Very nice chip. One more chip could cost it. There it is. Very nice stuff from Oxygen.
However, look at this cipher progress, looking good right here. The survivors are not exactly at a disadvantage and could still secure that tie. And now Oxygen will be putting her chisel in key areas, especially because she knows that the prospector is at the red carpet area. So it's now up to Wolfie to pull off a perfect rescue, ideally. And there we have it. Nice elbow pads and nice rescue.
Wow,
So
very
that's
nice body
what
blocks
they were,
from Mercenary.
Yes, that's what they were saving
The elbow
stun
pad was
for.
so good. You know,
Yes, on
instant
point.
saving right away, not taking any chances with those statues. You know, Prisoner is doing a very nice kite, you know, transitioning to areas where the ciphers are not at. But has to be careful, the basement is here. If Prisoner goes down here, it could be, unfortunate right there, but, there's the basement. Will she go for the basement right there? Looks like
That
Oxygen
cipher
is
is
going
just
to
about
place
primed.
Prisoner. Yeah, definitely. There is only one cipher and it's prime basically. Prospector
And we
just
do
needs
have
to
a
pull
healthy
off a very-
prospector.
Definitely. Very dangerous. Has to be very careful right there. Very nice save from Prospector.
Nice save.
Here's the drop hit. They have to be very careful on how they approach the escape. Very nice job. Prisoner escaping very nicely, dodging the melee.
Wow.
Wow, Prospector buying that stun for Prisoner. Popping it right
There's that
away,
cipher
not
pop.
waiting to... Yeah, definitely not waiting for Prisoner to be chipped down. If Prisoner chipped down, they will definitely get the melee after the pop. So definitely not wanting to risk that at all. Prisoner is just... very nice blink from Oxygen. Taking Prisoner out right
blink
away.
Indeed. This is amazing. I think they will be able to secure a tie at this point. 2 survivors out that gate, and now it is a tie between IVS and NR for the first half of round 2. Great stuff, Rin.
Yeah, definitely.
What can you say about this? This was really an intense match.
Yeah, you know, I think the best highlight was how Prisoner was trying to transition from the red carpet to the church, because it was such a short distance and Sculpture was right behind Prisoner, but Prospector coming in to stun the Sculpture right there bought some distance for Prisoner, because if Prisoner went down in the church right there, it would have been a basement from the start, and that would be a very difficult situation for the survivor. So buying that time for Prisoner to transition away from basement was very nice. So amazing stuff from Prospector. Definitely did not disappoint at all right there.
I think it could have, but that's just me. It could have gone the same way if the mercenary rescued from the basement, if he was shared there at the first time, because that cipher right there, that was really hot. That was almost done. They could have pulled that off as well. And that rescue from the basement and how they escaped from there, that was amazing.
Really?
Those really nice dodges pulled off right there. And of course, they knew that Oxygen would try to attempt a falling hit, because again, as we know, there is no attack recovery from falling hits. But they were able to dodge that successfully, and that is quite impressive.
Yeah, that would have been a very risky situation if Sculpture pulls off that fall hit right there, because no reset recovery. So, you know, that pop could have instantly downed Prisoner. So, you know, Prisoner escaping very nicely from Sculpture and stalled long enough for the gate to be opened as well. So great stuff from the survivor side. But you got to commend the Sculpture, Oxygen hitting Seer very early on already, you know, starting off like 10 seconds in, pulling Seer back with the statue and then meleeing right away. So amazing stuff from Oxygen.
That's right. We should definitely not take away from Oxygen right there. We've seen how skilled he is with breaking wheel, and he is just as skilled with Sculptor, knowing the key points, where to place that chisel, where to place those statues. But we really see how the survivors have also trained for this. Did you see those statue dodges? Those were great. And those key moments, like you said, the magnet from the prospector at the red carpet area rather, that was a lot of time bought, a lot of distance between the prisoner and the sculptor.
Yeah, you know, Sculptor is so fast. You know, buying that time for Prisoner definitely helped him out. You know, it could have been a whole different story if Prospector never harassed in the first place. So a great awareness for their team, and, you know, communicating very well. You know, it's like, I'm going to transition to red carpet to church. Can you help me stall time from Sculpture? And they did it beautifully right there. So definitely great work on the Survivor side.
So it just shows how coordinating really is key. You need to always be in touch with your teammates, and that is just how you get your teammates to the right place at the right time, just to be able to help you buy time. And also, but still, Oxygen always has been a great hunter. I am a fan. We are well aware of his abilities, but to see this from IVS really is impressive, and it makes the match more interesting. So here is the match's data with NR here. Oxygen pulling off 14 survivor hits and 4 knockdowns. No pallets destroyed. It means that he really didn't waste time in chasing these survivors who are actually, you know, giving him quite the headaches. Look at Kurodana's kite right here, 128 seconds, Rin.
Right, very great transitioning from Prisoner. You know, Prisoner started from the wall area, going to the corner, then going to the red carpet, then going to church, then going to the small church right there. So amazing transitioning back and forth from Prisoner right there. And they did their job, you know, they decoded very well, but, you know, Oxygen just did such a wonderful job early on, and they had a sacrifice here. Did not want to build her presence and take that risk at all. So great work. But it was a very hard decision for them to, you know, sacrifice here, because it could have went downhill right there. But definitely great stuff for the Survivor side.
Indeed. And just look at the decoding progress of the Mercenary and the Prospector. It really shows how how buying time will still be able to contribute greatly to Cypher progress, especially because we know that the Prospector is significantly faster in decoding compared to a Forward, which has been banned.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they did a wonderful job, you know, sacrificing Seer early on. I was not expecting that sacrifice because I thought they were coming into for that save, but, you know, sacrificing was a hard choice because now they lose one member, and it's someone has to kite long enough for them to finish all these ciphers. And, you know, Prisoner was the right player right there, you know, saw a large amount of time and did a wonderful job. But we'll be right back after this break. So stay tuned, guys, for more amazing matches from these teams.
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散， 也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
And we are back. It is now the second half of the second round. IVC Southeast Asia, everyone. Welcome back, Rin. What can you say about that intense match just now?
No, that was amazing start from Oxygen, shutting down Seer early on, and they had to sacrifice that Seer, and then Prisoner making up the whole entire kite for Mercenary and Prospector to decode, and did a wonderful job right there. With the Prospector stun, saw a bit more time for Prisoner, and Prisoner used that to his advantage, and extended that kite a bit longer. But overall, great stuff from both sides. Sculpture shutting players down early on, amazing statues overall, and Survivor side did amazing coordination. Merc was like, I'm going to rest you first. Then Prospector went with that amazing save, and Prisoner barely escaped basement, and did a very nice job escaping as well.
That's right. Actually, I do believe that both teams gave it their all, and now this second half, I'm going to be expecting them to do just as much, especially because if NR pulls off a 4-man escape, that'll be it. So IVS will have to answer back, as you would say, with an amazing hunter gameplay on the side of Ayako. So what do you think?
Definitely.
This is the Red Church. What are our predictions?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the other team, and NR has such an amazing hunter that sweeped very well, so they have to answer back very strongly. But since it's Red Church, we could possibly see Anne, but that's it could be a possibility. We've seen him before, and it's a possibility at Red Church because Anne is so well-rounded when it comes to movement and pressuring the survivors at Red Church. So could be a possibility right there. What are your thoughts?
Actually, until you brought her up, I was thinking also of Sculptor. But
definitely.
She is a common ban, so they could ban her right then and there. But Anne, now that you mention it, yes, I think I would also like to see Anne in Red Church. And I'm also curious as to how they would counter this, especially with her ability with the cats and to cancel survivor skills. That is hard to deal with. Personally, I really do have a hard time containing Anne, so to see her in competitive play would be exciting. And we have seen some past gameplays of such top tier gameplay from Anne. I think
definitely.
I'd like to see her.
It's going to be a hard pick to be Anne because that's most likely their secondary pick. Their first pick go-to is probably Sculpture or Dream Witch, because we know how Dream Witch is so good in small maps because she can contain the whole entire map so well at Red Church because it's such a small area to patrol around. And we've seen many amazing Dream Witch, so they could utilize this very nicely. But yeah, Dream Witch is definitely deadly in Red Church if utilized correctly.
Jeez.
So most likely Dream Witch or, you know, Sculpture, like you said. But I was hoping for an Ant to, you know, like change it up. Maybe they're getting super creative and changing their strategy around. But we'll see on how this goes. What do you think on the Survivor side?
On the Survivor side, of course, as expected, Mechanic ban, Priestess ban. She really can be annoying in Red Church with all those spots where she can install her portals. Well, we've seen the Forward being banned, so they could probably do the same thing, especially because this is the Forward of Chocopi right here. And I would understand if Ayako doesn't want to deal with that, especially with how Chocopi was able to pull off such an amazing kite in the first round. That was amazing. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Forward would be banned, but I'm curious as to what Chocopi would use in place of the Forward.
Yeah, that is fair. You know, Chocopi did an amazing job early on with the 4, you know. Amazing patience, actually, not going for any baits, you know, safely dropping those pallets. But like you said, we could possibly see a 4 ban because Chocopi did an amazing job as playing 4 right there. But, you know, since the Mechanic is banned, their Decoder is probably going to still be Prisoner as the alternative if Mercenary is going to be banned, because we saw how Mercenary easily save Prisoner off the chair from the previous match. If Mercenary does get banned, we most likely will see the alternative to be like First Officer or Gravekeeper, because they're great alternative. But more likely on Gravekeeper, more of a safer option, I would say. But yeah, but their Harasser could be different. Maybe they could go Coordinator as their Harasser. You know, if Chocopi decides maybe fine, Forward is banned, I'm gonna go Coordinator instead. But we definitely could see that. But you know, another stunner that I have not seen is Enchantress. So if I could see Enchantress coming through, that would be very nice.
Enchantress, and speaking of which, a big shout outs to Fayron, and good job, man. See, Fayron is our friend from the Philippines. He's been there the entire time we've been doing these study sessions on the matches, and he's actually an Enchantress main. So for him to see that, it'll make him really happy as well. You really should get to know them. They are an amazing pair. Good job, man, and Fayron. Shout outs to you guys. We love you. Also, apart from the Coordinator, I was expecting maybe a Batter.
Yeah, that definitely could be the choice right here, because Batter has been an excellent choice. Like you mentioned, wow, they are not going for the Mechanic ban. That's very interesting. They're banning the Seer and Forward, so we could see Sculpture is banned right there. We could see a Dream Witch.
Yes,
very
indeed,
difficult
a Dream
situation
Witch.
right here. Yeah,
Also,
you know,
they
Ayako
could
is
go
not
for the
going to deal
Mechanic.
with. Yeah, Ayako is not going to deal with, you know, Forward's Chocopi's Forward anymore. But yeah, definitely utilizing Mechanic if available. Mechanic's such a strong decoder. Why not, right?
That's right, especially with how tight this map is. It'll be easy for her to place her robots in key ciphers while transitioning to a different area. And of course, the Mercenary, we've all expected this already. He is a strong rescuer. I wonder if they're gonna select another one to assist him, like the First Officer, as you've mentioned, or the Gravekeeper. That would be interesting to add into the mix.
I'm very curious on the Hunter. Will it be a Dream Witch then, since Sculpture is banned? Very, very interesting. Because banning Seer means that, hey, maybe I'll go Dream Witch. Because Seer is such a strong character against Dream Witch as well. So. There's the Gravekeeper.
And
very
double
great alternative rescuer. Double rescue, double decoder.
That's right.
Can we see a Dream Witch right here? Dream Witch would be an amazing pick for Ayako. So, I don't know. I'm actually baffled by which Hunter Ayako is going to go for at this point. There's the Dream Witch.
Indeed.
Yeah, definitely. Great map pressure from the Dream Witch. They're going to utilize this so well. I'm so excited on how this is going to go.
And we can head on straight to the match, ladies and gentlemen. More Identity 5 action with the Dream Witch and such an amazing lineup. Double rescue, double decoder. I wonder how this is gonna play out. We will see.
Yeah, Mechanic and Prisoner, you know, Dream Witch has to choose one or the other. Either way, though, they are going to get that Cypher Rush by getting the other decoder. Unless Dream Witch, you know, map pressure everybody very strongly. So, you know, most likely will have to shut down someone very early on to make this work out very well.
Here we are with Ayako scaling the map, finding the finding a survivor in the map and in the church, but not choosing to chase. Because in fact, here is the prisoner at the shack.
Yeah, sandwiching prisoner right now. Oh, prisoner left in a very difficult situation right now. The pal's not that great. Going to take a hit right there. Yeah, Patroller is definitely ready now. And Prisoner is already taking that hit early on. Great start from Ayako. Prisoner trying to transition far away as possible. Not trying to transition to any of their teammates. So great stuff.
Oh, there's that Patroller.
Yeah.
Oh,
pulling out
wow.
that Patroller does a wonderful job. Prisoner could not vault in time, unfortunately. Oh no, Prisoner has to vault. Has to be very careful right there. Will Prisoner make it to the other? Oh no. Could not make it to the pallet in time. Oh, very nice. Oh,
wow.
Unfortunately could not get the... Oh, wow. Barely getting the hit on Prisoner before making it to the pallet. The shock was very unfortunate. Could not shock the leech right there.
But Rin, that was so much time bought. Look at this Cypher progress already. 3 almost done. That seemed like such a short time, but wow. You
definitely
really get to
amazing
see
job.
Having a mechanic in the team really does pay off, and they're already getting started on the last Cypher, 6% right there. Here is the mercenary trying to go for the rescue. Will he be able to pull it off? Yes, he does.
Ooh, very nice. Oh, unfortunately getting hit right there. Wow, the main
I think
body
it's really
is...
good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think it's really good that the mercenary was able to dodge a hit there, because he may potentially be the one to pull off the second rescue for the prisoner. Nice dodge there with the elbow pads.
Very nice elbow pad. Did not want to take any risk getting hit right there. Prisoner dying as far away as possible. So, you know, to stall a bit more time for their team to decode. But, you know, the main body did such a wonderful job shutting down Prisoner early on. Barely making that hit, actually, but, you know, pulled it off very nicely. Could have been a whole different story if Prisoner made it to that pallet, but the main body just did such a nice job. Ooh, getting the hit on Mercenary right there. Very nice. Could that come into play later on, that it did matter or did it not matter that Mercenary got hit? Gatekeeper not taking any chances. Yeah, shoveling right away. Ooh, will he make it? Will he make it to chair before the switch? Oh, he does not make it, unfortunately, to chair. Looks like they will have to drop Prisoner. Sacrificing to the mana right there. Gatekeeper out in the open. Unfortunately, getting hit right there. Going down right now. Great stuff from Ayako right here. Yeah, definitely, you know, making sure that Gatekeeper will not make it on time to Prisoner. Very nice stuff. They do have only 2 ciphers remaining.
That's right. I was about to say that the best scenario would probably be a tie at this point, and it looks like we will be having a round 3, Rin.
Yeah, definitely round 3 right there. But yeah, the cipher is primed. They just need someone to rescue. It looks like Mercenary is going to... Oh, we're gonna prime the cipher. Oh, Mechanic is going for the save. Mechanic, wonderful body block right there. Mercenary will pop it very nicely. Oh, there it is. Okay, they have to be very careful, you know. Dream Witch is such a strong hunter at the end game where she can control the whole entire map, especially since it's Red Church. So they do not want to... They have to play safe. You know, they do not want to go to the gate if they have a leech on them, especially Gravekeeper and Mechanic. Oh, very nice down from Dream Witch right there. Only Mercenary can be the one opening gate because he does not have a leech on him. Gravekeeper, on the other
That's
hand,
right.
cannot go to any gate, but does have a shovel going straight
That's
for the
right.
gate because Mercenary have it open right now. It looks like it's going to be a tie. Very nice stuff
tie
from the
indeed.
Survivor. And Ayako right there.
So it is a tie for the second half of round 2 and ultimately a tie for the whole of the second round. Amazing effort, valiant effort from the survivors, and an amazing job from the hunter. Wow, these teams are really fighting for the chance to advance to the group stage. I'm really amazed, and now we will be having a round 3, Rin.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they showcased their skill and they both did amazingly. And the funny thing was that both Rescuer escaped and both Dakota went back to the manor. But, you know, Dreamwitch not refusing and denying the save from Gravekeeper was such a great turning point for Dreamwitch, you know, making up for the early game and, you know, did a wonderful job, you know, switching right away. Great map awareness as well. The thing was that I was not expecting Dreamwitch hitbox to even hit Prisoner when he was going to that pallet. That was very interesting to see. The turn was weird, but the hitbox connected. It was very nice to see Ayako pulling that off. But yeah, unfortunate Prisoner could not make it to that pallet. You know, Prisoner kited long enough for the patroller to get off, just almost reaching that pallet in time. But very unfortunate situation right there. But yeah, great stuff from both sides.
Great stuff indeed. That hit from the Prisoner. I mean, I really appreciated how he was able to tough out the patroller and be able to vault through that pallet. That was amazing. But still, Ayako was able to catch up. That was really good. That was a good kite. But after that, the Cypher progress really was amazing. And that really goes to show why you would ban a mechanic. But for Ayako to pull off a draw with a mechanic in the lineup, that was impressive. Really, these teams are giving it their all. And they will continue to give it their all in the third round when it comes. But I would just really like to say how much a privilege it is to be casting these matches. Also would like to remind the community to show your love and support in the chat. Please like and share the stream. This is it. This is the creme de la creme of Southeast Asia. And now here is the matches
round
data.
3. Yeah, you know, they're going for that round 3, showcasing what they got. But yeah, amazing stuff from Mechanic. You know, if you leave her to decode, she'll just decode every single cipher. 217% from Mechanic, barely even kited. But yeah, Prisoner getting that 43-second kite, and you know, Ayako did a wonderful job shutting down Prisoner early on. That 9 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, and 4 knockdowns. What do you think on the data?
Well, the data is as good as it can get with the condition of the draw. Mechanic being safe out there, safely decoding, while Chocho was able to buy enough time. And isn't it amazing how this is a 43-second kite, and yet after that was done, so much cipher progress has already been achieved. But still, Ayako's decision to go into the church, to go for the Gravekeeper, that was such a good decision there. That was what secured that tie right there. Had she not detected that the Gravekeeper would come from inside the church, that would have been a different story.
You know, they actually did an amazing team composition strategy right there. You know, Prisoner did not need to, you know, kite as long as you would think, and Mechanic still Mechanic boost and decoding actually finished so many cipher during that time span. It was just amazing to see. So yeah, that's amazing stuff from the survivor side, you know, strategizing to cipher rush. But we'll come back with our next match on round 3 from both teams, so stay tuned, guys.
幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。 畸形的狼狈，终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，悲苦的母亲，
寡言的父亲。
一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都混在寂寞，静待习判。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now.
That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
On this Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
"远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the third round over here at the wildcard stage of IVC Southeast Asia. Rin, that was such an intense match we just saw, and that led to us having a third round, which is exciting because it's about to get creative. Survivors are about to get creative. Hunters are about to probably pull something off. They're probably hiding some aces in there somewhere, and we'd really like to see those. Who knows? Maybe this is the opportunity for you to finally see Anne.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they're so on par that they do so well. Both Survivor and Hunter side, you know, showcasing their skills. Such an amazing job. The previous match, I really like how Dreamwitch timed the Gravekeeper hit where he could not make it to the chair save in time. You know, at that point, you know, when Gravekeeper dropped the save on Prisoner, it was at least a guaranteed tie for Dreamwitch right there. So that was amazing stuff from the Dreamwitch.
Definitely. And I do hope to see that amount of energy from both teams, especially because this is the last round. This is it. Do or die, make or break. This is where you will finally be able to secure your spot in the next round and ultimately in the group stage.
I mean, they could tie again right there, but
they could, and then we'd have an extra round. But I'm pretty sure both teams really want to do it this time. This is it. We gotta crush them.
Yeah, they definitely brought their A game, you know, pushing for that round, 3 right there. It was not like a sweep for one team or total loss for another team. They definitely showed their A game, and they're definitely on par, both getting those tie both rounds for round 2. So wonderful stuff from both sides.
Especially because these are pro teams, Rin. These teams have competed in past tournaments, and they are skilled veterans.
Right.
And this is why this matchup is just so exciting to watch, and I can't wait to see who will advance from these teams. Either way, congratulations to both. They are such amazing teams, and we're really thankful to have you play here for us. It really is such a joy to watch. So, Rin, well, we really can't predict anything at this point because we don't know what the map is. But we do have some predictions depending on whether a map is large or small. So, if it's a small map, what do you think? What do you think about that?
If it's a small map, it's gonna be different though, because it's round 3. We're gonna see more hunter bans right here, and they're gonna definitely switch it up. So I want it to be creative as possible. Oh, it's Arms Factory, definitely review right there. They are banning that Moonlit right there as well. So interesting pick for Arms Factory. Could we see a Bonbon or an Ann right here? Definitely decent picks right here.
Probably yes, that Ann and a Blood Queen. I'm expecting that.
We know for a fact that Feaster once again. Yeah, definitely. We definitely saw these creative picks before, so everything is a possibility at this point. But Sculpture is definitely gonna be banned at Arms Factory. Like, no way are they not banning Sculpture here. It's just a very bad situation if Sculpture gets momentum at Arms Factory, so they do not want that chance. But yeah, definitely more hunter bans, so I'm very interested to see who their hunter is going to be. I'm definitely fine with seeing a Bonbon. I like to see Bonbon gameplays because you gotta time those Bon very perfectly to hit the Survivor, just like statues. So it'd be really cool to see. I think we only seen Bonbon a few times actually, so if we could get more matches for Bonbon, that would be really cool. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm actually expecting to see Oxygen's breaking wheel. We know how
Once
he
again,
is.
Right.
Yes, that's right. We know how. Exactly. He's done it before in Arms Factory. He can do it again. That's if they don't decide to ban him. So that's what I'm expecting.
I was watching it, the match during that time that had happened. The thing was that Breaking Wheel is a very hard hunter to pull off at Arms Factory because there are so many good window areas, making it very difficult for him to hit these rolls. But we saw how Oxygen utilized Breaking Wheel so well in that matchup. It was just really baffling to see how well he did with Breaking Wheel right there. So great stuff. We might see the Breaking Wheel, like you said, if it is not banned. So I'm very excited to see it once again.
Then again, IVS knowing how Oxygen is so skilled with Breaking Wheel, even in Arms Factory, might mean that they
probably
will ban
the ban
him.
right there.
That's right. Well, Oxygen is really gonna have to bring his A game, even with his Breaking Wheel banned.
Right.
I'm sure both teams.
I think it's gonna be like a Sculpture and a Breaking Wheel ban then. So Oxygen need to switch it up. Yeah, definitely need to switch it up. Banning the strong hunters from Oxygen. So Oxygen will have to get creative on what he picks right here.
I'm actually also expecting to see Axe Boy in Arms Factory.
definitely.
Could be a viable choice.
Right.
Good mobility and map control. Also very hard to kite, even in Factory. Especially because we know for a fact that Breaking Wheel is easy to counter in the Factory. Then
Right.
again,
The-
it's really gonna depend on who they ban, and we're about to find out in a few moments. But before that, Rin, what about Survivor lineup? Who do you want to see in there?
I want to see Ento again. We haven't seen much
Ento.
matchup with Entos, but Ento is pretty nice in Arms Factory, but it's not like a must choice right there. But I want to see that Ento gameplay because we've seen before how Ento is utilized so nicely. Like the yesterday match where Ento was utilized very nicely on Lakeside, you know, messing with the Axe Boy back and forth. So if we could see it again, that would be amazing as well. But yeah, it's probably the mechanic ban, mercenary seer ban, the normal stuff banning at this point. You know, we're always expecting that mechanic ban, that mercenary seer, etc. You know, but probably a forward ban as well. But yeah, we're probably gonna switch it up. Maybe a painter. Could be a painter.
A painter.
Hoping
There
it's a
goes your painter again. So, hunters have already indulged me with their feaster picks. Maybe it's time to indulge Rin as well with your by picking the painter. He could be could be strong in this map.
Yeah, for that end game could be a strong possibility. There it is. The forward ban not wanting to mess with Shao Kahn's forward right there. Mechanic ban does not want to do that Cypher Rush. The alternative is probably going to be the Gravekeeper Rescuer. It might be a Gravekeeper. Yeah, I'm banking on Gravekeeper. Breaking Wheel, and there it is. We just talked about it. We do not want to mess with Oxygen, Sculpture, or Breaking Wheel at all. So, you know, Oxygen probably has a backup plan right here. But I'm very interested to see what it is. Will they utilize Gravekeeper because Mercenary is banned? There is the Gravekeeper. Yeah. Sincere is not banned. Utilizing it. Definitely a really good optimal pick right here.
Well, it
I'm
looks
really
like
curious.
Oxygen is... Yeah?
I'm really curious if Shao Kahn is going to go for Prospector again. Because, you know...
Oh, yeah, that'd be fun to watch.
Yeah. We saw it already, so...
Oxygen is gonna...
Oh, Prospector ban.
It looks like Oxygen heard you right there because...
I'm so sad now.
Well, Oxygen's really gonna have to get creative with this. First officer, and there's your entomologist, Rin.
Right. The downside of this team is that their decoding is not the best in the world, but it's not like definitely the worst. You know, with the mercenary forward, it's definitely worse than a Gravekeeper and first officer. But they don't have a peer decoder on their team, so someone, whoever does kite, has to kite for a large amount of time for the team to decode at all. But there's the Axe Boy that you talked about too. Very nice pick.
Very nice pick indeed. Just as I predicted. I do feel a bit proud that I'm right there, and I do believe it. Oxygen's Axe Boy right here. We've seen Oxygen use Axe Boy in previous games. We know how skilled he is with it. But this lineup, this is a strong lineup, I would say, because almost all of the members have such good containment potential. You don't want to chase a first officer, especially not with those watches activated, and definitely not a Gravekeeper with a shovel, especially because the arms factory is filled with a lot of safe pallets.
There are. So I think the best pick would to go for the Ento at this point. I mean, if Axe Boy can catch Seer off guard and hit him with a fireball, that would be actually a very good choice as well. Straight away going towards the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper not taking any chances, transitioning away already. Very nice stuff. Axe Boy's catching on, knowing the transition is happening. Does see Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is utilizing the shovel. Does not want to take that early hit actually from Axe Boy. So has to be very careful right here. Oxygen just
at this
scouting
point,
around.
he's just gonna have to transition to a different area to find a different survivor. Like I said, you don't really want to chase a Gravekeeper early in the game, nor do you want to chase a first officer. But it looks like Oxygen is slowly closing in on Shao Kahn's entomologist, as you said, also a viable target early game.
Definitely, you know, this is probably the best pick to go after, actually, because you do not want to chase a Seer, building up more owls. Gravekeeper and first offer a difficult chase, so definitely Ento is a very good chase for Oxygen. Pulls off the fireball. Oh, unfortunately missing it ever so slightly. You know, Ento utilizing the beast so well, you know, and Oxygen is not having, just destroying the beast right away. Baits the very nice palace gun from Shao Kahn right there. Wow.
Not only is she
Very
making
nice
use
kite
of the
already.
bees, she's also
Right.
capitalizing on the terrain. This is some really good decision making
Wow.
on the part of Shao
It's right
Kahn.
there.
Wow.
Very
The
nice
fireball hit
fireball,
is there.
actually. Blinks
Ooh.
right away. Wow, amazing stuff from Oxygen. Making up for that palace sun very quickly. Rejecting the beast for mobility. Taking that blink as the chance comes.
But look,
Wow,
there are
great
already
stuff.
4 ciphers remaining, which is decent progress as it is. Let's see if they're gonna decide to rescue her before or at the last minute, given that this is a fairly slow decoding.
Wow,
Whoa,
amazing
wow.
fireball. Wow,
Oh.
last effort coming in. If
But
that
first
was a
officer was
different
able
rescuer-
to secure.
Yeah,
Was
if that
able
was
to secure
definitely
that
a
rescue.
Yeah, if that was a different rescuer though, that could have been a very bad situation for the survivor. But utilizing that watch, using that 5-second tide, pulling off that save nicely. But unfortunately, it will go down right there for first officer. Also, very nice owl from Seer, you know, helping Ento transition to a better kiting area. But has to be careful of those fireballs. Kel, the fireballs from Oxygen is so accurate, you know, very nicely timed as well.
Yes. Oh.
Wow.
Wow, that almost
Very
hit
nice
right
patient.
there.
Yeah, that was very scary. Oh, it has to be patient.
Scary, and yet it looks like Shao Kahn has her act together. Her kiting right now is just on point. Being a this is actually an impressive rebound kite right here. 2 ciphers remaining, putting that pressure on Oxygen. And look at that progress. It's almost going to secure a tie at this
Unfortunately,
point.
getting down right there. Yeah, but you know, Ento was running out of resources. Not many things she could utilize. But luckily, you know, basement is not here. It's at Shack, so she is on the safe side. With only 2 ciphers remaining, one almost prime, the other is progressing very nicely. Just needs to pull off the save, and they are ready to pop the cipher. But you know, when Ento gets saved, she has to be very careful. Does not want to get hit by a fireball or be placed in a very bad situation.
That's
Very
right,
careful
and
right
they're
there.
probably gonna want to give as much support as possible, especially because that last cipher is almost done. And there's that
very nice
cipher
pop
for
from the survivor
healthy
side right there.
survivors. Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
Rin.
You know, Shao Kahn just needs to stall long enough for the survivor side to leave.
Putting the
Oh,
pressure
has to be
on
very-
Oxygen right here, but still
Yeah,
amazing gameplay. Wow.
Oh, unfortunately getting down. Not many resource could utilize, but did the best that they could do right there. But it does look like the survivor side does have the gates open at this point. So they are in a very good situation. Oxygen going towards that gate, seeing if any survivor is there, but does not look like it. That is the 3-man survivor side escape right there. Very nice stuff from the survivor side. But like you said, that was a really good rebound kite from Entomologist. You know, with that owl, she was able to transition and stall a large amount of time. So that one owl definitely did help her out by a large mean.
Yes, and also that area just outside the factory near the front gate, that is such a strong area. You could mirror the movements of the hunter right there and transition back to the window to continue your kite. That was an impressive kite right there, and for IVS to secure that win really puts NR at at a very critical position, and now they're gonna want it to give it their extra
Right.
best just to be able to secure this round for themselves. But given how skilled these players are, I'm not gonna be surprised if there's gonna be an extra round just to conclude.
Right.
But we'll see.
The thing about this is that Oxygen does so many accurate fireballs. We saw that, he did get Palestine right there, but it was definitely enough to, with the fireball to make up with it, plus the blink to make up for that Palestine. So great stuff from Oxygen. But the Survivor side was so coordinated with utilizing Arms Factory so well to solve a large amount of time. So great stuff from both sides. But yeah, definitely, like you said, NR got to bring out their A game right here to match up the same thing with IVS.
In terms of points there, though, we can see that NR is ahead of IVS, and so
Right.
the win condition here is actually more
On the pressure
crucial.
of IVS.
The pressure is on IVS, exactly. So that was such a good win on the part of Oxygen, on the part of the survivors there, but still they're gonna need to give it their extra. They're gonna need to exert extra effort just to catch up with the points on NR.
Right. The thing is that if IVS gets a whole entire sweep right there, that's definitely
That'll be it.
That's definitely that would definitely be it right there. So both teams has to bring their A game, but NR has to be very careful of not giving them that sweep, or else that could be a very bad situation.
So here at the Arms Factory, I'm actually pleased to see Axeboy. Those connecting skills on the peaceful roads, connecting to the fireball, that really gives so much mobility. So that much that he didn't even need to bring teleport just for that match. I really thought he would switch traits there, but he didn't, and that's because Axeboy doesn't need that teleport.
Right, definitely.
And here we are.
Oxygen utilizing the fireball so well with the blink. We saw that showcase right there, not needing that teleport at that point, but definitely great stuff from Oxygen with that 8 survivor hit, 5 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns right there. Take it away with the survivor, Kahelle.
That's right. We've got 188 decoding progress from the seer here, who was able to provide as much support in the background as possible. And this is where we really see how you don't necessarily have to be in the presence of the hunter to turn the table or turn the table in your favor. But look at Zhao Kan's kite here, 137 seconds. That's really impressive. Just being able to transition to the factory with the help of the seer just granted her that opportunity to be able to pull off like the kite of the match. That was really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both sides, like if it's a sweep, then IVS takes it, but if it's anything less than a sweep, then NR takes it. So there's a lot of pressure, and both games has to showcase it now at this point. But we'll be back, so stay tuned for that, guys. So after this, the big match is here.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而， 救命的稻草，不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王，人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。啊，来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
Welcome back to IDV Southeast Asia. We've seen rounds 1 and 2. We are now at the second half of the third round. We've seen some amazing gameplay. It is a tight race between Team IVS and Team Noir. So, Rin, what do you think is going to happen here? This is it. This is the final match.
I mean, both teams has a lot of pressure. I mean, like, the thing is that IVS has more pressure on their side because their hunter have to get that sweep for them to win. But if they get anything less than a sweep, then it's over, you know? So there's a lot of pressure going on for both teams. And this is like it's a whole entire, it's like all or nothing at this point. So they definitely had to showcase everything they got. But yeah, definitely more pressure on IVS Hunter. They gotta get that sweep going or it could be a very bad thing.
So now that we are in Arms Factory, we've seen my ex-boy. Anybody else that you want to see on the side of the Hunters?
I'm very scared for IVS right now, but you know, they're amazing survivors and hunters right now, but could it be another Dream Witch?
A Dream Witch,
it
yes,
could
definitely.
be Arms Factory Dream Witch is a thing, and I don't know. I want to see a Dream Witch because Dream Witch would be a great play for trying to go for a slug and a sweep right there. So I would go for a Dream Witch, but I don't know. Maybe they'll ban Dream Witch and it's going to be leaving so many options for their team. But yeah, IVS has a lot of pressure going for them. That 9-12 points right there is putting them in a difficult situation. So they had to answer back very strongly for this to work out. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, I agree. I definitely agree. They would ban Dream Witch, especially because they've seen how Ayako is so skilled with it in the Red Church. What more here in the Arms Factory, which is the smallest map in the game. Of course, they'd have to consider that. But I'm excited for me to see X-Boy. I think I'm pretty lucky when it comes to predictions, so I'm gonna go ahead and say probably a Blood Queen, because we know how she has command over that map as well.
Right.
Either that, or we could see a Bonbon. And you've mentioned this before. In Arms Factory, he could be very strong as well.
But they definitely need to start off very strong early game, like the IVS Hunter. Yeah, like they need that early down. They gotta get that momentum going, because if it's gonna be too late, they will not get that sweep. Like, I'm really hoping that they can get a strong start right there, but you know, it's just that NR Survivor Side is such an amazing team with their coordination right there. So it's going to be a tough pull. So yeah, definitely tight spots for both teams. I'm pretty nervous. Yeah.
It's tough, but it's going to be so interesting to watch. And I'm just amazing. And I'm at the feeling amazing. And I'm at the edge of my seat here. I don't know what to expect, quite honestly. Like I said, like we keep on saying, these are pro teams right here.
Yeah, I hope the best for both teams, definitely.
Oh, also, again, we would like to give a big shout out to Aurora. She's been so helpful also with providing us with information about the teams. She's the leader of NR, and she must be feeling a lot of pressure right now, but good luck. I know that you guys are doing your best. Also, shout out to Team IVS. I know that you want to do your best to secure your spot in the group stage. Also, shout outs once more to our friends Good Job Man and Fayron. We really appreciate your insights on these matches. Really looking forward to discussing more with you after this weekend. And also would like to send shout outs to Team FAVE and Team CTS, the first team from the Philippines ever to make it into IVC. So would you like to send some shout outs out there, Rin?
Oh yeah, shout out to everybody that definitely came out as a community to watch these matches. But yeah, we are definitely starting off the match with a Mechanic and Seer ban. It looks like it could be a Dream Witch, since there's a Seer ban and a forward ban as well. Yeah, definitely looking like towards a Dream Witch right now. That Seer and forward ban is giving me those vibes right there, Kahelle. That's a Dream Witch.
That's right. That's right. That's the exact same band lineup when we had that Dream Witch. We got the Mechanic and the Seer.
Nor are catching up, and they did their research. They're not playing with that Dream Witch right there. Yeah, definitely. So who would it be if it's not Dream Witch? I'm very curious now. What do you guys think in the comments?
Actually have... Yeah, definitely let us know in the comments. But taking a pick here, Rin, I'm gonna have to go with... an Explorer.
Wow.
Definitely a good choice, because yes, he has all that terrain to utilize in hiding himself whenever he whenever he shrinks. So here's that Mercenary again, a staple always in the team whenever available. And now we have that Explorer. I'm curious to see who's that next ban.
The thing about Explorer Arms Factory is that he can hide very well, because there's a lot of objects and obstacles he can utilize to hide if anything does happen. If the Hunter is trying to find him early on. There's the Gravekeeper ban. Does that mean they are going for that first officer? Or...
a wildling!
No.
Shout
bringing
out
out
to
the wild?
Good Job Man. Good Job Man is a wildling main. He's been expecting the wildling for quite a time already. He must feel very excited because he loves wildling a lot. And
There's the
why
Blood
did I
Queen that you
tell you?
mentioned.
What did I tell you, Rin?
Wow, Kahelle, on point with her amazing foreseeing the future right here. You should be a fortune teller.
Oh no, don't ask me that. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want to know who's gonna win at this point. And I don't want to spoil it, not even for myself. But really, to see Wildling back in the game, this is interesting. And a priestess, I'm interesting choice as well. I'm wondering how they intend to use her in this small map. And here is our bloody queen at the going towards the ruins from the shack. Rin, how do you think this is gonna play out?
You know, the thing about Wildling, it's a hit or miss, so it's a very interesting pick. You know, if Wildling doesn't pull off the tackles or is useful to the team, it's definitely a very hard and challenging. Oh, there it is. Very nice early hit on Priestess. Then here comes the mirror. Does that mean? Oh no, very just. Oh wow. Difficult situation. Oh, very nice. Wow, very nice portal from the Priestess. I actually thought she was trapped right there.
Me too.
Wow. Great start for Ayako already, getting that early hit in, but unfortunately could not take her down with the mirror. Has to be careful right here. Can she make it to the Palatine? Makes it very nicely, not falling for the bait. Goes very nice portal right there, almost getting hit. Difficult situation. She has to. Oh, unfortunately going down. But yeah, definitely great stuff from Priestess. You know, she got those portals off, and you know, make the mirror got juked right there. So great stuff early on. But you know, Ayako is such a great Blood Queen right here, taking Priestess down early on.
Yes, indeed. I mean, look at the cipher progress. It kind of puts the survivors in a bit of a pickle here, especially because we've got a Wildling who will now try to go for the rescue, but we do understand his decoding.
Wow, very nice melee from Blood Queen right there. So here comes body block. Very nice body block from the Wildling. Oh, she does have blink up though.
That's right.
But, you know, yeah, she has the blink. There's the blink coming in. Very nice blink from Ayako. Looks like Ayako is going to try pressure while Priestess is going to go down. Maybe? Pressure? No pressure at all. Yeah, Ayako is doing a very wonderful job, you know, constantly taking down Priestess, not letting her have that chance to transition, because we know how amazing the portals from Priestess is. If she has that one portal, she can transition very far.
That's very right, nice. But Ayako was able to avoid. Oh wow, a nice use of elbow pads right there from Baby Top. Ayako immediately assuming that he will be the one to go for the rescue because he's the only one who can do it. Both Explorer and Wildling are at half life. So, but it looks like nobody's gonna go for the rescue anymore. They need to make up for this decoding progress right here, Rin.
Yeah, it looks like they actually needs to be healed right here. Explorer and Wildling's injured. Oh, very nice. Using that board to take the hit instead. Looks like Blood Queen is going to go find Explorer. Now the question comes down to, will she find Explorer right here? Because, you know, Explorer is very sneaky. So,
that's right, and that explains Ayako's angle right now. And that's I also noticed that is how she is viewing her screen, always downwards to find if there is any Explorer hiding in those beads. But
they're healing each other. Oh, very nice hit from Blood Queen. You know, rejecting the healing for Wildling. Wow, this is such a great advantage for Ayako right here. You know, Mercer is not injured at all, so definitely could pull off the save, but has to be careful. Ayako Mirror are on point every single time.
That's
Mercer
right.
is just...
And we've got this decoding progress. They are missing one more cipher here, but we know the capabilities of an Explorer. Mercenary now going for the rescue, and she will try to double
elbow pads.
Them.
Very nice elbow pad. Wow, that could have. Oh no, the mirror's coming in. Oh, unfortunately, could not elbow pad in time. Oh no, this is a very difficult situation right now, Cal, because Explorer and Wildling is both injured, so they have to regroup and heal each other for someone to save.
That's right.
If they are planning to save at all. Yeah,
Also,
very difficult situation.
given Ayako's map control, she could find them just as easily, especially because she knows that the explorer is in that area and she knows that they're going to try to heal up.
Yeah, definitely. They're healing up right now, so you know, I don't think they will save before line at before half at all. So it looks like they're just gonna try to stall as much time as possible. The difficult thing here is that they don't have a third cipher being progressed. So whoever does end up kiting has to kite and amazingly. But yeah, it's looking really good for Ayako right now. You know, one survivor is back at the manor. Mercenary is gonna go past half. Oh, very challenging position for the survivor side, actually.
Exactly, especially because the wildling isn't much good when it comes to decoding, so all he can do right now is to just harass Ayako and provide support to Baby Top while Explorer will try to get all these ciphers done.
Oh, very nice blink from the Blood Queen, not giving a single chance for Mercenary to escape. Oh no, this is a very tight space for the survivors. There's 2 survivors left, and they still have 3 ciphers remaining. Wow, Ayako's doing an amazing job right now.
She's not giving them any time. No time at all. No time to even think. As it looks, she's now going to try to find the Explorer because the wildling could be a bit of a headache when trying to pursue. But it looks like she will be committing to him this time, especially because Tinnitus is active and she knows that she's going to find somebody here in this area. But on the bright side, Explorer might be able to complete one more cipher at the very least. Oh.
Yeah, you know, Blood Queen is just baiting out, waiting for Explorer to decode. There it is. Knowing that Explorer is there. Going for Explorer right now, switching. Oh,
amazing intuition on the part of Ayako.
Nice hit from Ayako. Actually, Explorer was trying to hide right there, going too small for trying to hide somewhere, but could not hide in time. Ayako spotted.
Oh, dropped the peeper.
Yeah, it looks like Ayako is trying to slug their whole team, going for this full sweep that we talked about. There's only 1 cipher remaining.
That's right, and Explorer has a password page on him. Who knows?
Wow,
and there's that cipher pop.
Wow, very nice cipher pop from the Explorer right there. Oh no.
Ayako won't be able to do much, especially because she's got no more blink, no teleport, and has switched to peeper. So I wonder who's going to be able to escape through the exit gate, if not the dungeon. That was a nicely timed cipher pop right there.
Ayako is gonna look like it's gonna dedicate to. Oh no, going for the wildling.
The wildling indeed. Will he be able to get out? Oh no.
Yeah, very difficult circumstance for Ayako. Oh, very nice palette.
It was a good thing she didn't destroy that.
Yeah, definitely. Very nice down from Ayako right here. Looks like Explorer is opening that gate right now. Will get the gate open in time. And that will be the one-man escape right there. Oh, unless Wally could struggle free. Unless, no, yeah.
Oh, no,
unfortunately could not struggle free right there. But great stuff.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, definitely.
Congratulations to Team NR. You are advancing to the next round and have a chance at the group stage. So that was an amazing play from Ayako right there. We've seen it's been a while since we've seen Bloody Queen since the previous Call of the Abyss tournaments, but here she is back again, proving her place in the game. Still a very strong hunter, and here are the scores right here. It's a tight race.
12 to 13.
That's right. They were able to beat IVS by just 1 point, and that is just impressive.
Right.
IVS really put up a fight there, did their very best, but at the end, NR was able to secure that win from all their collective efforts from the Hunters and Survivor teams.
Yeah, Blood Queen did get a very early start. You know, Ayako did a wonderful job. But the problem was there was still an Explorer on the team, you know, utilizing all those notes at the very end, you know. Actually, that was very good, you know. Blood Queen switched to Peepers, and that was the cue for Explorer to, you know, finish all these ciphers very nicely. And it was an amazing pop, you know, saw as much time as Wildling can for Explorer to go to gate. The interesting thing is that, you know, Wildling and Explorer were on separate gates, you know, so either way they were pushing for at least one person to escape, and that was all they needed to win. And it was great strategy for our endgame for the Survivor side. So just great stuff. But definitely do big shout out to IVS. You know, they kept fighting to the very end, did a wonderful job even at the very end as well.
Yes, and for NR to triumph over IVS, that really is something to celebrate, especially because IVS is composed of a team of really skilled players. Shout outs again to Aurora. Congratulations to you and your team. You can rest easy for a bit, but we'll see in the later matches how all this is going to play out. I'm really excited to see you again. Congratulations.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the very first match with the early sweep was such an amazing advantage right there for them already. So great stuff early on, and definitely they ended very strong as well. But, you know, definitely big shout out to these teams. You know, they're amazing teams. You know, we can see that they are on par. You know, even in the wildcard stage, they still brought their A game and did their best. And, you know, they did a wonderful job. Even under pressure, they did so well. So it's really impressive to see from these players out here.
It is. So Rin, just looking back at what we saw there, our predictions. Okay, let me just say that I'm really proud of my predictions. I did.
The Axeboy prediction and the Blood Queen prediction. That was very good. You know, the prediction of the Hunter is very well predicted. You know, because we saw.
I was just basing it.
Yeah, we saw how good the Dream Witch was, and, you know, Sculpture is just right there as well, so did not want to take any risk banning it right away. So that was great work from their team doing that research. You know, I'm not going to face that Dream Witch again, so yeah, definitely great stuff, you know, forcing Ayako to pull the Blood Queen instead.
Yes, but we are all surprised and taken aback at how Ayako was with that Bloody Queen. That was really good.
Early on getting the Priestess hit already, but, you know, Priestess did a wonderful job with the portals, juking out the first mirror. Utilizing 2 portals to get away. Very nice stuff from Priestess. But you know, the Survivor side did such an excellent job where their pressure was not as much. They just needed at least one survivor to get out, and that's all they needed, and they pulled it off very nicely. So definitely big congrats to Nora right there for taking the win. So big congrats.
Big congrats indeed. And I would just like to repeat that good job, man, my friend. Shout outs to you. I know you've been waiting to see your Wildling. And there it is, Chocopai. Really a stunner and rescuer. He's really so good with these kinds of characters. I was really wondering which survivor he would use if not the forward, especially because Ayako banned the forward, but a Wildling.
Yeah,
really
that was
interesting
a
to see
very
him in the
surprise
mix.
pick.
Yeah,
definitely a surprise pick. You know, like anything is a possibility, you know. Now this is our first time seeing Wildling, so, you know, in the future we probably could see all the survivors coming into play eventually. So don't get your hopes up for your favorite survivors out here. They will come eventually into play at one point or another.
That's right. I mean, here at the best of 3 format, players are already getting creative. Who knows? At the finals, when it's already best of 5, it could be anyone's game, and the picks could just get as creative as can be. I'm really excited to see how it's gonna turn out. But right now, here at the wildcard stage, I'm really happy with this first matchup. It has been such a great show. We've had so much pleasure casting your matches. To have this intense, tight race, it's just amazing to watch, Rin. Are you feeling
Yeah,
the same?
definitely.
Talk to me.
Yeah, definitely. When they get pushed to the wildcard stage, they realize this is their second chance, and they have to do as best as they can to get back into the tournament. And the thing is that it's not like someone came in and it's like one team got fully swept or something. It's that they were so on par that we pushed for a round 3, and this team only won by 1 point, just to showcase how both teams are so well coordinated and how strong they are. It's only a 1 point difference in that win. So very impressive stuff from both teams right there.
Exactly. And to see that they've triumphed over one IVS with just 1 point, that was probably nerve-wracking for the team.
Right.
But really, I'm just speechless right now as to how everything, all of the gameplays were pulled off flawlessly. Every player was able to do their very best, exhausting their picks at their fullest potential, especially with the hunters and
Right.
some notable players. Pochspice forward, of course, something to note. Night Owl with her priestess. Wow, that is amazing. Those portal placements, I definitely was not expecting to find a priestess at the arms factory, but seeing how these portal placements just make it so easy to juke the Bloody Queen's mirrors, it makes me want to actually consider using her in the game.
Yeah, definitely. She is an amazing character. But
She
you know,
is.
I was thinking it was like it's something to keep note is that we see amazing gameplay from these players, you know, from the Survivor side and Hunter. The thing to keep note of is that, you know, we see it right now happening, and it looks so nice and easy. The gameplay looks like, wow, amazing kite from that player, or amazing early down for the Hunter. But they have a lot of pressure on them, so to do so well with the pressure on their shoulder for their team, it's just amazing things to see. It's not like they're like choking or messing up. They're doing this perfectly, well coordinated as well. And this is like every match we've seen. It's not like it's very consistent and well strategized from all these teams.
Exactly. I don't think I've even seen what we would call a panic kite. I haven't seen any of that. These players are really so calm. They're cool and collect, level-headed the entire time.
Right.
Same with the hunters. It's like they aren't nervous at all because they are seasoned veterans, and this is the quality of gameplay that we will be able to see when watching skilled players such as players from IVS and NR. It's just amazing. Also, shout out to the community for sending your love to NR. Finally, they are able to advance from this round. Shout outs again to Aurora. she must be she must be so elated right now. Well, I'm very happy for her, but also very happy for the teams, even those who will not be able to advance, because to be able to make it this far in IVC is an honor in itself. And again, I would like to shed light on how difficult that is. Look at this match data.
Wow, Explorer with almost 300% decoding right there, 284%. Wow, not finding Explorer was an amazing call for the Survivor side. You know, did a wonderful job hiding and everything. But you know, great stuff from Blood Queen, shutting down Priestess with 53 seconds of a kite. Wilding trying his best to decode, right? Actually, it's pretty interesting. You know, Wilding got that decoding in, you know, that 95%. So that's pretty good, actually, you know, for someone with like really bad decoding. What are your thoughts?
Well, I was pretty concerned about their decoding progress, especially because we have a mercenary and a wildling, which greatly puts such a debuff on their decoding speed. And the Night Owl being down so early in the game, relatively early rather, I really thought it would be impossible, almost impossible for them to pop all ciphers, but an explorer being there, it really just shows how efficient he can be in Arm's factory. And recall how Ayako was prioritizing finding the explorer, angling her screen downwards towards the ground, because you really want to find that explorer early in the game, because it's to leave the wildling and the mercenary and the priestess to decode on their own. Really, that is a big debuff on their decoding speed. But here are the match results, Rin. What do you think about this?
Yeah, Oxygen is starting off very strong with that sweep, gaining them that 7 points early on. So 7-2. Then, they tied up really nicely at Red Church with 4-4. And IVS doing really well on the third round with 6-2. But, unfortunately, NR was very ahead on their points. So they definitely took a very nice win right there. And it's well deserved. We can see that both teams worked really hard for where they are today, and they definitely showcased their skill. And just like coming up on top with just 1 point, it could have been anybody's game right there. But yeah, best deduction, Oxygen right there with 61 survivor hit. Not a single tear shock, but it doesn't matter. Just as long as you take them down. It's not how it happens, as long as it happens, right? And 19 knockdowns.
Also, 0 remaining ciphers. Amazing.
Right, amazing stuff right there.
I mean, we've seen NR Oxygen bag best deduction yesterday, and now here we are again with Oxygen still claiming that title for this matchup. Oxygen is just on fire here.
Right.
I'm a fan.
Oxygen is such a strong player that we should be fearing as a hunter, because they're doing so well. Every single game they're showcasing their skill and not disappointing at all. Such a great breaking wheel we've seen many times over and over. But yeah, definitely great stuff from both teams. Shout out and respect to both teams for coming today, showcasing their talents and doing their best, and they did amazingly. But stay tuned for more matches, guys. We will head over to our next game very soon.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上， 我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞静待喜盼。
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
Undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily finally get the limo. Leo Beck's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin Uso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from home.
And welcome back, guys, to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And today we will be witnessing the second match of this evening. But first, we'd like to introduce you your MCs for this match. My name is Xeaora, and of course with me is the ever handsome Rin. So Rin, why don't you give me a quick recap of what happened during match number 1?
Oh, in the very beginning, thank you for introducing me, by the way, Xeaora. In the first match, you know, Oxygen did a very amazing sweep right there. It was giving them a great advantage early on. But, you know, we can see that, you know, there was great coordination from both sides. We did see a tram hit, so that was really funny, but so it was something to keep note of. But, you know, in the second round, they tied up very nicely. So it was just to showcase how on par these teams are. You know, they're really strong, and you know they're so good at what they do. But you know, unfortunately, on round 3, you know, NR is going to take that 1-point lead in the very end because their pressure was not as strong as IVS, where they need a 4-man sweep. All NR needed to do was get at least one person to escape, and that's all they really needed, and that's definitely what happened right there. But IVS needed that 4-man sweep, and they just simply couldn't pull it off. But you know, amazing things from both sides. It was not like a simply like, wow, this whole team got destroyed. It was a 1-point difference in the win. So that was very amazing to see from both teams.
Definitely, because I was watching also from the back end, and it was really a close fight. The fact that Team IVS really, you know, poured their heart out into fighting up to the very end. But right now, let's go in towards our second match of the day. This is going to be FAVE versus CTS, and of course, you guys are seeing the corresponding player versus. This is going to be the Hunter. So Pollen for Referenun, and of course for Corone is Violinist. Seeing the stats right here, one of the highlights that I would want to see is basically the average normal attack hits. Although Referenun's Pollen is a bit higher, the fact that Corone was basically the one who introduced to us the Violinist here, and he was able to create that sweep from last week, right? So that means these stats, although it's not, you know, as commonly used as Pollen, the fact that Corone was able to create a statement here, Rin, I think this is a pretty good job for both sides of the team.
Definitely, Corone. We saw in the last week where Corone perfectly placed the notes, hitting every single survivor. You know, we were talking about like, oh, we'd never seen Bio here. Now it just pulls up, you know. But definitely don't underestimate Corone's Violinist. Definitely a very strong character for them. But you know, we are going to see that Mercenary and a Mechanic right here. You know, very strong choices from both sides. But wow, Mercenary actually has a lot of decoding right here, 141.45. But yeah, definitely great stuff. The average pallet hunting hit for the Survivor is actually pretty high as well.
True. I think for Benz's mercenary here, I think they had like two rescuers, and the other one happens just to be the rescuer at hand, and I guess he just needed the time to utilize very well into the coding. Hence, this type of stats. But then again, for Bloom here, having the mechanic, it's really interesting because we don't really get to see that light of day so much for mechanic, right? So it's really priority banned. But I know that if Bloom was able to utilize it, it will be used pretty well, you know, and its maximum potential, because it's more than 100 decoding progress. And even though that it's not that of a high of a win rate, the fact that at least Bloom is getting the job done is really a great contribution to their team.
Right, definitely. Oh, there's the dancer, Chewy.
Oh,
Can I get my dancer gameplay? That would be really nice to see. But yeah, definitely another mercenary from the FAVE side, you know. So, wow, very nice average rescue, actually 1.11 right there. So, you know, FAVE, this player right here is pulling off these really nice saves, you know. That means every single match, at least one save is being pulled off. So definitely a very strong rescuer right there.
Definitely. And if you notice that the pool of survivors coming in from CTS is really interesting. It's one of the things that we don't expect to see, but once they do it, they really do it with their maximum efficiency, you know. But for the side of FAVE, Kloi Home here with Mercenary being used 209 times, and with this kind of win rate here, it only goes to show that Kloi Home is just basically doing his job in rescuing. So he's basically a versatile type of rescuer, having the decoding progress at the same time doing the rescues. And although Chewy here does not have too much of a high of an average rescue, because it really compensates with the decoding progress that he's doing with 130.
Right, wow, another mercenary from FAVE side right here. They love that mercenary pick, like 3 in a row right there. But yeah, definitely great stuff from both sides. We can see that they are going for that meta. You know, mechanic is actually featured on both sides. So it's very nice to see that they're going for this. But I'm really interested in that dancer play later on, or the Vio play later on. But like you said, CTS, very interesting picks they have out here, but they pull it off very nicely each and every time.
Yes, and I would like to have a little favor from you, Rin. Since this is your last day, I would want you to really go out on this match, okay? So I'll be giving you as much space as possible when our game starts. But I'd like to give you a quick trivia, though. Before we actually start with the wild card here for the IVC, I was given the chance to play with Team CTS, and they were very fun to play with. But the interesting discovery that I did was Corone really having no mercy when we had those custom games. So it just goes to show that Corone is really focused on his hunting skills here, and as well as the other members, they're doing a really good job. We had that 2 versus 8 a custom game, and they were really focused. So it just goes to show that they're very, very proficient.
Yeah, definitely. Then yeah, that's actually really cool to see that you're playing with them and they're really chill about it. But yeah, definitely the focus on Corona, you know, not showing any mercy to any single player out there. A really strong character, definitely a really strong bio actually. But yeah, we can see that Mixdown has this Ento, so really interesting. I want to see Ento, more of Ento, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
because
we've seen some Ento, but I want to see more of Ento. Yeah, we seen an Ento.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was during your match earlier, and the entomologist really bought a lot of time. It was an arms factory, I reckon, and it was really good. It was really a change or a pacemaker for the team.
Yeah, you know, we saw that how Ento utilized the beast very well for mobility, slowing down Axe Boy, you know, but Oxygen Fireball was so on point with the combo of Blink, just shut down Ento so nicely. But yeah, definitely really nice utilization from Ento, you know, with that mobility, that slowdown, that harass. Ento is just an overall pretty good character to utilize. They did a wonderful job, I would say.
Definitely, and I'm really excited to see how things are going to pan out in this match, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of fans of both FAVE and CTS right now. So guys, do share your love and support in towards the chat, and I'm pretty sure that they will be getting all of that pumped up energy for them to play in our matchups today. So maybe we get to see another round number 3, and and when that happens, we get to see a lot of pool of survivors that can come from both sides, because in our player versus, they both main the prioritized survivors that are either banned or picked, right? So it's just a matter of who gets to really have that timing on point for both sides of the team. But how about you, Rin? What do you think is the unique traits of FAVE and CTS that makes them different for this match?
I would say the unique thing about CTS is that they have very interesting survivor showcase. We saw that dancer, we saw the vial, and I want to see them being showcased, and that would be very nice to see. But I could expect a round 3, because they are bringing their A game right here. Yeah, sorry about that.
Drink water and
yeah, I'm alive, don't worry. But yeah, definitely could see the sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
I'm dying. No, I'm kidding. No. But yeah, definitely could see their A game. I could expect a round 3, because they're such well-coordinated teams that in the previous one where we saw IVS and NR, they were neck and neck. So I'm expecting a round 3 actually, because this is their final chance. They have to pull through. I don't think there will be any sweeps at all. I think it will be a round 3.
Definitely.
What do you think?
I mean, I agree with you, because from match number 1, if you see, it was a very, very close fight. So it just goes to show that both of our teams are basically fighting it with all their might. So for this match number 2, again, for those who are new here in towards our scene, CTS is the very first Philippine team that we have in towards a tournament such as this. So the fact that this is already a big achievement for Team PH, and if they were able to really do their best here and actually winning this spot, because this is Wildcard, so they were given the last chance to really fight for it. And before the side of FAVE, however, they are also formidable opponents to be reckoned with, because if we did see that last week, that they too really had a close fight, right? So it's just basically more on timing for both sides of the teams. But here you go, Rin, why don't you give me a quick rundown of the drafting phase in our first round, first half?
Well, we saw that Seer ban. Actually, that's actually very interesting to see the Seer ban early on. I was actually expecting a mechanic ban. So, obviously, if they're not going to ban mechanic, someone's going to steal mechanic right here. And, Chewy is definitely taking that opportunity. Wow. Mercenary ban.
All right.
Could it be a breaking wheel again?
It could be. I mean, it's... Pollen is...
Dream
Witch?
Witch?
Actually, Dream Witch. This is an interesting one, because Pollen, you'd usually see it in Ever-Sleeping Town or in maps that are basically big and had a wider range, right? So you can really narrow in the gaps. But Dream Witch here is also interesting, because we've seen a lot of plays wherein a Dream Witch user just corners out a certain type of survivor, so there would be no chances of escape. But with a wide map like this is really interesting for the side of Riff or None. So I'm really excited, because mechanic is open. Forward and Prisoner is used by CTS, so they have double Cypher Rushers.
Yeah, definitely. We see... a pause already.
Oh. Maybe they need to, fix a little bit of tweaks here and there.
But definitely, we've seen before how they the previous game where we've seen they utilize 2 decoders and 2 rescuers, and it was pulled off nicely. Even though Prisoner could not kite as long as they would want or expect, but Mechanic compensate for that and made up so much decoding for their team that it no longer mattered at that point. So we are probably going to see the same thing. Either way, if Riff or None goes for 1 decoder, the other decoder is free to go ahead and Cypher Rush. So really nice strategy to see. It's actually pretty similar strategy, I would say, just that the rescuers are different at this point.
Definitely, and it just is a matter of Refernon spotting out both, because if ever, okay, let's say Refernon spots out the mechanic example. Although the prisoner may be able to go ahead for the Cypher Rush, the fact that Refernon may have already an idea to where the prisoner is, he will have that sort of a blueprint on how he's going to transition from one area to another. So Team CTS has to basically watch out for that. On the other side of the spectrum, I agree with you entirely, because they have double Cypher Rushers. Refernon basically has to make haste. He needs to find these Cypher Rushers that we did mention from earlier, right? So if that doesn't really go into play, and you mentioned even in the previous matches that if you leave the Cypher Rusher neglected, it's just really going to go at a very fast pace. So Refernon really needs to also take a note of that. But Rin, considering these lineups, we also have the Priestess to have that coverage in terms of the map, and also the forward to go with potential stuns and rescues if ever. So what do you think about this overall lineup the Team CTS has?
I think their lineup is actually pretty good, because Priestess will provide pretty nice support. I'm expecting that the Survivor side will go for the corner house to kite like the previous match as well. In the previous game, we saw them utilize the corner house so many times because it's so good, it stalls a large amount of time. You just need to be careful if basement is there or not. But I'm expecting to use the corner house as well. Probably use the corner house, then transition through the portals from Priestess to support more time. But yeah, definitely would be a good choice. But the thing about that is that even if you use the corner house against Dream Witch, her leech will be down, and then the other leech will be chasing you. That's the problem with the corner house against Dream Witch. Against many other hunters, they'll just be right behind you, and you have that looping strategy. But against Dream Witch, it's going to be difficult, because she can be at both areas at the same time. She could be on ground and be up at the same level as you are. So they have to be very careful on how they approach this.
Agree. And I did we did see earlier into the player versus, right? We did see Chewy with the female dancer, but I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, Chewy also uses the mechanic. So this could be pretty interesting as well, because as mentioned, if mechanic were to be open and not banned, it's automatically picked. So I'm pretty sure that both Team FAVE, as far as I know, all the team members of FAVE knows how to play mechanic. So if it were to be open on the second half, that would be pretty interesting. So in hindsight, the fact that all of these members know how to use the meta heroes as well, and they can have the ability to switch their roles, right, is something that is essential in any team, because any adjustments can be made depending on the bans. So the fact that CTS did this, because it's interesting that FAVE may be confident in facing a mechanic rather than the seer, because they don't really want that added protection, right? So that's actually a good call for FAVE. So the fact that CTS was able to adjust accordingly is something that, really commendable for the side of CTS.
Yeah, definitely. Many of these players come in here with like many different characters that they are very good at. Like for the hunter side as well, they're showing that, hey, I'm not a one-trick pony. I have other characters up my sleeve, and they do very well. When they pick their secondary character, they showcase it very nicely. It's not like they only have one strong character to utilize. It's that they practice many hours with different characters as well. But definitely going to the match right here, going straight for the prisoner. Prisoner is out in the open. Very dangerous spot for prisoner. The shock coming in. There's the shock.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, right, if prisoner or one of them were to be spotted out at the very early phases of our game, the other one is going to make haste in doing the work. So right now, we are going to start, but all in all, both the hunter and survivor has to be very careful with the second hunter that is present in Ever Sleeping Town, which is the tram. We mentioned that the Mind's Eye earlier was caught, and look at this, with the patroller's help, was able to capture that prisoner here and destroying the first bot of Chewie.
Wow. Yeah, definitely really good start for Riffernon already. Destroying the bot early on, getting that patroller on Prisoner, shutting down him early on as well. Just great stuff already. Actually, amazing advantage. Mechanic losing that bot could be a problem. They were banking on the Cypher Rush, but putting it in a very challenging spot.
Indeed, it was a very challenging spot, and right now, since the Zenit was already captured and seated in the rocket chair, they need to make haste. So right now, stunned here for iPsycho, but that's gonna be a hit here, and was not able to activate the second puppet, and the rescue is going to happen.
Very nice support from the priest right there. Wow, will that portal alone will be helpful enough for Prisoner to transition far enough against Dreamwitch is the real question right here. Looks like Prisoner is making his way very far actually. Going to another Cypher though, that could be a problem, pushing Priestess away from the Cypher. And
Indeed.
We see another leech going down. Now the problem here is that there are 3 leeches and they need to remove it. They can't. Unfortunate for Prisoner trying to make that play. The mind game of the juke from the portal just couldn't pull it off right there. But yeah, definitely they need to remove the leech if they want to decode. They can't afford to decode with the leeches on them because then Dreamwitch will just camp all these ciphers, making it very hard.
Yeah, and I agree with you that juke attempt coming in from Zenidine was nice, but Riffernon was a one step ahead and was able to deny that fact. So Prisoner once again is to be seated in the rocket chair, so this is last hope. So if they were able to go for the rescue, they need to make haste. So right now, these puppets are starting to find or identify the locations of the other survivors. So what do you think could be the best play for Team CTS here?
They are going to sacrifice Prisoner. There's too much risk saving Prisoner. He's actually out in the open. Even if they save him, most likely he will get hit once again because she does have Blink ready. So honestly, dropping that save is not a bad choice at all. But Ford is very aware, knowing that Riffernon is gonna go for him. So transitioning already, getting sandwiched right here. Very nice baiting. Ford did not fall for it at all. That was very smart. Using the football right there. Nice.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That pallet
for the Ford. Yeah, wrong side right there.
Yes. I think the logic behind that was Psycho was basically trying to at least juke it out in hopes that Riffer would go forward, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. So right now we are down to basically potentially 3 more because they might want to force the save here coming in, but the heavy map control that Riffernon is doing right now is just adding a bit more pressure for Team CTS. But I guess what they can do here is, okay, Bloom was able to go to save, denies the portal in return, but with the help of the Tide Turner, they were able to make a distance.
Yeah, definitely, that juke definitely helped for escape, but it looks like Riffernon is going for the Priestess instead. The problem here is that they can't decode it. Oh, very nice blink right there from Riffernon, taking down Priestess during the vault too. The difficult part is that they are pretty close to ciphers that are being progressed, so they have to be very careful. Very nice pallet stun right there.
And now off to the rocket chair. Bloom goes right here, and forward was saved, yes, so I guess the healing process would be good, but they will be spotted out here, so I guess it's not a best bet to basically heal in an open area. So right now Chewie is the target for Riffernon here, so let's see if Chewie is able to juke him out. That's gonna be the blink, and will be taking the hit.
Now this puts him in a very difficult situation because now no one can save Priestess because Ford is out of the football, so he can't even go for the stun even if he wanted to, and Mechanic unfortunately got hit before she even made it to chair. So it does look like they will have to sacrifice Priestess right here. They couldn't do much about it, honestly. Riffernon did a very excellent job on denying all these rescues. But yeah, it looks like they're healing each other at this point, trying to stall as much time as they can until Priestess does go and return back to the manor. But their best option right now is for someone to go for dungeon, but very tight space right here. Anything could happen.
Okay, so Rivernan already has an idea that Chewie is already in towards Graveyard. So the hunt is basically going to be focused on Psycho, because Psycho was already seated in the rocket chair. So another more is really going to be favorable for Riffer. So look at this, just following him, waiting for the leech to come by, and of course the puppets as well. So this is it, leeched again for the forward here, pallet down for Psycho. So let's see how long it's going to take, because another puppet is on his way here. A bit of a cornered one here, was able to use
very
the
nice football.
Football, but juking here.
Wow,
there.
another nice juke. Wow, Psycho doing an amazing job hiding Dream Witch. Wow, another nice juke.
Nice 360,
so
but finally.
Good.
Yes,
yeah,
finally.
it took like 4 tries. But yeah, definitely difficult situation right here for Mechanic, because even if 4 did all these amazing jukes and kite, it's just not enough for these 2 ciphers to be completed. They're barely even halfway. Does look like everything is in favor of Rivernan right here. What are your thoughts?
I agree, because basically Rivernan isn't going to pick up the forward anytime soon, because it's just going to wait to bleed out. Because if Rivernan were to be taken back to the manor, Mechanic's only option is to go to the dungeon, and that's what Riffer's objective is, you know, to just wait patiently there. So the hit is going to be taken once more for Chewie. So Chewie has to use a lot of terrains here into Graveyard for it to at least survive. Forward was able to self-heal on time, but let's see how this goes, because we have seen a similar scenario like this, and let's just hope that Team CTS may do some miracle plays here. But at the moment, Rivernan is doing a pretty good job in basically containing both of these survivors.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it looks like Rivernan is going to try to slug them out to get that 5-point lead. Very strong, you know, very strong entrance from FAVE right. Very strong entrance from FAVE right here. But you know, they're in a tight situation. They're trying to last as long. Oh, very nice terror shock right there. You know, 4 was trying to mind game right there, but just simply could not pull it off. But Rivernan is just in such a good position, making it very difficult for CTS.
Indeed, and as much as they want to decode, the fact that the puppets are already in their vicinity is making it all the more hard. So even though that Psycho and Chewie are separated, they can't really decode as, you know, thoroughly because of this. Look how Rivernan basically has vision towards both sides. So again, forward here can no longer self-heal. So it's really basically up to Chewie to stand them up. But again, the puppets are starting to be the menace here for the side of CTS. Rivernan going in for the chase. The puppet is also there, very near his tail. So let's see how things are gonna go here.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of time before you know, Rivernan chases down this priestess. I mean, not priestess, Mechanic right here. But it's a very tight situation. You know, like Mechanic has to kite all the way until 4 goes back to the manor, but even then, she's still nowhere close to dungeon.
I'm
Very
not
tight
sure
spot
if
right here.
Chewie was able to spot out the dungeon and Graveyard, but that was the timing of the magic wand.
The problem here is that it's just nothing much you can do, but you know, still trying their best and doing a wonderful job. I must commend all these players out here, all these teams. Their patience on pallet dropping is very nice. Wow. Unfortunately, getting down right there. Yeah, it looks like that's it.
Indeed, but you know what? Let's see if Mechanic can still go up. But at that point, the only way was dungeon. But the fact that Rivernan was able to call it that, okay, let me just surround Chewie with 2 of my puppets so that there will be no forms of escape. And with that being said, Rin, this is a sweep for Rivernan, and that is a game point for FAVE.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they start really strong already with that 5-point sweep. But definitely, I just want to commend all these players with their patience on the pallets. You know,
Definitely.
like, yeah, they do not drop pallets. They're really patient on it. They want to be very accurate. You know, they do not want to fall for any baits. And they're just going through pallets and looping. Just do a wonderful job in general. Every single
Definitely.
player.
Very commendable for the members of CTS as well. Even though that they were knocked out completely by Riffernan, the fact that they were able to really stall a lot of time. And I think for a hunter side, with that kind of prolonged contain, especially we did see that Psycho really had that jukes and 360s, and that was a very tight spot. So normally you'd be getting that hit, but the fact you mentioned the patience coming in from Psycho, so that's just basically amazing for CTS and as well for Chewy, because it was a slim chance that waiting for forward to bleed out and go for the dungeon. It was a slim chance that could have happened, but unfortunately Riffernan really called the shots into cornering out once again Chewy back there. So basically that was the game. But the fact, the patience, that overall determination, you can clearly see it, right? So I'm pretty sure towards our second half it would be a real story, a different story.
Yeah, you know, I think the Riffernan advantage in the beginning was that point that gained so much momentum, you know, hitting Prisoner early on, then Patroller, and knocking him down right away was such a good turning point, you know, just already having that advantage early on, you know, cheering him less than probably 30 seconds into the match. And, you know, Forward going for that stun, but unfortunately could not get it off. But amazing stuff from Riffernan right there.
All right,
Wow.
so let me start it all off first run to FAVE here, with Riffernan having 2 remaining ciphers, 15 survivor hits, so 6 pallets destroyed and 9 knockdowns. Why don't you give me a rundown of Team CTS this time?
Yeah, they did an amazing job decoding, actually. All of them actually did pretty close to the decoding amount. But yeah, Mechanic with that very nice 117-second kite. Unfortunately, Prisoner could not kite as long as they wanted to, but you know, they still tried their best and they did an amazing job.
Indeed. And for those, basically you would want to wonder, there are a lot of questions that may come into mind, right? So first and foremost, why can't they decode when they were separated, right? To answer that, basically it's hard because both of them are injured, right? So they need to create some space for both of them to at least one to go for the kite and one to go and decode. But the fact that the puppets were heavily guarding both of them, it's giving it was giving Psycho and Chewy a very hard time to do so. So the second question that you might want to ask is, we did see Chewy open up a chest, right? So basically the answer to that is in hopes of basically finding a syringe to go heal herself, because you would really want to find or utilize any resources that you can get into Ever Sleeping Town. And I guess at that point Chewy just basically thought that could be the best case scenario, and may not be syringe. But you know what, let's go back and to a quick break first, Rin, and we will be right back.
So far it goes, but we know the new hope we follow. Take us to the truth and lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than with me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. In this game, first play through the chains, some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains, the words collide.
Chapters.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
And welcome back, guys, to the IVC Southeast Asia 2021. Once again, we will be your MCs for tonight. My name is Xeaora, and with me is the handsome Rin. Rin, I hope you have drank your water.
Yes, definitely. Definitely, I drank some water.
That's very nice to hear, okay? Take care of yourself. But let's look back earlier in towards that match. So, from the point earlier, basically you would want to get all of the resources that you would get for the side of Chu, and that was the best case scenario that he had to do. So even though the Riffernan was able to find conclusion into all of that, the fact that Team CTS really did their best, and if you notice, they didn't surrender, right? So basically they really want to fight it all through, and this is going to be the second half of our round number 1, Rin. So we did give some highlights in towards Corone with having a different pool of hunters. So what do you think, or what do you expect, because they will be switching sides, right? So what do you expect from both of our teams this coming second half?
Well, I mean, we saw how strong the Dream Witch pick was because, Riffernan did an amazing job. I mean, if Corone mirrors it, that would actually be pretty cool as well. But somewhere along the lines in round 2 or 3, and yes, I am expecting that round 3 because these players are so amazing. But yeah, definitely, I want to see another Dream Witch. I want to see that mirror play, how they would utilize their own Dream Witch from their own team. Now, the thing is that Riffernan did such an amazing job hitting every survivor, and that caused a huge problem for them. They could not decode. They had to constantly heal. So that was disrupting them from ciphering, and there were so many leeches on them. Not only did they have to unleash, but they also had to heal each other. And then it was just a really big mess. There was not many players decoding at that point, putting them at a very bad spot. But, they still tried their best, and they did their best right there. But Riffernan's pressure was too strong.
I agree with you, and for the sake of for the side of CTS, Corone here, I did mention that he doesn't really have that mercy. So I'm interested to what hunter that he is going to pick. So if he were to pick, this is just an example, right? If he were to pick the violinist, what are your thoughts about this?
That's very difficult to say. I would not expect a Vile early on in this match because there are elevations area, and Vile doesn't do that well against elevation areas. I mean, like, the placement had to be spot on. Spot on by string by string kind of thing. And that's very difficult, Probably a safer choice would just go for that same mirror match of a Dream Witch. But, I'll be very surprised to see Antonio here because those strings need to be accurate because that's all he has to bank on, Everything is on those strings. If he does not hit those strings early on, the kiter will contain a large amount of time, and it could definitely cost him. But we definitely saw how Corone hit those strings very perfectly, and I could be wrong all about this, and he's gonna go Vile and prove us all wrong right here. But yeah, I just think that a safer pick would be a Dream Witch as well.
Yeah, but you know what?
There's
I'm also not neglecting the fact that Pollen may be picked by Corona, I mean, Pollen is really effective here in towards this map, so I'm not discarding that fact just yet. But as you mentioned, Mechanic is banned here, so CTS basically respects that Team FAVE knows how to use this specific survivor.
Definitely. You know, not banning that Seer right there is very interesting. So it might not be Dream Witch then. You know, Dream Witch favors in the ban of Seer usually, but it does not look like that's the case. So I don't think it's Dream Witch anymore. What if it's a sculpture? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Again, other than Pollen, it may be Dream Witch, or yeah, I agree with you, could be Sculptor. Also not neglecting a Bloody Queen here, because Bloody Queen can still be the consistent hunter that we still have. And for the side of the survivors here, they really like to go on the hoodies, right? We do see Priestess, we see the Seer, and we see Mercenary as well. Hooded. Ooh, there you go. And Prisoner to be their decoder. And the Sculptor as well, as you mentioned. And this is pretty interesting because Corone, I mean, I was able to see him use this, and it was used pretty well. So I'm interested to see excuse me, how he is going to use this in Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, definitely Sculpture is always a strong pick. And you know, Seer always has to be careful against Sculpture, but we know how Priestess set up to support in Ever Sleeping Town so well. Every single match when Priestess support in Ever Sleeping Town, they do it flawlessly, and we will expect the same thing in this match right here. Best choice right here, finding the Prisoner as soon as possible to prevent that Cypher rushing. But we will see how Corone operates the game right here.
Of course, and right now Corone is basically the middle side of our map here, so it's safe to say that Team FAVE is quite scattered in the area, so they have an ample amount of space to at least decode these ciphers. So Corone just basically destroying these gadgets coming in from Mixdown, and because he has this presence coming in here, I think Prisoner might be the first target, so it's quite similar to our first match, wherein the respective cipher decoders are, you know, the one being spotted out early.
Yeah, Prisoner was very patient on waiting for Sculpture, you know, rotating around, not falling for that mind game. Ooh, very nice. I like it. Ooh, very nice Palisade from Prisoner. That'll buy some time to transition right there. But yeah, definitely really good early pick, finding Prisoner early on. Very nice chip damage. Has to be careful right here. Can't afford another chip damage.
Oh, but you know what?
Another one right there.
Yes. Again, chip damages are basically lethal if you keep hitting it at this point. But Corone really doing a good job in terms of timing, right? In terms of placing these statues. And Mixdown, okay, will be protected by the Seer. Okay, and but you know what? The distance is basically going nearer and nearer, and the fact that Mixdown needs to basically kite all this through if they really want to have that successful three cipher kite. So right now, what do you think about this, Rin?
You know, Mixdown is actually doing a wonderful job kiting. You have to applaud the kiting because Mixdown is kiting in the same area, trying not to kite to any survivors, but unfortunately disrupting. Wow, actually no, finishing that cipher very nicely. Good. Yeah, but definitely, you know, Mixdown, if you notice carefully, they were just kiting in the same area and looping the same area to buy as much time as possible, just don't wanting to run into any ciphers. So great job on their part right there.
So basically Corone here not going too far for Mixdown right here, because you basically want to secure as much survivors as possible. So if you notice that Corone is just basically shooing the members of the rescue as their FAVE here off, right? So right here we do see Fly Home trying to go for the rescue. Gets the hit, takes the save, and let's see. Of course, priority for Corone will be Mixdown.
Wow, very nice job from Corone, already getting Prisoner back down after that save. Oh, here comes the chisel. We are going to see the chisel utilizing right here. Unfortunately, couldn't get any vision on anybody right there. Has to drop the chisel. Mixdown doing a wonderful job, still going down at the same place, not taking any chances of, you know, wanting Corone to a different place so they can disrupt the cipher.
Definitely, but that was basically, bought enough time for Team FAVE to have that 3 ciphers down. So as you mentioned, the timing was really, favorable in their hands. So you do see Ben's right here to be spotted out. Statues try to delays, but is the save going to happen? Nope. Because Mercenary here is at 75% injured. So any more chip damage can basically lead to a knockdown. So Ben's right here trying to go for the save successfully. Let's see
Really
if the hit
nice
is going
save.
to
Body
hit
block.
through.
Needs this body block. Really needs this body block. They need the body block because it's almost prime. There's the pop already. Wow, very nice pop from their team right there. Not taking any risks with Sculpture Statue.
Okay, the Cypher has been popped already, so Mixdown just needs to basically buy some time for the other members of Team FAVE to go ahead into the exit gates. But this is pretty interesting. Ooh, look at that. That was a very close hit for Corona here, but Mixdown doing a pretty good job using the terrains right now. Pallet down, but not going to just deny it just yet. Will be injured though, but look at this. Let's see how this goes, because is the exit gate open?
Oh, yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, it is, right?
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Ooh. Wow, Prisoner is in a tight spot. Trying to go for that corner. Oh, unfortunately could not make it. Wow, it was so close too. Prisoner was near gate. I was expecting the clutch gate escape right there, but yeah, definitely great stuff from both sides. But the Survivor just pulling up on top right here. Very nice coordination overall.
Yes, and although we did mention this is actually a pretty good job for Corona to spot out the Prisoner, but with that, we did see that Mixdown was able to buy an ample amount of time with the help of the Seer, with the help of Play Home as well, to basically save body block, as you mentioned. It really worked well in terms of the time for Team FAVE. But for the side of CTS, that was a nice try for Corona here. You were able to get one, so still, guys, don't give up just yet. You still have round number 2 to turn the tides around. So this is the current points that we have right now. 8 points for Team FAVE and 1 point for CTS. Don't give up just yet, Team CTS, because once again, you still have round number 2. So Rin, what are your thoughts about that game?
Yeah, definitely. Prisoner did a wonderful job just kiting in the same area. You're very tempted to transition to a better area to kite, but Prisoner keeping that patient and knowing that I cannot go anywhere else or I would disrupt my teammate Cypher, So just did a wonderful job kiting in just one area over and over. So very nice job from Prisoner. It's very hard to stay in one spot and be like, I'm going to take this one area and kite back and forth with it. And, Prisoner did it very well overall.
Agree with you. And that was our first round win, but still, don't give up just yet for Team CTS. That is their winning condition. They just need that extra push. They need that determination to really go and beyond. For the side of FAVE, you guys are looking pretty good here. So all you have to do is just basically maintain the pace. For the side of CTS, I'm still rooting for you guys. You can do this. And of course, as well for Team FAVE. And wow, that was an interesting fight for both sides of the team. Rin, we did see that Rifernan was able to use the Dream Witch, and for this time, Corona used Sculptor. Why don't you give me a rundown of the match data now?
Yeah, Priestess doing the most decoding, 216. Excellent job right there. Merc is the main decoder out here, 142%. 174% from Seer, but the 145-second kite from Prisoner was game-changing for them. Just did an amazing job. What do you think on the Hunter?
For the side of Hunter, CTS Corona, he was able to get 14 survivor hits and pallets destroyed 6, knocked down 3. Again, Corona did a pretty good job in spotting out Mixdown as early as possible. It just so happens that the other members, as you mentioned here, are basically, doing also their part in helping Mixdown to try and contain Corona. But Corona here, if he was able to, get Mixdown at an earlier pace, he might have had, a better pace in terms of getting the other hunters. But for now, it was a good job for Team FAVE and CodeTScouts. You can still win this out. You just need, that extra push. Because I think for the side of Corone, he might not be able to use pollen as much because we already discussed that pollen is very effective in towards this map, but he was also pretty good with the sculptor. Again, it was just about the timing that was the difference for both sides of the team. So what do you expect, Rin, on to our next round?
I expect that during this next round we are probably going to see the Vile from Corone. I'm actually really excited to see that because Corone did such a wonderful job last week on it. So I am very expecting to see that once again because the streams were so accurate. But yes, we are going to we are going to be back really quick, so stay tuned for the next matches, guys.
ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
And welcome back, guys, to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. Once more, we will be your casters. My name is Xeaora, and with me is Rin. Again, Rin, drink your water. And I just want to say, before anything else, please stop the Luca abuse. You know, guys, you've been targeting my prisoner for as long as, you know, we saw that in previous matches. Prisoner always the first. So, you know what, guys, if any more updates for IVC, go on ahead and scan that QR code on towards our Discord, or you can type in discord.gg/identity5. So, Rin, this is round number 2. What are your thoughts or what are your expectations for both sides of our team?
Okay, I want to make one thing clear. It was not Luca abuse. I mean, if you think about it, that was an amazing kite from Luca. Was it really abusing Luca, or was it abusing Sculpture right there? But
well, true. You got that on point. But you know what? The fact that Luca is, being the one first to be targeted, he is the attraction, He's the attraction.
Right, the main attraction.
Yeah,
definitely. But yeah, going to round number 2, CTS have to, step it up with their strategy, like change it up and like get really creative. But because they're in a very tight position now, the pressure is on them, so they got to get that A game going. But yeah, I'm very excited to hope to see Corone's Vio, because I think they can do an amazing job, and they did showcase that they did do an amazing job last week. They shut down every single survivor that came into their way. Those just beautiful and perfect notes. It sounds like I'm rooting for Corone for that Vile, and I really am. It's just so amazing to see, because we don't see that often, We don't see a Vile getting picked, and it's like a Vile is getting shunned, but when it does happen, it's really interesting and really nice to see, because we can learn from it as a community, Watching these gameplay, we can definitely learn a thing or two and help us improve as well when we play ourselves. So it's really nice to see different characters coming in.
True, you can consider it as like one of the underrated hunters that Corone is showcasing, right? So that's actually a pretty good deal. But for the side of Riffernan, the fact that he was able to use the Dream Witch in such a very wide map, and he basically used it into its efficiency, it was also a pretty good job coming in from him. So the fact that I'm pretty sure Dream Witch could be respected, but again, it depends on the map. Because if you mentioned that if it's an elevated map, Violinist might not be the best hunter for that scenario. So if it were, let's say, Arms Factory or Red Church, maybe the Violinist may come aboard. But if it were like, let's say, Moonlit River Park, or it could be Sacred Heart Hospital, one of your favorites, I don't think the Violinist would come and shed to light anytime soon. But this is what makes it interesting, right? Because there is a lot of pool of hunters as well. Violinist, considering it as one of the underrated, maybe we can see another hunter to be displayed here. Like we mentioned, it was last week, right? A sudden spawn of undead came to light, and that was pretty interesting. So I'm just basically excited to how things are going to pan out for both of our teams.
Yeah, definitely. That undead pick was actually really surprising, but they did not disappoint as well. They did an amazing job playing Percy right there. But yeah, if the best pick for a Vile would be Red Church. If they could get Red Church, definitely a Vile pick would be really optimal and really nice for Corone right there. But yeah, it could be anyone's game depending on the map right here. But CTS gotta pick up the pace and re-strategize right here. We could get pretty creative. We saw how their team is formatted, just like Ganser pulling up too. It's just interesting to see.
Indeed, I agree with you on that. So basically, it's just, again, for the match number 1, I think both of our teams really did, a good job. It just so happens that the timing was in favorable hands of FAVE. I keep saying timing over and over again because it was pretty evident, because the timing when, the mechanic from earlier was able to, cross the pallet, but the puppet was already there, standby, waiting for it to strike. And as well for Corone right here, the timing to spot out the prisoner is basically one of the hindsights of their game here. And it was unfortunate because all the while Mixdown was buying time, the other members were just basically doing their job in decoding. So right now, this is Red Church, so we could consider Violence to come out. But for now, Rin, why don't you give me a quick rundown of this draft?
Yeah, it looks like it is a mechanic ban and a mercenary ban. Could it be Breaking Wheel ? From Riffernan? Yeah, the ban of the Dream Witch. Riffernan did an amazing job playing Dream Witch right there. Does not want to deal with it once again. Very, very interesting though. The mechanic and mercenary ban for me. I think it might be Breaking Wheel. I could be wrong, but most likely Sculpture. What do you think?
Sculpture is pretty viable here as well, Ren. I mean, I agree with you because we were also highlighting Corone's violinist for later, but I'm pretty sure that Corone can also have a pool of hunters. But for Riffernun, Dreamwitch is to be respected because at the earlier game or at the earlier match, it was very basically evident as to why that happened, right? So Sculptor, yeah, could be viable here. And we did see, I did forget to mention who that specific hunter was, but we did see a Pollen user here, right? So, but I don't think that Pollen would appear here. Maybe Sculptor could be the best bet, or Bloody Queen.
Right, yeah, definitely. You know, they are gonna utilize Priestess, probably use her at the church in the back format. So great supporting character for their team already. But I want to say it's Sculpture. I'm banking it on Sculpture, but there's a possibility it's Breaking, because we saw Breaking Wheel here already.
Yeah.
They could go again with it. And there's the forward band. Ooh, it's probably Sculpture then.
Gravekeeper and Coordinator. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't seen that right now for today. So that's very nice to see.
So basically, we do have this here for support Priestess to narrow down the map all the more. Gravekeeper again, another rescue. Actually, yeah, another rescuer here. Bon.
Wow.
It's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, it really has.
Yeah, actually,
I was talking earlier with Kahelle about it, and yeah, wow, this is the match right here with Bon. Very excited to see this from Riffernun.
I'm excited for this for both sides because we have the Coordinator who also has been a long time, or at least I saw last week that they were able to use it, or yesterday rather. They were able to use it, but right now here I'm going to witness Coordinator once again, so this is interesting. And for Riffernun, Bon, it's just interesting because Bonbon's bombs can also cover a lot of coverage in towards our map, especially if he was able to place a survivor in a rocket chair. Those bombs can be quite tedious to work with. But right now, Rin, we are going in towards our second round, and Riffernun already spotting out Gravekeeper.
Yeah, oh, very nice bomb dodge from Gravekeeper, not wanting to take it. If gets hit by a bomb right there, it could be it. Like early, there it is. Very nice timing from Riffernun. We just talked about how if it gets hit by a bomb, the melee will definitely come in. But yeah, definitely early hitting from Riffernun was very nice.
And right now, as you mentioned, already early hit coming in from Riffernun here, so he's doing basically a good job. Again, the timing, is evident at this point. So this is 75% injury. The Sears Owl was timed as well, so that's a pretty good job right now. Takes the hit, not going to hit Psycho just yet, but Psycho may go towards a transition to a better terrain to kite with. So bombs are placed, pallets going to be your excitement to be used. So that again is timing here.
Gravekeeper did an amazing job with that stun and barely making it out of the bomb in time. Very great stuff. Oh, looks like it's corner right now. Can't do much taking that hit. But yeah, it looks like the Bonbon was bringing excitement for Coordinator, but does not meet Coordinator in the match yet, and just does an amazing job shutting down Gravekeeper. We saw how early on getting that first hit on Gravekeeper was very good. But Coordinator is here now. Something to know. I thought he dodged it in time. But a very nice shot from Coordinator. Going for that safe save right there. Oh, there's the Priestess helping.
Go on.
Getting hit. Oh yeah. I was saying like how Priestess was supporting Gravekeeper right here very nicely. But oh wow, Gravekeeper doing an amazing dodge from both. Wow.
I'd also like to commend though Bloom here with the portals. It was really well placed in towards church because look, even though Psycho was captured here in towards going into church, going into the terrains in the graveyard, the fact that portals helped a lot in that kiting process was also good. So if you see now they're already down to 2 ciphers remaining. So that portal as well was able to stun down Ripper Nun and go for that successful save. So that's gonna be a hit to be taken
Very
by
nice
Blue.
body block right there.
Yes,
Buy some
exactly.
time for Gravekeeper to transition away. But yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. The thing about Gravekeeper is like such an amazing job dodging all these bombs. We can see how like it's like very small, like a thin hair of the area where the bombs don't hit. The Gravekeeper doing an amazing job. Yeah, that was very close. Gravekeeper is only 1 chip away, but you know the ciphers are almost prime. Just need to last a bit more. Gravekeeper is at a very dangerous spot for Gravekeeper. Oh, unfortunately getting down right there. Oh, the pop coming in. Oh, unfortunately getting down. Well timed from Riffernun, knowing that pop was going to happen right there.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is still like a half health for Psycho to be in the rocket chair. So Zenadine is already on his way to opening the gates. I think he knows it changes to teleport. Well, actually, no, that's the last chair here. He went to go for the teleport here. Now is on the chase with Zenadine. Zenadine here tries to buy some time, so at least 2 of them would go in towards the east gate, right? So this is a good spot for Zenadine to basically go for the kite. So let's see how things are gonna pan out here. Oh no!
Oh wow, that was so close. If she made it right there, that could have been. Actually, I think if she made it right there, that would have been a 3-man, right?
Yes.
Ooh, or very close to it actually, because
if she made it right there in towards the portal, basically Riffernun will be forced to use that portal, and that stun would give him an adequate time for the coordinator to go in towards the dungeon, because we saw that the dungeon was very near, right? So that
was a global portal to the
global
gate.
portal, sorry.
Yeah.
But still, it was really, really close. It just, again, the timing of the bomb. We saw that timing of the bomb once again. But it was going into a tie. So let's say that Team CTS was able to go for a sweep here, though. So round number 3 may come and arise from this game. So pressure, as you mentioned from previous one, this could be in the hands of CTS. But then again, this is Red Church. The violinist of Corone basically thrived here in this specific map. So let's see. But there's also the option of Team FAVE banning this violinist out. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that actually could be a possibility. They probably did their research knowing that this viol is amazing right here, and probably do not want to deal with that at all. But I just gotta respect how Gravekeeper dodged all of these bombs. It was so good. But everything was so close though. You think about it, if Gravekeeper lasted a bit longer, or if Riffernun did not get that melee in, could that have been a 3-man instead? Or if Coordinator went through that global portal, could that have been a 3-man instead? very close call from this match. Probably the closest call I would say throughout all the matches in the tournament for me. Yeah, so many close call. Anything could have been a win at that point. But Riffernun denying both times, actually denying the pop right there, denying Coordinator going through that global board. Just great stuff from Bonbon.
True. I was really this close to calling Bonbon Pingu because he looked like a penguin. But right now, give me a rundown of the match data, Rin.
Perfect decoding. This is actually perfect. This is probably, this is the perfect decoding. I have never seen this. 200%, 200%, 100%. But yeah, Gravekeeper did an amazing kite. 141 seconds. Wow. Great stuff.
He was not
from
able to touch any cipher there, but it was heavily compensated with his containment. So that was actually
an amazing
pretty good.
kite. What about Bonbon?
Okay, Bonbon here having 17 survivor hits. Pout destroyed his 4 knockdowns, 5. So imagine that 17 survivor hits, and Psycho was basically, going in towards those terrains. So that was basically a good job. But Fave also did his part and, taken down Psycho in the process, despite being contained for such a long time. And Zenadine as well. I think Zenadine was caught there again into that very, very close of a call into that global portal, and potentially going in towards that east gate. But you know what? That was still a good job to both sides of the team. It's basically a close fight. You know, we haven't had any rounds here from match 1 up to now that isn't close.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely do agree. They're doing a great job, both sides, CTS and yeah, we'll be back after this. Definitely can stay tuned for the next few matches.
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
And welcome back, guys, to the IVC Southeast Asia 2021. And you've witnessed very close action here for both Team FAVE and Team CTS. So right now, Rin, this could be a bit of an added pressure for Team
There's a
CTS.
lot of pressure, actually.
Yes, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, if my math is still on my brain cells, they need a sweep, right? They need a sweep to force a round number 3. I could be wrong, but yeah.
They just need to actually just win, a win or sweep right there, right, to go for that next round. But yeah, it's very difficult. They have a lot of pressure on them. But I just want to say the coordinated shot was actually really nice. I wasn't expecting that not to pull off because, you know, Bonbon went around the chair. I was expecting it to hit the chair, but it did not. So that was really amazing. But something to understand about their team is that they went for a safe route of rescuing Gravekeeper. They did not want to, waste any time, because if you saw too much time with Bonbon, there's a huge risk that you could potentially fail that rescue because Bonbon and Sculpture are really good at stuffing a rescue. So definitely getting that flare gun in right away and just saving immediately was very a smart choice from coordinator. We saw the same feat by the priestess, waiting until Bonbon, chaired the Gravekeeper and instantly saving with the portal to stun Bonbon.
Yes.
And, very nice body block and transition from Gravekeeper from that point. But they went for immediate rescue and a very safe route of saving Gravekeeper, which was very smart. It was in their favor at that point. So definitely good job on the survivor side for that.
Definitely. So it's a win or a sweep scenario for Team CTS. Keep the flame alive there, guys. And for the side of Fame, once more, you just need to basically keep your leads going here. So that's basically the winning conditions for both sides of our team. So this is interesting because this summer we've been highlighting how Corona is going to pan out here. There is a possibility that Violinist may be banned, but there is also this fact that, Team FAVE might be confident as well in facing Corona's Violinist and, just stick to the meta ban in terms of hunters, right? So with that being said, what are your expectations for the side of FAVE in terms of their survivor picks, Rin?
I'm not quite too sure. I know it's gonna be a mechanic ban. They could probably go for the Seer as well, but I'm not quite too sure on how they want to position this. But Priestess would be a good choice. We've seen the showcase of Priestess already, so definitely, if possible, get the Priestess in and rolling. Gravekeeper could be an alternative for a rescuer, so that's very nice to say. But back to what you said about the Violinist, I think they should ban Vio. I don't think they should take that risk of, playing against Corona. So it's like, sure, underrated hunter, but we can't just underestimate Corona because they did such a wonderful job with Vio. Like, if I were on their team, I would definitely ban Violinist. They're so skilled at Violinist, hitting all these strings. It's just taking a really big risk, not banning such an optimal hunter for Corona right there. So yeah.
I agree with you, and I guess it's just basically about respecting the main of each of our hunters and our survivors as well. I agree with you. Mechanic may not see the light of day here. Maybe could be a Seer or Mercenary to be banned the second after the Mechanic. So yeah, I'm also not neglecting any other survivors that can be chosen by Team FAVE here, because I think in match number 1, correct me if I'm wrong, we were able to see a Prospector, right? In your match? Yeah. Were you able to see a Prospector? With the Kahelle?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. It was
okay.
very nice to see. Definitely Prospector coming in. Shao Kahn was known for playing forward and Prospector. Getting that forward ban in, then Shao Kahn opting for Prospector. It was a good pick. Prospector stun saw a large amount of time for Prisoner to transition. But I don't think one of their signature characters is Prospector, though. So I think, this is my guess for the lineup. Somewhere, Gravekeeper, Prisoner, Seer, if not banned, and Priestess. If that's the possibility.
Yeah. True, because again, Priestess here also gives a lot of coverage into the map, as we mentioned, because you mentioned this earlier, right? That Priestess or Bloom was able to save the Gravekeeper from that chair, and it was like at half health, before half health, if I'm not mistaken. So it was enough to stun down the Bonbon, so that was basically good. So efficiency wise, Priestess may be chosen here again, as you mentioned, if not banned for this year. Actually, I agree with your lineup, because it's just, you know, that viable lineup that they can have here on towards Red Church. So it's just basically a question of a hunter pick here for the side. We need to know what kind of ban can FAVE do. Are they going to respect the violinist that will come from Corone, or will they, you know, be confident about facing the said violinist and just ban, let's say, either Dream Witch, or could be Sculptor, or, you know, those in on the meta?
The thing about the ban right now is that, you know, Red Church is a map that any hunter could play on at this point, but it's like if you ban one of the hunter, let's say you ban Dream Witch, it opens still a large amount of hunters that Corone can play. And then even if you ban Vile, they have the Sculptor and Dream Witch ready. It's just interesting, you know. Either way, they have that diverse pool ready. It's just a matter of what hunter they are willing to face. And they think that they have the advantage over this hunter because they want to ban the hunter that seems like the most threat to them or to their team composition.
I agree with you on that. So yeah, it's just basically, you know, on the draft that will, you know, dictate on how their pacing is going to be. Excuse me, on how things are going to go for both sides of the team. Because again, FAVE here, let's just basing on the score line, right, is in a quite of a lax position. They just basically need to maintain their current scoreline. For the side of CTS now, it needs a lot of effort to be exerted here, and not denying this fact that Corone needs to win, at least take 3 survivors or a sweep for them to force that game number 3. So with this on the line, of course, because basically this is the spot for, you know, the wild cards to potentially go into our group stages. So I guess this is the best time to really dish out everything that you can on the table, because both of our teams are really fighting at their very best for that spot. So yeah, like we've already talked about the draft, we've also talked about the winning conditions here. So I may not expect any, you know, what do you call this, different picks or cheesy picks, as we call them, to come out here, because yeah, again, you want to utilize any survivor that will, you know, go to your arsenal for that win. Only I think the violinist could, you know, pass out as, you know, one of the underrated hunters to be used. So for Team FAVE, you know, yeah, not seeing any prospector here. Guessing it would be Mechanic and Priestess ban.
Oh, there's the Priestess ban.
Okay.
There is a lot of pressure on CTS, but, you know, preferably they just need that win or that sweep, but they definitely still can afford that tie, because then it will still be round number 3.
Sculptor.
Oh, then, yeah, Sculptor ban. Wow. Does that mean it's Vile? Can we see a Vile coming in? This might be our Vile.
Could be a Vile, or maybe Corone have some very secret hunter on his arsenal. But you mentioned that the Seer is open, so Seer and Mercenary is going to be used by Team FAVE, so he has to be very careful about this, because although Seer is a support, that owl can be very tedious to work with, especially if it's placed in a timely manner. So he needs to be, you know, with extra caution in terms of, you know, facing off this Seer. But then again, if the owls were to have a certain amount of cooldown, that could go in favor of Corone, because, you know, Benz could be the target. So the next band's going to be the forward here. Who do you think are the next two?
I think it looks like a setup for Vile, but Vile could be at a disadvantage fighting a C. Oh, Garner! Uh-oh. Is that my Garner?
Is it gonna be?
Yeah.
Is it to be?
Yeah.
Edgar is also here! The painter! Oh, yes!
Yes!
First gardener!
Wow! That's made me so proud. But yeah, painter is coming in as well. It's very nice to see. This is a very interesting... There's the Vile too. This is actually a very interesting match because Garner. Okay, I'm very baffled right now with that Garner pick. I was expecting like the normal
I can tell
pick.
that you're pretty excited here because you
I was like,
Gardner. You love Emma here, and it's just pretty exciting because I agree with you. Even though, let's say, the Gardener here has the bubbles to work with, it also can be very tedious because, sure, those bubbles can have that certain amount of cooldown, but if Domi-chan has the capacity to buy a lot of time for to contain Korone, now that could be a problem for CTS. So I know, Rin, you're very excited, so why don't you introduce us into the game?
Yeah, no, definitely. Vio is going to the broken area to see if there is any survivor that he can definitely scope out. But no one is there. You know, they are efficiently rotating around. They're being very careful on which spot they are willing to decode. But yeah, Mixdown is probably going to take the first kite once again. You know, Prisoner Mixdown. Oh, no.
He's changing target.
Yeah, I think Korone is looking for Garner out here.
Truly. Because
yeah,
again,
it looks like.
Oh, that's your first note.
Going for the very nice cut off.
That's the string.
Has to be careful.
Right here.
Very nice owl from Benz.
Yes.
Wow.
That was on timing.
That was, you know, yeah, not risking that hit from Vio. You know, it could have been a really risky gamble that, hey, maybe I won't get hit if I make it to the talent time. But, you know, they just went for the safe option. Very nice. Ooh. Willing. Yeah, it looks like Siri's just willing to take that melee instead of, you know, getting hit by a note. So that's very good patience right there.
Oh, he was hit once again. That's going to be another chip damage. And oh no, he was not able to put the pallet down. And that's going to be the first down for the side of FAVE here. And Korone doing a good job in basically capturing Benz here.
Yeah, you know, also disrupting the graveyard cipher as well. So, you know, Korone is in a good position. You know, they can't no longer decode the graveyard cipher unless Seer kite away after being saved. But in a very difficult spot right here.
See, this is
the
similar habit that Korone does. You know, he gets that first and then just tries to catch them off guard with the notes, was able to go for the save, and the last effort is going to be hit here.
Yeah, Mercenary trying his best to finish the cipher, but yeah. Definitely, you know, Seer is transitioning away, does not want to disrupt Mercenary Cipher no longer, which is a great choice right here. Dying as far as possible, trying to buy as much time for his team. You know, Korone is doing an amazing job as Vio, you know, early shutdown, destroying the owl as well. Great stuff. You know, definitely showed up not to disappoint anyone at all.
And I'm pretty excited for this Gardener as well because he might be the next target right now. So Rin, I want you to take this floor.
Yeah, you know, Garner, I think they're dropping the save, or they might go for it. Yeah, it looks like they are going to go for it.
They're dropping the save because the Cypher's primed already, so they're just waiting for someone to be, you know, taken down, to say the least. Oh, actually, no. They're going to force it?
No, they're going for the save. Oh, wow.
Oh, that
great
was
timing.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Waiting for that to happen to connect the string right away. Not even a single reaction chance from Seer. But yeah, like you said, looks like Garner is the next victim right here.
Oh yeah, we'll have to correct myself. That Cypher Prime was the fourth Cypher to be decoded.
There's the shield coming in.
Domi-chan here? Alright. So,
looks like there is a pause right there.
And of course, we will be giving them time to basically fix that over. But right now, going back in towards that game, it was a really close save. I mean, a pretty close one coming in from Team FAVE because they got the rescue, sure, but the notes and the strings were already prepared for that knockdown that will be coming in from Korone. So that's a good job coming from them. So it left the Mercenary no choice but to just, you know, go as far as possible before Korone basically transitioning to a different target.
yeah, you know, Corona did a wonderful job. You know, chasing Seer is very deadly. You know, if Seer is able to kite you, they're just gonna build that owl. And the thing about how Seer is so good is because they build owls so easily. You know, it doesn't take long to obtain another owl. But you know, Corona did a wonderful job catching up to Seer and making him use the owl early on, then forcing him and cutting him off with those pods and forcing him to take the melee. Just amazing stuff from Corona, you know? Like, hey, I won't hit you with these strings. I just need to cut you off so I can still get the melee. So it's either do you want to get hit by the string or do you want to get hit by a note instead. So definitely amazing stuff from Corona early on.
But also good job to Team FAVE because they were able to dwindle all of the decoding down to a single cipher remaining. So Corona may have gotten this the Seer, but he also has 3 more members of Team FAVE to work with, and he was able to spot out Domi-chan before basically going into an official pause. Because right now, I guess after Corona spotting out the Gardener, if it were to come back, Gardener will be trying his best to kite potentially, but I think this may go towards a tie, probably, unless he was able to, you know, to catch at least another more for their arsenal, because again, they need at least a win or a sweep for it to, you know, work in towards their favor. So Rin, what are your expectations on this one?
Yeah, actually, you know, Gardener is actually in a very difficult situation after, you know, the deduction comes through, but you know, they still can make it because they only have 1 cipher remaining, so definitely could still possibly go through with that 1 cipher. As long as they saw enough time for that cipher to be primed, they should definitely be okay with that tie at this point. You know, Seer is definitely back to the manor, so striving for that tie is the most likely chance that they are going for. But yeah, the Survivor side is in a difficult situation a bit because it's not like the last cipher is primed or anything. It's just it's still being worked on, so they have to be careful on their decision making. Or else it could go downhill from here.
Yep, definitely. And right now, we did see the cipher rush that really came along from Team FAVE. So I guess no denying that could add some amount of pressure for Corona at this point, because if he lets at least a single cipher to be popped, it's just a matter of Team FAVE waiting for either someone to be knocked down, if let's say he has detention at hand, or maybe, you know, it could be going for a change of strategy, might use a teleporter to narrow the gap or the distance, because I reckon based on the position of the other members, they're basically near the north gate, because Corona was in the red carpet, right, which the east gate is located at. So basically survivors wouldn't go into that direction. So right now, I guess the best case scenario that Corona can hope for is have that 3 points, or have that 3 survivors out. And in here, I still can't really conclude, because it's a matter of the execution or the performance of both sides of the team, because we saw earlier, right, into the first half of round number 2, that the coordinator, it was a very, very close call into entering that global portal. So anything can basically happen in towards our second half right here.
Yeah, definitely, you know, that coordinator, if she made it to that global portal, I think that was a 3-man at that point. But yeah, definitely could be anyone's game right here. But, you know, if Corona is able to stuff a single save, that could be an amazing turning point for Corona, going for that maybe a 3 or 4-man at that point. So, you know, it depends on how the match goes with shutting down Gardener, or how stuffing the rescue from Gardener right there. So we have to be... we're going back into the match. Very nice.
Yes.
Taking down Gardener already. No.
Go on.
Oh yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Like, you know, if Corona is able to stuff this save, this could be definitely it for what Corona needs to get this 3 or 4-man sweep right here. So they have to be very careful. Corona strings are very deadly Looks like Corona is going to push for Painter. Painter is trying to maneuver away. Oh, very nice string right there. Very expected for Corona. We've seen how many times. Oh, amazing
nice blink
right there. Wow. Oh, taking down Painter less than like 10 seconds right there. Amazing stuff.
I guess it's safe to assume earlier that Domi-chan is just, opting for that bubble because, correct me if I'm wrong, you need to at least stand still to be able to get that said bubble, right? So, in hindsight, yes, it could be a common mistake for others to think that they are standing still. Could be more of that, but, going into this current game that we have, so a change of target is what Corona did right now, knowing that Painter could be tedious to work with afterwards is the best target for him. So nodes are springing out across the board, spotting out Mercenary, who is injured. That was a close call, that was a close hit right now. So strings attached right here, and that's gonna be another hit. With the help of the borrowed time, however, he may buy some enough time to at least go far away to try and, let the other members pop that cipher and potentially... Oh, actually, there you go. Klua is already knocked down, so Corona will change target now. He might try to deny that remaining cipher to be decoded.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Corona is just constantly injuring every survivor, trying to take them down one by one. Oh, Garner destroying that chair right there. But yeah, Corona is not trying to dedicate to any one survivor, just scouting out and opting to see which cipher is being done. Oh, there's the teleport coming in. Very nice.
Again, denying that fact because strings. Once more, targeting Edgar right here, mixed down. Not enough time to get that pallet down.
Yeah, the cipher is at 83%. It's pretty close. But, not being able to finish that cipher at all because Corona is doing a wonderful job, pressuring the survivor side. They had to be very careful right here. Not trying to... Ooh, maybe they should start a new cipher. What do you think, Xeaora?
I think they should because they don't want to basically invest in that cipher knowing that Corona is basically guarding that. So fixing that chair over here, spotting out Mixdown was able to go for the self-heal using the notes right now. Let's see if the painting is enough to buy some time here.
Wow,
going to trap
barely
Corona.
gets it.
There you
Dodge
go.
the strings and the infinite and gets the painting off. What an amazing play by Painter right there.
Definitely. There you go. It's going to buy at least a Domi-chan enough time to climb that cipher. So safe to assume it's already at 90%. But Mixdown already down. But with that pop, it's already enough time to get Mixdown up and about. But then,
unfortunately, could
the
not
hit
make
rain.
it in time. Yeah, very nice job from Painter though. Excellent stun right there. But teleport is almost ready. So they have to be careful if they're dedicating to this. Oh, Mercenary is staying in the middle to see if, Corona is going to teleport here. There's the teleport coming in.
He is.
Oh
no.
Oh,
the gates are open.
Oh, Mercenary is going for the save.
He is.
It looks like Mercenary is going for that save right there, trying to get a 3-man for their team. Oh, this is dangerous though.
This is dangerous, but take note that Corona still has detention. So at least if he goes for Mixdown, that could be the case because that is the priority that's needed. But look at this. Both of our teams already going in towards church.
Wow.
And Mixdown is already, almost there as well.
Yeah, they're making their way to the gate right there. Oh no, this
is difficult. This is hard because red carpet is Mercenary as well as the Painter. So I guess this is a 3-man escape for FAVE.
It is. Wow. Very nice save from Mercenary right there. That definitely changed the match around. We were expecting a tie, but when Mercenary went for the save after the teleport, it changed the whole entire game right there, giving the whole entire win to FAVE. Congratulations to FAVE for making it to the next stage.
Congratulations once again, FAVE. You guys basically turned the tides around, literally, because we were, as assuming, we were expecting a tie, right? But with that mercenary, with the patience once again, was able to save Painter and gave Painter quite an adequate amount of space to go and escape with him. I understand the logic behind Korone going in through those terrains, because in hopes that the other two might be in hiding. But that was GGWP's to CTS, guys. I know you put up a great fight, and I know, guys, you will come back stronger into the next tournaments to come. But right now, we will be, congratulating FAVE to move forward onto the next stage.
Yeah, definitely. FAVE did such a wonderful job on their survivor side. But like you said, definitely, Korone did not want to risk that someone is hiding in the corner and Tenacious does not get kicked in and they go to the wrong gate and another gate is open. And yeah, that was a very big risk right there. But FAVE did an amazing job, with that save. Mercenary was ready for the teleport. He was actually expecting the teleport to happen so he could go for the save. But I was expecting still to be a tie, even if Mercenary saved, Korone will probably shut down Painter once again. But, amazing strategy from the FAVE team right there. Definitely congrats to them, and it was well deserved.
Definitely. And of course, for those who are unfortunate to not be able to move forward, I know you guys will go back into the tournament stronger. And again, that is GGWP, because again, we did mention earlier, anything can happen at this point towards our tournaments. And it just so happens that FAVE, really turned the tides in towards their favor.
Definitely. Shout out to both teams. They did an amazing job to stand where they are. When the tournament started, it was narrowed down to the best of the best team, and for how far they made, they did an amazing job, and they kept fighting to the very end, and just gotta commend that and respect that from both teams. But definitely do congrats right there for the FAVE.
Definitely. And yeah, it that game in hindsight basically summarizes both of our teams really fought hard in towards, especially this wild card, right? So it's really evident that they really poured their heart in towards each and every fight. So this is, I really commend both of them, because they really did a good job here, and there's not much more to say, because it was evident in towards their gameplay, and it just opened great victories to those who are moving forward in towards the group stages, and opened a lot of lessons to those who were unfortunate to not be able to push through. But then again, both of our teams did a pretty good job, Rin, and I think that you were able to be, to be contained with your gardener usage, although it wasn't that much, in hindsight. But then again,
right, but it was still a showcase of her, and I'm still proud. Seeing that Gardener was there, it made me already proud. Definitely didn't showcase a lot, but maybe in the future matches we'll see Gardener or female dancer gameplay. But definitely great stuff from the survivor side and the hunter side as well. Amazing job. I was not expecting certain things, but they definitely pulled it off very nicely. Oh wow. You want to take it over for the survivor side?
Alright, so for the survivors, FAVE here doing a very, very happy job of 214% decoding progress, 1 heal, and was able to contain the hunter as well as he was trying to save Benz. Benz was not able to really touch that cipher as much, but compensated for containing the hunter. Second, we do have Domi-chan here doing the work and the containment as well. Getting that 138% decoding progress and 61 seconds containment time. Also for Mixdown, that painting was also one of the pacemakers of the game. Basically getting that 263% decoding progress. And again, alongside with that 61-second containment, the usage of skills was also, in prowess. How about you take for the side of the hunter?
Yeah, definitely those 16 survivor hits came from the notes alone. The 2 pallets destroyed and 9 knockdowns, but the amazing thing is the Corone is hitting all these strings. We've seen how Corone hit Painter mixed down with these strings so perfectly, then comboing with a melee and a blink. Just amazing stuff to see. But yeah, the match result speaks for itself. We can see that, you know, FAVE did an amazing job in the beginning with that 8-point lead already. But, you know, FAVE definitely came on top with the second round right there with 5 and 3. Just amazing stuff from both sides. And I was I was not disappointed at all. You know, like they came in with their A game and they did not disappoint anyone when they played. Just amazing coordination, amazing setup from the Hunters. And FAVE Riffernon is going to get that best deduction. And it's well deserved, right? Xeaora, wouldn't you say?
Definitely, because basically Riffernon had the tactics at play, plays the puppets in order, and it's also evident in towards their stats here. 61 survivor hits, 19 knockdowns, and 7 eliminations. So it's basically, you know, the cherry on top for the side of Team FAVE here, to have Riffernon to basically dominate in towards our first round rather. So yeah, in hindsight, congratulations once again to Team FAVE, GGWP to Team CTS, guys. I'm still rooting for you. I know you guys will come back stronger. And yeah, and through all to everything that had happened, you know, at least we get the lighter side of things. Yes, it has been an honor. How about you, Rin?
It has been an honor. But yeah, thank you for having me here. It's really been an honor to be casting with you, and shout out to the community that came to support their favorite survivor or their favorite teams. You guys made everything possible, and you guys are amazing, so stay amazing. But yeah, just amazing stuff from the community and team itself. It's really nice to see right here. But yeah.
And of course, it's also an honor to have casted with you, Rin. Although this may be, you know, the last day, you know, don't give up. I'm pretty sure you'll be, you know, be with us in the future tournaments to come. You are a very, very awesome, you know, wholesome person, and you know,
thank you. I tried my best.
Yeah.
But it has been an honor. Thank you for having me, and goodbye.
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他 他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之徒，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都混在寂寞，静待习态。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned.
Shoot it up, Kevin Uso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, to IDV Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And with me tonight for this match, this last match, is the beautiful Xeaora. Hello there.
Hello there, Kahelle. You're very beautiful too. So we are down here in towards the last match of the day. So for those who are not able to win here, this is your last line of defense to get that spot. You know, it's going to be Team IVS versus Team CTS. Wow, very rhyming, if you say so myself. But this is the interesting part of it because, okay, before we start with anything else, why don't we have a recap? You were able to get that match between IVS and Noir earlier. So why don't you tell me, something more about IVS?
All right, so that was a pretty intense match between the two, between IVS and NR. These are pro teams, and it was a really tight race between the two of them. NR was able to beat them by just 1 point, and those were really intense matches, flawless gameplay all throughout. It just came down to who came up with the best decision at the right moment at that last second, and it was indeed NR. Amazing gameplay. What about you, Xeaora? You want to tell us about what happened between FAVE and CTS?
So Team FAVE and CTS, we did see it was a bit of a one-sided for the side of FAVE, but the fact that CTS also created decisions that made them have their highlights in towards that game, they were able to at least contain these respective survivors and hunters respectively. And Corone, we did see at the very last into that round 2 second half, he did really fight for his best. It was just, again, as you mentioned, it was also a similar feat. Team FAVE were the ones to be able to create the decisions in that right moment. So timing basically was the difference of both matches 1 and 2. So right now, this is basically the conclusion game of who gets to seal the deal into that 3rd spot for our wild card. So knowing this, Kahelle, what are your expectations for both sides of the team?
Well, definitely I expect both teams to do their very best. This is it. This is their chance to secure their spot, that 3rd spot to advance to the group stage. And I'm pretty sure both teams are feeling pretty stressed, but excited also at the moment. Just ready to give it their all. I do just want to give big shout outs to Team CTS for coming this far. They are indeed the first team to come from the Philippines to participate in Identity 5 top tier tournaments and IVC no less. So still big congratulations to them, and we do wish them the best of luck.
Yes, of course. And of course, best of luck as well to Team IVS. If I'm not mistaken, they are a Singaporean team. Do correct me if I'm wrong. And of course, best of luck to them as well, because no matter what happens here, there will be no losers, because the fact that they were able to stand in this pedestal here, they were able to perform, they were able to secure their spot out of 128 teams that have participated, Kahelle. I'm pretty sure that either one of them, or actually each and every one of them, are, you know, basically proud of this achievement that they have. And it's just it's just really exciting to see these games, and to be, you know, to be able to cast them, you know, especially with you guys, is really an amazing feat. But right now, Kahelle, I'm excited for both of our teams here, because if you notice, they were in a very close fights, right? They really tried their best, and this is, you know, knowing the very the last chance that they can get a spot. So it's either of them, you know. We can't really conclude who has, you know, the upper hand here, because both of them are really good, very formidable.
Indeed. I mean, if CTS does pull it off against IVS, they should really celebrate that, because IVS has been around for a while. They've been here since last year, and we all know about their team compositions and how skilled they are. So CTS being the dark horse, so to speak, who is joining them tonight in a match, it's just really exciting, because I mean, if it were me, well, if I was the one competing, I really would be thrilled. It would be an honor, and it would be such a rush, just such a rush, really, because like I said, they are the first team, so there must be a lot of pressure in there. But still, again, we are proud of you, definitely, and we do also give respect to Team IVS.
Yes, I mean, all of the teams here really deserves that huge amount of respect, regardless of the outcome, because basically, like, participating in tournaments like these really get that pressure on you, that nervousness and that jitters. And of course, the support that's coming in from the community is also a big boost to that. And, you know, it's really kudos, because they are able to, you know, to really play under pressure. And that's those are one of the things I have to basically commend to both sides of the teams. But before we go to the player versus, can I just really commend your Hester plushie over there? You're making me a bit, you know, you're making me a bit yeah, but you know, why don't we go to the player versus right now?
Yes, I do love my Feaster plush right here. That's why he's with me all the time. So now here we are again with the data, Ayako and Corone with their preferred hunters. We've already seen Corone's violinist. Oh my god, he is such a beast. We've seen him in the past weekend. We've seen him in this previous match just now. Amazing gameplay, still on point with those notes, despite those key decisions on the side of the survivors. And here is Ayako. Of course, we know he's a very versatile hunter, able to use Sculptor and also BQ, Bloody Queen in Arms Factory. That was really a job well done there. A 3-man kill on her part. So this is really exciting. I want to see how these hunters fare against the survivor teams of both IVS and CTS.
Definitely. And yeah, as you mentioned, Corone having this violinist pick, although it's an underrated hunter to deal with, he already created a statement at this point that violinist is usable in towards this meta. So right now, let's go ahead to Credona and Bloom here. Gravekeeper having, I would really like to highlight the average decoding progress here. So Credona is basically versatile in terms of the average rescues that he had. He was able to touch some, but I guess in towards the duration of their lineup, there were 2 rescuers, and he was basically focusing on the decoding because it's more than 100. For Bloom right here, I think at this point we can safely say that Bloom is also a very versatile player, because he can be the mechanic, he can be the priestess, he can be a support right here. So a lot of those hunter pools or survivor rather pools that's going on with Bloom here is really showing wonders, you know. So right now we do see that although that it may have only 35% win rate, the fact that that 128 decoding progress means that, you know, Bloom here is doing a very good or a job well done as well in terms of adding contributions into decoding these ciphers.
From how I know Bloom, she's just an amazing support teammate. She gives the best support, and no matter what map you put her, no matter what character she's using, she is really able to provide that support. And now here we are with Syntice and Chewy. Chewy, I do believe that he was able to hold down that S badge first female dancer some seasons ago. He is an amazing kiter. Her average kiting is just on point, and here we are with Syntice with his average decoding very decent. We do know that he has a high win rate with the Seer here, so we've seen him play Seer, and we've seen the amount of support that he is able to provide using that owl, not only for rescues but also for support and kiting.
Definitely. And for Wolfie and iPsycho, again, it's already hindsight that both of our teams know how to play mechanic here, so I doubt that we would be seeing the light of day. But let's look at the average decoding progress. So for iPsycho here, if I'm not mistaken, just recently into this previous match, iPsycho was the forward. So again, versatility in play comes for Team CTS. For the side of Wolfie here, Wolfie has a 138 decoding progress and palette hitting hunter right here. So basically he also know how to delay or contain a hunter, because look at the average rescue, 1.10, 1.29. so both of these they kind of like disregard at times their mechanic, especially when it's needed for them to rescue their certain teammates. So this is actually pretty good for both sides. And here we also have Zenadine with the Seer and Zhao Khan with the forward. You mentioned that Zhao Khan is really efficient with this forward.
Indeed, he was able to pull off some on-point stunts as well as containment. He did buy all that time for his teammates to decode. He was banned at some point by Oxygen because he's really that much of a menace, and this is really an understandable ban. But he was able to use other survivors that definitely contributed to their draws and wins. So with all that data we just saw, Xeaora, what do you think? What do you think is gonna happen here? What do you expect?
At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that both of our teams are proud of what they have reached this far. So I guess for both, for those who are basically wondering why face IVS and CTS here, mentioned in the rules book that in the wildcard we will be having 3 spots. So basically Noir and Team FAVE already secured theirs, and the remaining spot is to be determined for those who have lost their specific match. That is specifically IVS and CTS. So no matter what happens, there won't be any losers right here, because all of them, I'm pretty sure, really fought their best. They fought them hard, and they are doing their best this time for this third match here to just secure the spot.
That's right. So with all that, really, it's really gonna depend on the map that we will be having. But in terms of hunter picks, survivor picks, I think we basically have an idea of what it's gonna be. We do know for a fact that Ayako likes using Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. We know also that Corone is very efficient with Violinist. He can also use Sculptor. We've seen him take out my baby Feaster right here, which was a really enjoyable match. He's also very versatile hunter. So really, I'm just excited to see what's in store for us here. I'm also curious as to what the first map will be. I seem to notice that it always is Ever Sleeping Town. And we've seen some mirror matches here and there, but I'm actually hoping to see Breaking Wheel again, because we haven't seen him in a while, at least not for today. What do you think, Xeaora?
again, it will depend on the map, because if it's to be Ever Sleeping Town, there's no there's always a possibility the pollen will be dished out. But you mentioned that the hunter or Ayako from IVS loves to use either Sculptor, Bloody Queen, or Dream Witch. So basically it's still part of the meta. So let's say pollen is out of the equation. The fact that the other 3 hunters are there is something to consider. Korone, however, here is also pretty interesting, because he won't be able to use Violinist in an elevated type of map. So that's already an X marks the spot for Ever Sleeping Town. So I guess the best bet here for Korone is to either use Sculptor once again, or maybe, you know, use Hester or Feaster into that light. But considering if it were to be Ever Sleeping Town, I think Sculptor would be the key to either sides of the team, because we've seen in player versus that Ayako is very comfortable in using the Sculptor. So that might be the first choice here if it's not going to be either Dream Witch. So for Korone, if it were Ever Sleeping Town, I think it's also going to be Sculptor based on what I've seen on the on the past matches that CTS had. For the side of survivors, I think it's just, you know, basically answering to whatever the bans are gonna be. So let's say Mechanic is not gonna see the light of day. Of course, automatically for IVS, you'd seen either the Forward or the Mercenary. So for team CTS, again, they have a variety of survivors to be used. But right now, again, we mentioned Mechanic not gonna see the light of day.
So much for our guests. It looks like we're going back to the Red Church right off the bat. And here we have the Mercenary, of course, a staple choice. The Seer with his support. Looks like we can be expecting a tip damage hunter, if not Korone's Violinist once more. Oh, again with the Prospector. I'm sure Rin is happy to see this. And a Gravekeeper. So it looks like this is more of a rescue and support lineup. So this is going to be interesting, because Korone will have to pick the right survivor. And here he is with the Sculptor. I would have guessed he would choose the Sculptor right here, especially because she's really efficient in this map, Xeaora. So you want to start it off?
Definitely, and Korone already spotting out Sintais in the very early stages and forced to use the owl very early. But you know what? I think there's no room for hesitations at this point, because the more time that you are able to do in containing Korone here, the better. So that's going to be a hit here for that statue. So that was a very quick knockdown for Korone.
Indeed, and that would place the survivors at a bit of a disadvantage here. But I'm looking at the Cypher progress. It's pretty decent, and they could choose to rescue him before or after half. So let's see, Shao Kahn being the nearest survivor here might be doing the save. But do notice that Kuridona is on his shovel and will be rescuing the Seer hopefully before half. And there we have it. That was a nice save, but Korone was able to get in that hit there.
Notice how Korone basically wait for the right time before Sintais goes in towards his way to get that last effort pop in. So that was actually good discipline for Korone right here. For the side of Kuridona, however, that was a pretty good save. Again, it bought a certain amount of time for the other members to basically go and decode. So that's 2 ciphers down, but right now Korone will be sealing the deal here for Sintais. Although he is still half, there is still time for that 99% save here in terms of the countdown. So it could still be possible. So the chisel here, or the CCTV that we would like to call it, will be spotting out Zhao Kahn. So Zhao Kahn is just making at least trying to delay or try to make his presence known here, just so that there will be given time for the others to decode. So it's 2 ciphers down. Sintais is going to be secured here. So at least in hindsight, I think Korone would just like to secure as much survivors as possible.
I also seem to notice that he purposely uses the chisel to make it appear like he's looking elsewhere when he also has his eyes on the shared survivor. So now here is his next target, probably Wolfie. We don't know. I do know that Corone has a knack for chasing mercenaries early in the game, and so to see him invest on this mercenary is no surprise. So, okay, so we have a pause. Games, let's just look at what we've seen so far. Amazing chase on the part of Corone using Sculptor in Red Church. Wow, I have seen him do this before. In fact, I've seen it a lot of times. He has been getting better at it, given that he's a violinist main. And but still, the Cypher progress on that, the Seer already went back to the manor, but they have already done some decent Cypher progress, Xeaora.
Basically, they were able to do the Cypher rush as anticipated here. So, yeah, I mean, I do believe in that saying that with amount of experience, you get to evolve, and you get to really grow and use those meta hunters. And I think that's what Corone is at this point, because he did a really good job very early knocking down the Seer. That's like an ideal thing for a hunter, especially if you're facing off a Seer. So let's go in towards IVS this time around. So IVS here really did a pretty good job as well in terms of that Cypher rush. Although that Sintais was, taken into the rocket chair as early as possible, the fact that the Gravekeeper was there immediately to go and save the day and buy some time as well, not just to potentially body block or to rescue, but that action alone basically gave way for the Prospector and for Merc to basically go and decode those remaining ciphers. So with that, it was just left to 2 ciphers remaining, and that's already a big thing, because in a 3v3 in a 3v1 fight here, you would want to basically get that 2 ciphers remaining down, and that's your ideal tactic here for the side of IVS. For Corone, however, I think with the help of his chisels, he has the idea to where the locations are at. So at least once the Seer is already taken down, he has an idea to where he'll transition next into the part of the map.
That's right. Indeed. Also, that decision not to rescue the Seer in his second chair, that really is a viable decision, because this is how you make up for that lost decoding progress. And so for them to achieve their objectives, well, yes, some sacrifices have to be made, and this is understandable. At the moment, the best scenario would be a 3-man kill on Corona's side and a tie at the very least for the team of IVS. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out. Before that, before we return to that, I just want to commend you, Xeaora. I know that you've been working so hard all these in the past hours. You give yourself a pat on the back there, girl.
Yeah, because like I did mention from earlier that I was recently vaccinated, so if you notice, my whole thing is currently sore at the moment, but we gotta keep grinding as well. but going back into that, thank you. But yeah, going back into that game. So best winning condition for Corone here is to, into their lineup, he needs to spot out the Gravekeeper, because if I'm not mistaken, he was able to injure out the Gravekeeper, and that could be very tedious to work with, especially if your Gravekeeper could be the rescuer. At the same time, for Mercenary here, because Prospector, in hindsight, if he runs out of magnets, that could be an easier target. So you can basically, target Zhao Kahn for later. But the fact that Zhao Kahn is the one using Prospector, we've already seen him kite long seconds of the day. So Corone needs to decide which target he needs to focus on here, because if you notice, Gravekeeper, rescuer, mercenary, rescuer, prospector, a support. So he needs to basically work on that. But right now, Corone spots out the Wolfie.
That's it, and we're back to the match. Corona using teleport, and you were right, Xeaora. He really would go for the Gravekeeper, and that was such a nicely timed hit because right now the Gravekeeper is left with no resources and should contain him on pure skill alone. Wow, another chip damage right there. It'll just take one more hit to down Kuridona right here, but leaving the other two teammates to decode. Look at these ciphers. Two almost done. One already being decoded. And now there's just one more cipher remaining. It's just gonna take a nice rescue from Zhao Kan at this point, and that timely pop for whoever will be at the cipher, which at this moment is now Wolfie.
Okay, so this is a similar case from the previous matches that we've witnessed, right? So here, this is quite of a pinch for the side of IVS. Why? Because Gravekeeper is already down. That's gonna be a hit, but take note, they shouldn't be, you know, consistent with one cipher alone, because if they keep investing on that, Corona will eventually guard that said cipher. So look at this beautiful magnet by Zhao Kan. So this is also the thing that they have to be worried. And that's another one, you know what? And that's gonna be a third potentially. Okay.
Oh gosh. Zhao Kan is on fire with this, and that cipher has already been popped, and now Corona must chase after Zhao Kan here, who will try to buy enough time as much as he can for his two other teammates to get out through the gate. And he also finds that the dungeon is not here, so now he has to relocate just to find that dungeon. Meanwhile, the two other survivors, Sintais and Wolfie, are already at the red carpet area opening that gate. And Corona is just being kept busy here by Zhao Kan. Amazing coordination here, Xeaora.
Definitely. If I'm not mistaken, does Corona have detention? I assume as much, yeah, but okay.
Yes,
so
he does.
Corona is on his way to go in and try to catch Zhao Kan. That's going to be a successful knockdown here. So it's going to be a tie at this moment, Kahelle. So this is actually, you know, not a bad start,
good start
for both sides of the team.
We're off to a good start, I think. So now both teams will have to give it their best again just to gain ahead of the other. But that was a really intense match. We've seen some top tier gameplay right there. It looks like CTS isn't afraid of IVS at all. Them being pro players and everything. And it's just impressive, Corona. I'm very impressed. Big shout outs to you. Also, congratulations on the side of IVS. That was such a valiant effort, a good rescue, and those magnet stuns, Xeaora. That was amazing. That was 3 there. And I was actually expecting a pallet stun, but it didn't connect. But still, to be able to manage 3 magnets just to support the Gravekeeper, that was amazing.
You know what? Corona still managed to calm himself down, and I don't know, I think he would be okay. I'm under this pressure. I have 3 magnets here. Calma, or calm down. You know, he calmed his way down, and you know, he was able to get that tie. And at the end of the day, that's like your best case scenario, right? If you're not going to be able to go to that win or to that sweep, at least go for the tie. That's your safest route, and you know, he was able to do so. And yeah, really good job to both sides of the team. It just so happens that, again, like, winning conditions here at this point, anything can happen. We can't really conclude anything at this point because there are a lot of clutches that are unexpected even for us to see. So yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It is, and it's also exciting because we're off to this good start, such a good start. I feel as if it's just beginning. I feel it's as if the whole event is just beginning, and it gets me really, really excited. Also, another thing to note: the survivor team of CTS actually is very consistent in terms of securing ties. So this could be another tie for the second half of this round. We don't know. Well, it's really gonna depend on how this plays out. But regardless, I really am excited for both teams, especially because Ayako is such a fearsome hunter, and she's definitely forced to be reckoned with.
CTS's survivors are also, you know, a very interesting pack right here because they too know basically how to contain a certain hunter. So they've already had that in their arsenal. But right now, why don't we look at the matches data, Kahelle?
Okay, here we are with CTS. Corona Survivor hits 18, pallets destroyed 2, and 4 knockdowns. Really impressive stuff right here. And just look at the decoding progress of this Survivor lineup. Like I said, there is no decoder presence in this lineup. But look, it's still Zhao Kan and the mercenary Wolfie doing most of the decoding. And it's just amazing how they were able to pull this off, even with the absence of maybe the prisoner or the explorer or the mind's eye, who is also efficient in Red Church.
Definitely. And of course, like in this type of tournaments, I just like to remind everybody that there are, you know, like unprecedented events that can happen, you know, and this is basically, you know, not in our control. So we're just basically here to, you know, talk about what you guys are seeing right now. So as much as we want to, you know, share your sentiments here, we would like to, you know, basically hand it to you that we are trying our best to give you know, best insights for our viewers here. But you know what, with all of these stats right here, it's pretty evident that IVS had done their fair share, but also with Corona not going down without a fight. So that is basically, again, close fights, close battle, and I'm pretty sure that both of our teams, regardless of the outcome, will be very satisfied because I know, like, deep inside, they really did their best.
Yes, and it is definitely an honor for both teams, especially, again, the Philippine team competing for the first time. But more about that when we come back from the break, everyone.
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
Welcome back, everyone, to IVC Southeast Asia 2021, Day 2 of the Wildcard stage. And here we are at the final matchup between IVS and CTS. So we've seen so far the first half of the first round, and it was a very intense battle. It was a tie, and we've seen great coordination from the survivor teams and from the Hunter Corone as well. And with me today here, or tonight rather, is the beautiful Xeaora. Hello there.
Hello there to you, beautiful Kahelle, and of course, once again, please do not make me jelly of your Huster plushie right there, because mine is just still underway. Okay, all right. So going back in towards our game again, guys, there are unprecedented things that happen here, and let's just focus sometimes on the best outcome that we can give for both sides of the teams, because again, at the end of the day, it's just basically doing their best, and right now we too are also doing our best to provide you with these best of games. And here right now, it's a tie on the round number 1. If they were to have a tie once more on the second half, I think it's a guaranteed round number 3, regardless of who wins in round number 2, because that's what I have read, and my brain cells are half working at the moment.
Don't worry, girl, you're there. I got you. Don't worry. Okay, so yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're both waiting here. So, okay, let me ask you, Kahelle, what are your expectations for both sides of the team? Because I know it's pretty close.
It is pretty close. So now we're about to see the Hunter from the side of IVS. Now, this is Red Church. We do know for a fact that Ayako is completely capable of using Sculptor, but I'm also interested to see if he will be taking out his Bloody Queen once more, because as we know, Bloody Queen is fully capable of ignoring the obstacles in her way, that terrain, and with the right mirror placement, she will be able to put in those hits, even if the survivors are not exactly in her physical line of sight. So I'd be excited if Ayako were to bring out that Bloody Queen once more. But again, of course, it's understandable. Again, players want to do their best to secure those points, that spot in the third spot for their group stage. So it's understandable if again we see Sculptor. Also understandable if we see a mirror match. But in terms of the survivor side, how about you share what you think, what they're gonna take out for the survivors, the survivor team from CTS?
Depends again on the map, because even though okay, fine, we have these meta survivors, but there are other survivors as well that really thrives in a certain map. So this is just an example. We take Sacred Heart Hospital. So I'm pretty sure we might be able to, see either, Sculptor once again. If not Sculptor, maybe someone that is of comfort for both sides of the team. For survivors, however, I think they may be focusing on support. Support that can be used to utilize. Let's say we have the Priestess, and we did see Norton or Prospector worked wonders. So I'm not really neglecting that fact, because Zhao Khan really used Prospector to great heights. Imagine stunning with the magnets thrice. So that's like some of the occurrences that doesn't really happen that much, but if you are able to pull it off, it means that you were able to do it efficiently, right? So you would want to use a survivor that can thrive in a certain map. So I know that you are, during your cast between Rin and match number 1, you were quite on point with your prediction. So I'm gonna ask you, let's say the map would be a bit smaller, let's say either Sacred Heart or Arms Factory. What kind of hunter do you think IVS would use, since IVS is going to be the first one to be the hunters in this round number 2?
Well, for this half, which is in Red Church. I would like to see Bloody Queen again. For the succeeding maps, if it were to be Arms Factory, Sacred Heart, again, that Bloody Queen is viable in that map, but Sculptor is still a very strong hunter, actually, no matter what map you place her in. And we know in the succeeding rounds, especially if we do get to round 3, I'm pretty sure the banned map is either gonna be Lakeside or Moonlit. That's if we get to round 3. During which Ayako could use Poland, maybe he's got Poland up his sleeve. Well, really, it depends. But for the second half, at least, my prediction. Oh, sorry, this is Pencil.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Sorry, got confused there.
You can do it.
Pencil, we do know that Pencil uses Sculptor as well. So I'm excited to see who that hunter is going to be. But for now, we have a banned seer. This says a lot about the hunter pick, because chip damage hunters are not afraid of seers from what we know. And it's really gonna depend on who Bloom and Chewy will choose. But knowing Bloom, she's gonna take this opportunity to choose the priestess, of course. And Chewy, we do know that Chewy is top 1 female dancer. She is a top tier female dancer. Who knows? She might bring female dancer out. So let's see. Okay, so we have the mechanic, of course, an obvious choice. Maybe we can save female dancer for later matches. But here we are.
Okay, wait a minute. Before that, anything else? It is evident that Ayako won't be playing. It's going to be Pencil No Bully, actually.
Yes, it is.
To play here. So, again, this is the thing about having, your substitute player. It gets the mystery factor there, and the pool of hunters can also be expanded by that fact. But in towards CTS here, we see Bloom, Chewy, Psycho, and Mamamo. So basically, again, we mentioned the support and the utilities. They want to emphasize on that for the side of CTS. And of course, Pencil No Bully, because there's no ban phase here for survivors into the first round. Oh, that was a very early flare gun. I wasn't even able to finish my sentence, but there you are, early stages. But look at that! Mamamo already caught in the very early seconds of the game.
That was a very logical use of the flare gun right there, but it looks like Pencil was really, she was quite prepared for that, and has prepared to bring a patroller to secure that early down, which puts the survivors at a bit of a disadvantage. However, we do have a safe mechanic out there roaming the map, so we know for a fact that she will be able to do her decoding safely. So let's see how this plays out, especially because Pencil No Bully has already spotted the priestess here inside the church.
And this is actually a quite good of a momentum for Pencil No Bully at this moment. So right now, coordinator is going to be staying. I think the patroller here will be spotting out Psycho, who tries to attempt to go for the save, to say the least. So because of that, patroller will be sealed in. We'll be spotting out Bloom here, who tried to be sneaky here. That was actually a good job, but the fact that Pencil No Bully was able to spot them out, that's an interesting feat.
It is, and look at how she's spreading herself so thin across the map here. She is defending Mamamo in that chair, who has now returned to the manor because of that amazing defense. Wow, she was just all over the place, really guarding all the paths towards the graveyard, and now she will be chasing Bloom, the priestess here, who has already been hit once and will only take one more to be down. And look here, we have only one cipher popped at the moment, and two to three already almost done. Let's see how this plays out.
Definitely. So right now, Psycho here is basically trying to buy some time for the other members, because with coordinator not being present at this time. Oh, so he managed to basically deny that corner that Pencil No Bully was attempting here. So that's a pretty good job for Psycho here. So despite coordinator being taken down, it was basically compensated by Psycho, because 2 ciphers already down. So this is a good job for Chewy in using that mechanic right here to do basically his job. And right now Pencil No Bully goes for the blink and takes the hit.
That was really good, but although the Cypher Rush has been put into place, this is amazing because Pencil No Bully giving no time for these survivors to take out their followers, and that is how he was able to down Bloom in mid-game. And now we have one cipher that has one last cipher that has barely been decoded. 11% progress right there. This puts the survivors in a bit of a tight situation here, but do know that the mechanic still hasn't been located, so they can still turn this around, especially if Psycho is able to pull off some nice stuns there or supports.
And so again, Psycho, despite that blink was missed, but the last effort is going to be procced here. So one cipher is remaining, as you mentioned. So the last cipher is a bit too far off to be popped just yet, but I guess this could also be a good opportunity for CTS to let's say iPsycho here will go for the self-heal, but they need to remove the leeches. But you know what, that heal is going to be denied right here. I think Pencil No Bully heard me, and we'll just put iPsycho in a rocket chair, he says.
That's right, but looks like he dropped iPsycho there for a minute just to put some pressure on these last remaining ciphers. Somebody has started another one just in case, but it looks like that last cipher that Pencil No Bully needs to defend. Oh wow! iPsycho. Oh, that happened so fast, Xeaora. Talk to me. What did we see just there?
So basically, the gameplay for Pencil No Bully here is to get the puppets closer in range, because the struggle, he already predicted that it was going to happen sooner or later. So the best thing you'd want to do is to basically secure that knockdown. Excuse me.
Exactly. And also defend iPsycho from getting rescued. And looking good so far for Pencil No Bully here, because both survivors are at half health. It'll be hard to rescue at this state. So I really wonder what they're planning to do at this point, especially because actually, if they time this correctly, they may just be able to pop that last cipher with 53% progress on that. And we do know that the forward has a slow chair time. They might be able to buy enough time. What do you think, Xeaora?
This is a bit difficult for the side of CTS, because basically Pencil No Bully already had his map presence around the map. So it's going to give them a hard time. Forcing the save is not going to make it at this point, because right now forward went back to the manor. Two survivors remaining, both of them are incapacitated, and Pencil No Bully already has their eye on them. So it's just a matter of the puppets, closing in the gap in towards their area. Unless either one of them creates an opening or a good transition to one turning to another. One would be buying some time, and the other could potentially at least continue that remaining cipher. Although, again, the chances are starting to be a bit slim here, but of course I'm still hoping for that miracle play that can come from CTS.
Exactly, especially because Pencil No Bully is just on point with this. Take note, he's got a follower guarding that last cipher at the... Oh! Wow, that was such a nicely timed blink right there. So now it's gonna be up to Chewy to try to make up for this. I wonder what his next plan of action is going to be. Right now, it's just a race to the dungeon at best.
race to the dungeon, but Pencil no Bully once again has already caught sight of that said dungeon here. So he will be picking up the priestess so that Chewie is forced to either go for the rescue or because if not, Chewie here, it's really risky to go for the rescue. Oh, that was a very nice block though. Wanted just to deny that blink hit coming in. And the magic wand as well. Oh no.
Yes, but she did a slow vault right there, and that is how the follower was able to catch up with that vault and pull off that terror shock. And Mechanic is now down, so all Pencil has to do is to chair the survivor, and it'll be a 4-man kill on the part of Pencil no Bully. Wow, this gameplay is just on point. Flawless hunter skills right there. 4 kills, Xeaora. That was great. Really, Pencil no Bully was an impressive Dream Witch.
Definitely. And I guess it started off in the very beginning, since Mamamo was captured at a very early pace at that. I mean, I can understand the usage of the flare gun, but then again, I guess it went down to while Mamamo was trying his best to contain, and of course Isaiko was also in the vicinity. I guess this gave Pencil no Bully an ample amount of time to create presence all around the map with the help of its puppets. So when Coordinator was seated in the rocket chair, comes next with the patroller that came in from Pencil no Bully. So the patroller was able to spot out Isaiko. So usually the thing that you would think is you will target that said survivor, right? Because of course the patroller basically denies any movement speed that can come through and basically stuns him for for a certain amount of time. But the thing that also happened there was Pencil no Bully was able to spot out Bloom, who was trying to be sneaky in towards the church in hopes of saving the Coordinator, because that's your usual play. Go towards a patroller and then go back to the seated survivor. So with Bloom's being spotted out, I guess that's also the thing that made the momentum favor Pencil no Bully. And with that being said, Kahelle, why don't you give me a quick rundown of our match data?
So Pencil no Bully was able to get in 10 survivor hits, 7 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns, and was not gonna give the survivors any time to pop that last cipher with 1 cipher remaining. Meanwhile, here on the side of the survivors, the Mechanic, amazing decoding progress right here. That's really what happens when you leave a Mechanic untouched for perhaps the whole of the match, if not more than at least half of it. So Mamamo, again, that was such a good decision really to use the flare gun. It's just that Pencil no Bully was prepared for that and had a patroller chase her and sandwich her and able to down her. Meanwhile, Bloom's decoding in that church was successfully interrupted with Pencil no Bully's on-point hunter sense. That really was such an amazing moment in the match, being able to defend Mamamo in that chair at the graveyard area by keeping her eyes not just at the church, inside the church, but also outside of it at the shack area where she was able to spot Isaiko. That was really amazing on the part of
But you gotta hand it to CTS as well. That Cypher Rush is no easy feat, and the way that Chewie was able to give space. But you know what? More on that when we come back after this short break.
远方的流水曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。
巧合，命运诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。神曰：勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Welcome back, everyone. This is IVC Southeast Asia 2021. I am Kahelle, and this is Xeaora, and we've just witnessed the first round of today's match between IVS and CTS.
Definitely. And of course, for more updates, guys, go ahead and scan the QR code indicated below here, or you can type in discord.gg/identityv for more updates on this tournament. So we have seen earlier a sweep, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right? Okay. And my brain cells are a bit laggy too, you know. So right now, okay, that was actually a pretty good feast coming in from IVS. And Pencil No Bully, as much as the name indicates, you know, was able to create a very good show in there. So right now, for this is the second half, I reckon. And Corone,
this is the second round.
Second round. There you go.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
See, brain cells not working at this.
I
mo-
got
at
you,
this
girl.
point.
Don't you worry.
Thank you so much. So right now, this is interesting because again, it's close. It's a close fight for both sides of the team. We can't really conclude anything just yet. And Kahelle, from what we've witnessed earlier, what do you think can be, or what do you expect for this next round?
Well, for this next round, definitely CTS needs to step it up because they do have some points to make up for. So there is quite a point difference there that they can still recover from if they win this round. And then if they do, then we may possibly see ourselves witnessing a round 3, which I'm always so excited for because, you know, this is the opportunity for hunters and survivors to get creative with their picks. And here we are again with my hopes.
Well, you know, it's at this point, I'm not even neglecting any hunters that may come across our boards right now. But in towards round 2 that's going to come up, Korone is the one to be first to be the hunter, right? So
that's right.
Depending again on the map will depend his choice of hunter. For the side of survivors, again, I'm pretty sure it's going to adjust accordingly. Anything to counter out what Korone may be choosing. So for this, Kahelle, let's say the map could be Moonlit. Example, just give an example. Moonlit River Park per se. What are your thoughts about this?
Well, in the past Moonlit match where Korone participated, he used the Feaster. So that's not just me being biased over here, but it did put a smile on my face. But if he does choose Feaster, I'm pretty sure Korone is gonna come back from that. He's gonna want to show us some flawless gameplay this time using that very fearsome hunter, in my opinion. But of course, Korone is actually a very versatile hunter. He can use other hunters as well. So at this point, I really don't know what to expect if it were going to be a large map like Moonlit, like you said. I know that he will want to ban Mechanic, of course. He hates that. He hates Mechanic. He's afraid of Mechanic. Well, it depends on the spawn points as well, but Korone really will go for the easiest target, knowing him, which are the decoders. But then again, we've seen IVS pull out some non-decoder lineups, so we don't know what to expect as far as that's concerned. Well, I also know that Korone hates Priestess with a Vengeance. He will definitely ban her. Knowing him, he will, especially in a map as large as Moonlit. But what do you think? What about you? We do have IBS to think about as well.
I mean, this is the similar trend that I've been observing, at least for the first halves of round number 1. They are adjusting accordingly to whatever CTS has to offer. So this is pretty interesting feat. I like it though how Korone was able to deny, at least in the fact, at enforcing off a tie, because during that one I really was amazed, especially onto the survivor side as well with CTS, because despite being despite being swept by Pencil, the fact that they were able to buy so much time, and this is basically the game wherein we managed to see a mechanic really decode. Like it's 400% mostly of the decoding progress. So with that just being came to light, it's already commendable for CTS. For IVS, however, they not just adjust according to the map, they also adjust according to how CTS can choose, or the survivors that they choose. So this upcoming round number 2, if it were, let's say, Moonlit, or if it were a bigger map, I'm still not going to discard Dream Witch, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be banned or respected by CTS. But again, Pollen is still in the equation. We also have Bloody Queen.
Definitely.
Yeah? You also have Bloody Queen, and if it were Moonlit, for example, Wu Chang is still on the cards, you know, and even your Feaster, you know, it's also very viable as well. So, yeah, I mean, anything can happen still at this point. So, in terms of prediction, I guess we can go further now once we find out how the map, which map is it, you know, going to take place.
Depends on the map. So while waiting for that, Xeaora, any preferences on what hunter you would like? But this time, choose a non-meta hunter. Do you like any non-meta hunters? Well, it's pretty obvious who my pick is.
I don't think, or I have never thought that this specific hunter would come to mind, or would actually be considered by the pros, since of course they will be sticking to the meta no matter what. But if it were the case, I would like, not expecting, I would like at least to see a photographer. Yeah, I'm a photographer. Yeah, I'm a photographer simp. So yeah, but you know, I don't think that I will be seeing any light of day that can come from Joseph, simply because, as far as I know, it's really, really rare for someone to basically main a Joseph and, you know, actually use it to a tournament. But it's situational. It depends. So if ever that situation, you know, kind of pops out, why not, right? But if I were to ask you, I'm pretty sure you'd choose Feaster, you know, another way.
Of course.
But do you have any other hunter in mind other than Feaster?
Well, I have mentioned that I am slowly becoming a fan of Poland, but apart from that, I also actually want to see more of Undead, especially in big maps. I've been playing this game competitively, and I've actually come across really skilled undead users. Yes, so I actually encouraged them in post-match. You know what, this hunter has some huge potential as well. I mean, of course, survivors have maxed out ways to counter him, but this is where, for me, it becomes more interesting, because the more survivor lineups are hard to counter, the more a hunter main would want to find ways to counter that. So here we are at Arms Factory, the exact opposite of Moonlit Park, a very small map, and here we have Pencil No Bully Bully banning the Seer and the forward right off the bat.
Yes, and yeah, as we mentioned, respecting for the side of CTS, they are respecting this Dream Witch here, and you do not want to face a Dream Witch in Arms Factory or in any compact of a map, so that is highly respected. But it also paved way for Chewy's mechanic once again, and I'm pretty sure it's going to do a lot of wonders this time around. We're going to see a Mercenary followed by the Gravekeeper, so that's actually a pretty good deny by Pencil No Bully here against CTS, because they know that the Gravekeeper is really threatening for them as well. But look at this, they may have double decoders here and double rescuer lineup.
Oh yes, definitely. I was about to predict that Pencil No Bully would take out the Bloody Queen, especially in this map. She has just amazing. Oh wow. Okay, so Pencil No Bully has located the robot and has now uncovered the location of Chewy using the mechanic right here. So that was a nice display of hunter sense right there.
Sometimes it makes me wonder how Pencil manages to spot it out so easily, but then I realize, oh, there is this thing we called spawn points, right? So that's the thing. So you mentioned that Mechanics Robot was already spot on. Chewy's location is already discovered, and with that mirror here, Bloody Queen can cover a lot of gaps, and with that gap, we see Chewy being knocked down in the early stages of our game.
This is definitely gonna put the survivors at a tight situation, especially because Chewy laid down the rest of his robot already. He has no more robot to work with, and that is why at this point I would assume that the survivors might decide not to rescue her at all. But look at Bloom here. looks like she's got something up her sleeve. Looks like she's gonna be forced to rescue. Oh wow, nice juke right there. And Chewie has been rescued. How is this gonna play out?
Another cornered in with the help of the mirrors here by Pencil No Bully, and Chewie, I guess at this point, can just buy an ample amount of time to go far away into our map so that the others can focus on decoding. So if you notice the transition of Chewie coming in from the factory, at least into this very end, to at least let two ciphers pop here, and that's basically the case here. So at least by Chewie containing Pencil No Bully, again the cipher rush of TTS is really real at this point.
That's right. Also, I believe that the survivors will now be sacrificing Chewie here, especially because she has no more robots. But look, I see Mamamo. I see Mamamo right here. Do you think he's gonna make it, Xeaora?
Mamamo will definitely make it. Yes, it is basically worth the same because the tide turner again, para kay Mamamo. Oh, there you go. I already spoke in Filipino. There you go. But you know what? The last effort is still going to connect to Chewie here. So at least Mamamo tried his best to go for that save. But that was a beautiful pallet stun again, buying a lot of time for the members. Because look, even though that was the last effort from Chewie, the pallet stun though, it was really good. So it will be giving enough time for at least Bloom to find those passwords, and as well for the other members. So reckoning this, because Mechanic already went in towards the manor, Mamamo could try to create a diversion play, but at the same time, he's not the ideal target for a hunter. So he might go for either the coordinator or the explorer.
That's if she finds the explorer. But it looks like, as you've said, Mamamo is here buying as much time as he can. Takes that hit to create some distance, and also capitalizing on that delayed damage right there. Wow, and that nice use of elbow pads right there. But Pencil No Bully is just on point with all this. She knows how to place those mirrors. We'll be leaving him alone for the moment because he really wants to place pressure on these ciphers, and there are hardly any progress. Well, there is some decent progress, and they may be able to work with this, but really it all depends on Bloom being able to locate those passwords.
And yeah, because again of Bloody Queen having these mirrors, it basically closes the gap that that can come from here. So she can basically go around the map and go back to it. So spots out the explorer, as you mentioned here. So right now Bloom is in the kiting duty in here. So luckily that there are terrains to work with. But no! The hit range, the hitbox is still enough to take Bloom down, but it was enough for Mamamo to basically self-heal in the process.
Oh, wow. That was a perfect placement of that water mirror right there, and now they will be double down. Mercenary again will not be able to heal from this, so really it's gonna be up to the coordinator, Psycho, to turn this around. I wonder what he will decide to do.
Yes, this skin specifically for Bloody Queen reminds me of the Belladonna trailer. But anyway, going back here, that's gonna be a hit for Psycho, enough to go for the save, to say the least. But that's gonna be a mirror once again, not going to take the hit. So that's a good job for Psycho. Uses the flare gun to add distance. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful indeed, and Psycho, I appreciate that discipline that he displayed there, especially because top tier hunters like Pencil definitely know how to avoid those hits. But for him to put in that flare gun hit really speaks volumes about his capacity. Oh wow, Explorer is now down, but do note that they were able to pick up his password page, and that is why one cipher is almost done, and they still have time to actually turn this around and maybe secure a tie. That's if Mamamo will come for the rescue.
And that is actually a pretty good job. But here we do see Pencil No Bully really trying his best to close up the gap. At the same time, not going too far for Bloom. So I guess he really wants to secure the Explorer here. And look at this, Mama tries to go for taking the hit, goes for the save with the 99% countdown still at play.
Yes.
So basically, Mamamo here is trying to create space so that Bloom can escape. Because Bloom, if he's seated once again in the rocket chair, that's going to be difficult. But look at that! The cipher's been popped already, but Pencil No Bully has detention and will be taking down Mercenary.
So it's up to them now, especially because Mamamo will not be able to heal from this anymore. So it's just gonna be one person out the gate. That is the best case scenario right here. Pencil No Bully giving no time to the survivors and just being present in being omnipresent in this small map. But look at Bloom. Look at Bloom right there. Looks like she's trying to sneak in a heal.
Oh.
I wonder.
But the teleport here coming in from Pencil No Bully spots out the coordinator, so a heal could be possible. But let's see, that was a beautiful pallet stun by Ice Psycho. They can still turn this around for the side of CTS right here. It's just a matter of timing at this point. So they were able to they're actually gaining close in towards that other side of the gate. Psycho here doing some Psycho things, but will be taking a hit by Pencil No Bully.
I wonder if Bloom will be going around again for another rescue of Ice Psycho. This could be a possible scenario depending on whether or not that gate has already been opened at 60% and counting. Will Pencil make it, or will this be a tie?
Actually, it could be a tie at this point. I mean, they have to force it because rescuing the coordinator at that point is pretty risky. And with Pencil No Bully still has detention, it may still go in a very more dangerous position for CTS. But you know what? Nonetheless, that is still a tie that's going to happen here. And two survivors were out for the side of CTS, and basically the deciding factor is how if I'm mistaken, Corone would do the job. It would be deciding as well on the second half of round number 2. But then again, that was a good job. I mean, I'd like to commend CTS on this one, honestly, because the fact that Psycho was basically able to hold or contain Pencil No Bully was also great. The quick replacements of saving the mechanic of Mercenary and Explorer right there, and Chewy as well wasn't able to basically get the decoding progress, but Chewy was able to buy enough time for his teammates. So that alone is already a big contribution. For the side of Pencil No Bully, the patience. I will commend his patience for that, because despite getting pallet stunned, he was able to secure 2 survivors away from CTS.
That's right. And you were able to give a really good insight during the match, Xeaora, when you said that Mamamo, the mercenary, will be trying to buy as much time as he can just to make up for that decoding progress. And it's actually amazing how they were able to make up for that, especially given that mechanic was not able to use the robot at all to contribute to the decoding progress. But I guess this is where the skill of the Explorer comes into play, because he was safe for most of the match. Also, note that it was Bloom who was using the Explorer, and as I said, she is a very good supporter, and she was able to give that support towards the end game when she was able to heal up the mercenary, who we assumed would not be able to heal given that he's already been down 2 times after self-healing. So that is just amazing. That coordination and that strategy paired up with iPsycho's kite, as you mentioned. So now here is the match's data. Xeaora, do you want to take this one?
Alright, so let's start it off with the Hunter IVS Pencil No Bully getting 17 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 11 knockdowns. So imagine basically that huge amount of effort to really go on with the chase. How about you, Kahelle? Why don't you give me those on the side of CTS?
Well, check out this decoding from iPsycho, the coordinator, and also that kite. It looks like she is definitely one of the survivors who influenced the outcome of this match. Also, the same goes for Mamamo with his redemption kite right here, 93 seconds. As you've mentioned, he was able to buy time effectively and was able to contribute to the decoding progress as well. And look at Bloom, like I said, best support ever with that heal 2 times and was still able to decode. Now, we do know that iPsycho obtaining the password pages from Bloom did contribute to her decoding progress right here. So still props to Bloom for being able to pass on with perfect coordination those password pages, and giving iPsycho the time to find those remaining ciphers. So really amazing gameplay here. As expected, CTS really is capable of securing draws even against a Bloody Queen in Arms Factory. But we will get more into that when we return after the break.
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。啊，来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now. That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Welcome back, everyone. IVC Southeast Asia 2021, and this is day 2 of the wildcard stage. We are now at the second half of the second round of the last matchup for today, and with me here emceeing is Xeaora. Hi there.
Yes, and
So,
of course,
yeah.
Wait, here we go. Okay, we wait again. What was that? What was that?
I was just gonna say how that was really an intense match right there. It was a tie race between the two of them. Again, CTS Survivor lineup was able to secure a tie. So now we've yet to see how Corone will decide based on this. It is Arms Factory, and we do know that he can also use. Apart from Violinist, he knows how to use Dream Witch. He knows how to use Bon Bon. So right now, I don't know what to expect, honestly, from Corone right now.
And at this point, again, yeah, like we can't really conclude anything here because both of them really are giving close fights, you know, and it's just really interesting at this point if we were to get another non-meta hunter or let's say for Corona's case he might go, you know, surprisingly use a hunter that some might have not seen or some might not have heard, or maybe he done something in secret. But there you go. You're already hovering the feaster. But then again, for the side of IVS, I guess again, since this is like Arms Factory, right?
Yes, it is Arms Factory.
So yeah, maybe Dream Witch is to be banned here, or if not, I am thinking maybe Sculptor could be banned, because if it's not like Violinist for Corone, sometimes it's Sculptor, right? So maybe they could respect ban that, since it's not just a respect, it's also a meta ban as well. So that's like, you know, hitting birds with one stone. So but then again, it will also leave a lot of openings for Corone. So I'm just pretty interested to see how it's going to pan out, because I did mention this last week that Corone really knows how to catch us all off guard, and you know, despite everything, I think for both of us, I mean that's already, you know, a commendable thing to do, especially in a tournament. So I'm really excited on his hunter pick. For IVS, in terms of survivors, maybe still sticking into the meta, you know, Corone, I guess you know him more than I do, and I think he would be banning out those metas or the things that, you know, they usually play at best. So maybe Mechanic's not gonna be into play, or could be either forward or a seer to be banned. So it basically depends. But yeah, like for IVS, I think it's more of an answer basically after Corone has you know, has banned out the first 2 survivors that won't be used.
Well, knowing Corone, he really will not want to deal, in this map at least, with Mechanic and Seer. And then, who knows, well, Priestess is an okay choice for Arms Factory, but we have seen different lineups with not including the Priestess here in this map, since it's really small and there's not much to work with. Those exit plans with the global portals are also quite feasible, but we've seen some better lineups turn out beneficial results on their side. So do note that Corone was able to secure a draw at the first round, so now he just might be able to do that again in order to secure another round, the third round, the one we've been waiting for. I'm not gonna lie, I really do like those third rounds, because that's when everything starts to get interesting. As for the survivor picks, I'm thinking Gravekeeper. I'm thinking Forward, if not banned, definitely. We've seen Explorer. Maybe we'll see him again. They've seen the potential of an Explorer in actually playing a big part in securing that tie in the previous match. So we'll just have to see. And it's also going to depend, the survivors rather. It's also going to depend on who they want to ban. So for me to make a prediction, I really want to see who they want to ban first. So probably Sculptor, yes, because they know Corone knows how to use it, but it's a small map. It's a small map.
I'm also not neglecting Violinist at this point, you know.
Actually, yes, indeed.
Because it's not an elevated map, and mentioning from earlier, we do see that Corone really does wonders with Violinist, and I think regardless of the outcome, he already created a statement here that will be remembered, for the rest of for the IDV tournaments to come. So that's already a big case. But also, I'd like to commend the members of CTS as well. They already created a statement, the fact that they were already participating in such, so that alone is already a big boost into morale. So right now, I really have that high chance of a Sculptor ban still. I don't know, it's more of a gut feeling at this point. But if I am wrong, then mistakes happen. We do get mispredictions at times. But you have your streak of basically acing your predictions. So what do you think? It's Arms Factory. The map's already given. So what do you think will Team IVS ban in terms of Hunter?
Sculptor, of course. They really don't want to deal with that. But knowing Corone, I don't think he'd be interested to use that Hunter Sculptor in this map. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve. And we'll just have to see. But you saying that those mispredictions, actually, to turn that around, we like those mispredictions because we like to be proven wrong. It's a pleasant surprise. And here's Corone indeed got that right with his survivor
we got that
ban.
right.
Yes, the mechanic and the seer. So this speaks volumes, okay? It could mean that he's not going to be using a chip damage Hunter for this map.
And all we have to do is just wait for Corone to ban out his Hunter, and maybe we'll be on our way. So okay, there, I got it right. Aha! Sculptor.
You got it right, Xeaora.
Yes, Sculptor indeed. So right now, I think there. I was about to wonder if it's going to be either a forward or a prospector for Zhao Khan because he's really effective with either of those. But knowing that Zhao Khan is really efficient with the forward pick, I think it's no question that he will be choosing that alongside with Mercenaries. So this is pretty interesting.
Well, we do know for a fact that Mercenary and Forward, always an efficient combo. They really are a dynamic duo. And now Corone chooses to ban the Priestess. Still an understandable choice. And now we have, this is a strong rescuer lineup right here, with the exception of the Perfumer. We haven't seen Perfumer in a while, so this should be an interesting match. I'm guessing that they picked the Perfumer because Corone banned the Seer right here, so they're gonna want to use the skills of the Perfumer efficiently just to be able to buy time. And here we are again, Corone bringing out his ace. Indeed, the Violinist Xeaora, just as you said.
So I mean, those are the things that you have to consider, because if Antonio is free, Corone can get it, but in situational things like these, sometimes he picks a Sculptor. And I think IVS doesn't want to face off a sculptor, so that is the ban for it. So yeah, I mean, this perfumer is really interesting because although that the perfumer isn't in like your priority list in terms of meta, the fact that perfumer is also in situational cases really handy to use, like this one, this really could bring new heights towards our game. But you know what, it's still a matter of performance or how they are able to place the perfumes in a good timing. And for Korone, it's a matter of his patience, you know. If his call that okay, the perfumer will use this or just use it as a diversion, you know, can also come into play here. So Korone was on his way to the factory, but a sudden change of target.
Indeed, it looks like he has a primary target, and seeing that it's not maybe the perfumer, he decides to leave them alone. And here finally he sees her at the ruins transitioning towards the shack. It looks like Korone's got his eyes on the perfumer and will now try to chase her. It looks like they've seen this coming, and that's why I'm starting to understand why they picked the perfumer for this. Oh, wow. Okay, that was a nice juke right there, but was not exactly... Oh, nice bait of perfume, creating distance between herself and Korone, who will now try to continue the chase. Xeaora, this is exciting. I think Korone's got his work cut out for him.
Alright, so Sintai's really read the book right here. So he did the first by juking out the perfume, and the second one he didn't. But Korone was able to close up the gap and still, you know, inflict a hit against Sintai. So Sintai's here will be doing some huge amount of work, but in retrospect, we do see at the other side of the spectrum, the other members of IVS are going to decode the ciphers, but with the help of that strings, Korone was able to finally get Sintai.
That's right. But look at the cipher progress. Almost 3 ciphers done. Which is amazing because... excitement right there. A nicely timed trait right there. And he will not be stunned by the forward and will continue the chase for the perfumer. It's actually amazing how the rescuers were able to achieve this much cipher progress. But if Korone is able to down the perfumer, wow, amazing kite right there, making use of this terrain effectively and transitioning to buy time. Wow, a nice evasion of the notes right there. But of course, Korone eventually catches up with her and will chair her a second time. Again, we're starting to see the debuff on the decoding here, given that it's a purely rescuer. It's a team composed of rescuers who need to continue with this decoding. So how do you think this is going to play out? But I do think that this cipher progress is looking good.
It is looking good because they were able to do the cipher rush as anticipated. So he will be taking 2 hits from that notes, but that was a successful save by Wolfie. So again, body blocking here. Wolfie as he tries, but the last effort still going to be procced out in here. So that's a job well done for Korone. So basically, Sintai is going to try to go in a far-off place, while Wolfie here will be the one to be the next to buy some time. Oh, that was actually nice. That was almost a pallet stun, but... Again, Korone making wonders here as he captures Sintai's and, you know, incapacitates Mercenary in the process as well. And that's going... back to the manor for Sintai's here, and I guess his next target could be the forward, but he first spots out the Mercenary.
That cipher has already been popped. They took advantage of that distance that Wolfie was able to create in between himself and Korone. Okay, that was a fantastic job dodging those notes, and now he will continue to buy time, especially because the dungeon is here. I wonder if he's gonna come around for it, especially because the forward and the Gravekeeper are already making their way towards... Oh my gosh, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it in time? Oh, Corone was able to catch him just before he was able to crawl out of the dungeon. And that is a tie, Xeaora. Wow. Corone there putting up a fight. Amazing match right there.
Definitely, and I think it's safe to say that we are heading on towards round number 3 here.
Yes,
Since round number 2 is ties, and round number 1, although Pencil no Bully was able to take a sweep, Corone was able to secure a tie as well. So that is according to my memory. So we will be going into round number 3 to
Yes,
basically
right.
decide who gets the spot for the group stages.
That's right. And looking back at the match there, really a lot of time bought on the part of the perfumer. Again, as I've said, we're beginning to understand why she was that pick. They did predict that Corone would use Violinist, and that's why they wanted to invest on the skills of a perfumer, even if she isn't exactly in the meta anymore. But seeing that skill still proves that the perfumer is still a viable pick.
Definitely, and of course in situations like these wherein you really get to expand your pool of survivors, and IVS just basically did that. And yeah, this is the current scoreline that we have now: 11 points for IVS and CTS with a 6 points. So if they were able to go for some sweeps or a win, it's really, at this point we can already tell it's already a close fight between the two. So it's just evident that both of them really want to secure their spot. So they're fighting it with all their might. So at this point, I'd like to commend both of them, both of the teams that we have here. They're doing a job well done. And it's just still no conclusions at play, because games like these are unpredictable at this point.
Yes, that's right. So to be able to tie up, at the very least, to catch up with the points of IVS right here, CTS will need to do that sweep that you were talking about, either a 5-man kill or a 4-man kill rather, or a 4-man escape, in order to secure 5 points just to catch up. So, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see. That was an amazing match. And here is the match's data. Corone with survivor hits, 8 pallets destroyed, none, and 4 knockdowns, securing that tie. Still very impressive gameplay. And here we are with 3 rescuers taking care of the decoding. Really, this is the new meta.
Definitely, with Wolfie having 129 decoding progress here and was able to contain the Hunter 89 seconds. Zalkan with 168% and 47 seconds of containment. Cardano really did his job with wonders with almost 200% of decoding progress, 192. And although Sintais was not able to touch a lot of ciphers, he was able to compensate it by containing Corone with a whopping 108 seconds. So this, and of course you have to take note, this is the perfumer. This isn't the usual survivor that you see every day. So really commendable for IVS, but also to Corone for basically securing that the very last point, which they can go for that tie. So again, a good job to both of our teams. It is really a close fight.
Indeed, it was with their joint efforts that they were able to secure that 3rd round, which we are very excited to see. And we will get to that 3rd round after this break when we get back.
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中 催生畸变的心态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友？在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And we are now at the third round, the final round between IVS and CTS. This is the first half that's about to start here. We've seen 2 rounds of amazing, tight gameplay, really intense battles right there. And with me right now is Xeaora. Good evening, everyone, and say hi to Xeaora.
Hello to the beautiful Kahelle as well. So, okay, that rhymes. Nice wordplay. But you know what? You mentioned this is the third round of our matchup. So, this is the point wherein it's an all or nothing feat.
Yes.
For both sides of the team. But I do like to highlight, though. I mean, this is a very serious case. It's basically highlighted as well to CTS, because if they are able to get a sweep on the first half, because the points is like 6 and 11, right? So if CTS gets a sweep on the first half, automatic they will have a draw in terms of the scoreline or the points. So if that happens, then the second half is going to be the deciding factor. So with that, we do see here a substitute that's happening. Mamamo will be substituted by Zenedine. Once again, Zenedine, I did see you in chat earlier, and don't worry, you are doing a pretty good job, okay? Thumbs up to you. You are a very, very commendable player, okay? So don't be discouraged. You can do it. And of course, as well, for Team IVS, I just do hope, we get to socialize with the other regions as well, but we might have a short time for that. So for more updates for the IVC, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, we do have the QR code that you can scan here for the Discord. If you don't want to do some scanning, you can always type in discord.gg/identityv. So there you have it. Kahelle, this is pretty interesting for both sides of the teams. I do not want to predict anymore because I might jinx stuff. Because this is where the caster's curse in me happens. Whenever I try to say something, the exact opposite happens. So I don't want to say anything no more. You, my dear, are exempted of that fact, Because with the whole duration of our day-to-day, you seem to have, perfect prediction points on the line. So do you have at this point any expectations for both of our teams here coming into our round 3?
Well, depending on who's gonna be able to ban a map, I am assuming that Moonlit will be banned, if not Lakeside. Of course, survivors do not want to deal with a huge map, and similarly, I don't think hunters want to put themselves through going through point to point, except if they will be using a high mobility hunter. But then again, this is round 3. There will be more bans on the side of both factions, and this will give the survivors the chance to ban high mobility hunters, as I have mentioned. And here we are. Oh! A jinx right there. Xeaora, I was not expecting this. A Sacred Heart Hospital has been banned by CTS, and Ever Sleeping Town has been selected by IVS. So looks like everything's about to go down in Ever Sleeping Town. And this is really interesting because, again, a large map, Xeaora. We know how it is with large maps.
Usually you'd see maps like Ever Sleeping Town or bigger maps in the very first rounds, right? But right now this is interesting. We're going to see it in round number 3. And I'm pretty excited to see how the hunters are going to do this. Because again, I'm not excluding in the equation Pollen, of course, as well as, let's say, Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. I guess it's going to play around that. But as far as I know, since this is round number 3, there are going to be 2 hunters to be banned, right? So I'm guessing if it were Ever Sleeping Town, could be Dream Witch to be banned, and probably Sculptor. I guess this goes for either of the teams, because we do see that they are playing in that kind of variety of hunters and survivors, right? So for the side of the hunters, there's going to be 4, right? 4 survivors to be banned. So we're going to take out the equation Mechanic, Seer, Priestess, probably a forward if it's against Zhao Khan. If it's for CTS, we might not see
Priestess, definitely.
Yeah, priestess is included. Maybe the other one could be forward as well, or maybe they don't want that added extra decoder, so maybe Prisoner can also be banned at this point, or maybe Gravekeeper can be banned here. But yeah, it still plays along that line. But since you mentioned we are already in round number 3, so there are more spaces for different hunters and survivors to come in. So what do you think? What do you think will be different in terms of their picks?
On the part of CTS, I know for a fact, and this is some insider information that I just picked up. CTS is definitely training to battle against a breaking wheel in Ever Sleeping Town. So I'm not sure if they will ban him, knowing the capabilities of IVS. But if they do ban breaking wheel, it'll be an understandable choice. So it's my guess is sculptor and breaking wheel ban. And as for the survivors, I'm guessing Corone would still ban priestess, mechanic, seer, and forward.
Seer.
Correct, you are correct there, Xeaora. I totally agree with you there. As for IVS, IVS looks like they're pretty confident also in battling it out in Ever Sleeping Town against a priestess. I'd actually be excited to find out where they on which survivors they'd allocate those banning slots. But still, we do know what the meta is. It's still understandable if those bans are there, because this is where it's about to get interesting. This is how the lineups will start to diversify. So it's really exciting how this is going to play out, especially with these bans and this new banning system. And I'd really like to commend this new banning system, by the way, because this is the first time that it's been brought out in competitive Identity 5. So it's really interesting to watch. Also, that animation, I really appreciate that. It's really good.
Yes, and it was voiced over by our awesome co-caster Rin. If you're still in the chat,
yes,
go
the
ahead
rules.
and say hi.
Definitely.
Yes, and of course, those rules are also implemented for to heighten the integrity of our game, so that it will be fair and square for both factions, as you have mentioned. So I guess we don't have anything much to say about predictions per se, because we've already stated that fact. So let's just have a very simple icebreaker here at this point, because it's just a matter of counters and answers for both sides of the team. So
all right,
is there any more survivors you'd like to see? Because earlier you did ask me if it were hunters, but if in terms of survivors, do you have any wishful thinking, or at least a fantasy pick per se?
Rather than a fantasy, I'm actually looking at the more viable options. We have Embalmer, we have Painter, definitely.
Yes,
We've
definitely,
seen how much they are able to turn things around with that Painter in the first match against Corone. That was great. Just was able to put that painting there in the nick of time. I do believe we might just be able to see the Painter. And then, of course, since the mechanic will be banned, the next best choice in this case would be the prisoner, because it's such a large map, and you do need a prisoner to be able to connect those ciphers, especially when he remains hidden from the sights of the hunter.
Definitely. And yeah, I mean, those are basically the most viable ones to be picked, since we're already down to 4 survivor bans and 2 hunter bans. So any pick could be chosen at this point. And yeah, I do agree with you with Aesop with the Embalmer, because again, that coffin can really be tedious as well to face. Like, imagine if you can proc the rebirth right now, or maybe for later. So it's also a play of mind games for me. So yeah, it also did pique my interest in there. But yeah, I guess that is what basically covers off the draft here. So in terms of that, what do you think? Like, okay, we already did mention about the viable survivor picks and hunter picks here, but consider that this is also Ever Sleeping Town. Do you think that IVS or CT has already like a planned blueprint, or like planned strategy on where they would want to go, or where would they want to like transition from one area to another, if ever let's say one of them is already being chased? Do you think that they already have like a plan B for that?
Well, it really depends on who's gonna be banned, but I do know for a fact that CTS likes to play it safe by avoiding the mid area. Or if ever somebody's gonna be there, it's gonna have to be a rescuer with really good containment potential. So this is a viable strategy wherever, no matter which team is playing. So IVS, I suppose this would be a viable strategy as well, but we do know how capable each and every survivor in that team is capable of containing the hunter, no matter which area they're found, especially at the corner house, the graveyard, the two-story in the middle. We've seen them pull off some amazing kites, and Korode will have to deal with that, especially because again, as I've said, they may ban Sculptor, and they may ban Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel. So it's gonna be really interesting. Also, we did mention that we might just see the Embalmer, and that is why they're gonna want to probably to have the hunter find him first, because he will allow a lot of time for the rest of the team to decode, depending on the lineup. He does have that coffin that could come in really handy, especially at the second chair, where you don't need to ask for a rescue or to compel your teammates to rescue you. And then what else? I'm also thinking of, I don't know, but I'm thinking of female dancer.
Yeah,
because,
that's the point that I was about to say as well.
Yeah,
because CTS also really utilizes, especially if it's on the hands of Chewy. So those slow music boxes can really come into play, and also the fast ones. So, and the fact that the music box can also be picked up is a very vital thing. So, okay, we got the three bands right here. Mercenary, Mechanic, and Priestess is to be banned off the board by Pencil No Bully.
So it looks like Pencil No Bully will be playing Hunter for the first half. And right off the bat, of course, the usual suspects, Priestess, Mechanic, and Mercenary. I wonder what his last ban will be. But first, we need to know whose team CTS will be banning. Indeed, as we have predicted, the Dream Witch and the Sculptor. Can't deny the meta there. We really understand these choices. But what does this entail for Pencil No Bully? He's gonna have to bring out probably a new hunter, somebody that we haven't seen before, or I suppose the next best choice would be Polon, if not Bonbon, especially because, or probably even Axe Boy, because he has that great mobility. But we will see, depending also on the Explorer. This is actually interesting, provided that Bloom is the one who uses the Priestess and the Explorer at the pit. Oh, there we go. There's our girl, bringing on that female energy, girl power from Chewy right there.
What?
Oh my goodness,
Geisha!
They
are serious! Pencil No Bully to lock in Geisha, our mama. I have missed you. Now this is really getting me excited right now, Kahelle. It's been a while since we last seen the Geisha. So, okay, there is a pros and cons for this.
Wow.
You mentioned that mobility. And you know what? A Geisha has this right now, but Chewy, beautiful palette stun back there.
This is actually the best scenario to watch, you know, Geisha finding a female dancer, especially with her kiting potential of the Geisha with those music boxes. And here is Chewy just putting in the work there. Oh wow, was not able to pull off that palette stun, but still using all of her music boxes and securing that nice palette stun right there. Chewy will now have to transition towards, again, the corner house to make use of this palette as best as she can, buying time for the survivors And take note, she hasn't sustained any damage yet. So this is a really good containment on the side of Chewie here. And nice support from Zenedine as well, Xeaora.
Definitely, and this is a very early teleport for Pencil No Bully, but then again, Chewie also used the remaining music box that he had. But look at this! You know, this is forcing Pencil No Bully to change target because Chewie really did a good job in containing our Geisha here. So going in towards Zenedine right here, in towards the corner house, as you mentioned. So that's gonna be a hit, but you know what? Ooh, that is a knockdown to come in from Pencil No Bully. Pencil No Bully was able to spot out if I'm not saying that was a mercenary, but of course first Pencil No Bully goes and takes Zenedine into the rocket chair, but stunned by Ice Psycho.
Actually, she dropped Seer right in the nick of time, expecting that stun, which is really a good decision on the part of Pencil No Bully here. But it looks like Ice Psycho won't be able to pull off a stun at this point. Who knows? He might be able to circle around to pull off the rescue of the year. But looks like he'll be investing more time on containing the Geisha. And Pencil No Bully not camping. This is actually amazing. And look at how she's able to down not just the forward but also the Seer. This is amazing. That was an amazing kite from Chewie at first, but Pencil was able to recover from that, and that is amazing, Xeaora.
Definitely, and we're already down to 3 ciphers remaining, so far so good in terms of containment. Good job to CTS, but I like it how Pencil No Bully changes its scores in terms of placing Psycho, because it's in an open area, so you don't have much of terrains to work with. Because if Pencil were to place it in towards the middle side, that's going to be a pretty difficult area to go in, so that's going to be a knockdown for Pencil No Bully in here.
That was actually a great move on the part of Pencil No Bully, and now he might just I thought he might be able to secure a hit on the female dancer, but Chewie, being the top female dancer, is definitely giving her the time of day with this. Now Pencil will have to chair the forward before he heals up, and 2 ciphers remaining. Looking good so far here, Xeaora.
Definitely, this is the best case scenario for the survivors right now for CTS, because they were able to take down Ice Psycho, and Chewie here really being effective with the female dancer. So this could be the pacemakers of Team CTS, but right now Pencil spots out Bloom. That's gonna be a hit right here. So let's see if they can still force out the save, because I think that's where Bloom's going at. So that's gonna be electrocute, but not really gonna stun Pencil. That's gonna be a trade.
That was a nicely timed attack right there, but it looks like Chewie will not be able to rescue the forward Ice Psycho in time, and so 1 cipher remaining. Some decent progress there. They're just gonna have to wait it out. They need that time to get that cipher going, but Pencil is not camping and is not gonna give them time to finish that last cipher. She knows where that is, and she might just put pressure in there as what she is about to do, I believe, Xeaora.
Zenedine here injured, but is in a good position to go for the kite. So it's just about basically buying time for Zenedine for Chewie to go for the save. And that's a successful save right here. But Zenedine go with the jukes, and that's going to be another one. But finally Pencil gets the Seer down, and let's see how things are going to go. Because the prisoner and Chewie are doing their task, and so basically going for the heal. So Pencil goes up once again and goes back in to where they are. So prisoner was healed, but Chewie has to be very careful at this point.
That's right, because it's Bloom who will be able to pull off a save here, hopefully. Chewie is left decoding a new cipher because oh wow, that was a nicely timed hit right there, and now Bloom will not be able to pull off a rescue, at least not at this position.
Ooh.
Wow, barely made. Oh, look at Pencil. He's just on fire with this. Chewie is left with no choice but to try to rescue Zenedine from a teleport at that cipher. Oh my goodness, Chewie now has to run for it, make a run for it, just to be able to avoid getting all of them knocked down. Oh wow, Xeaora, this happened
the
so fast.
mobility coming in from Pencil no bully here, and you basically saw the patience that's coming in, and I like it though because CTS is doing a good job with the jukes. It just so happens that Pencil no bully is anticipating those said jukes. That's why they are being knocked down one by one. So Prisoner was able to self-heal himself. The female dancer here, first time to be seated on the rocket chair. Ooh, I don't know if he can see there, but okay, manages to use Butterfly to close in the gap against Bloom. So we'll be having that pallet destroyed so that there would be no hindrances. Pencil already knows where the dungeon is at. So this is a pretty interesting situation for him, because look at this. Pencil here tries to rotate around, trying to find
Bloom. Pencil did notice that Tinnitus was active at the corner house area, so he basically has an idea of where the prisoner might come from in his attempt to probably go for the dungeon, which is the remaining best option at this point. Again, like I said, Tinnitus in corner house. Pencil no bully knows that the last survivor will be coming from this area, and so will choose now to just guard the dungeon. Just guard the dungeon, because really there's no other option right here unless Bloom actually decodes a whole cipher. It's now a waiting game. Just check out the patience on Pencil no bully here. If you're not gonna show up, I'm gonna wait for you right here. You have nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go, my friend. Oh, but look at that. Oh,
that was a nice attempt by Bloom here to actually try and electrocute Pencil, but then again the hitbox was enough to actually take the hit for Bloom. And with that being said, we do see Pencil no bully winning with the usage of a geisha.
that's right, and that is just so surprising because we were talking about these high mobility hunters when we practically forgot about the geisha. I was not expecting that at all. I almost forgot that high mobility as well with those butterflies.
Yeah, I think it's not more of forget or forgot. I think it's just because of the meta picks that are more viable for Ever Sleeping Town. Like it's basically a lesser chance of the geisha being chosen. But the fact that it is basically proved that IVS had more than the meta itself, right? So that's basically a proving ground. But however, for the side of CTS, despite being swept right here, the jukes by Chewie, the plays coming in by Psycho, and actually all of the members the side of CTS were basically doing a good job, because this is where the female dancer or Chewie really came into light. So I want to really commend that, because he really bought an ample amount of time so that Team CTS can do the Cypher Rush that they have been really consistent in doing for the past few matches.
You know, when you're trying to contain a hunter and he decides to finally leave you teleport to a different cipher, that really is something to celebrate, something to be proud of, because it means that you were that hard to chase. So really, mad props to Chewie right there. I will have to commend his kiting ability as expected. He is one of the top female dancers in the server. After all, that was just amazing. But yeah, as you said, geisha not a probable not a probable pick, not a priority pick. You worded that in a better way. Thank you so much for that. I really was surprised, pleasantly surprised in a very good way. Yeah. Yes, because
like, what are the odds?
We haven't seen her. What are the odds?
Hunters choosing geisha, and take note, it is quite big of a map. So if ever those butterflies were placed in a position that is favored to the geisha, that's going to be tedious. That's going to be very hard. So the fact that Pencil was able to do so and this was very unexpected as well. So props to him as well, you know. And again, for CTS guys, you've done great jobs as well for those jukes. I mean, I myself am amazed because, like, I expected at least for female dancer to be chosen at least for the second half, but them choosing it right now, it means that, you know, it's also a proof that they really want to fight it with all their heart, and that's basically one of the commendable things that you can really say to teams like these.
Yes, and indeed, they are also such a joy to watch and to cast. And really, we're very thankful. Xeaora and I are very thankful to have for you to have us cast your matches. Especially, let's not take away from CTS here. Again, the first team from the Philippines to make it to IVC. Out of more than 100 teams, they were able to make it this far. Be proud of yourselves. That was an amazing effort, a valiant effort from both sides. So, as for the next match, we do know that we're gonna be in Ever Sleeping Town. We do have the probable picks and bets. You were able to get them right, Xeaora.
For the first time. For the first time in ages, I got my stuff right. But then again, I think there's not going to be much of a difference in terms of bans for survivors per se. But for Corone, I mean for Team IVS, however, I think they might put some adjustments in towards their ban against Corone. So maybe, since it is 2 hunters, Sculptor once again. So I am expecting and won't be surprised if ever IVS respects the violinist that will come from Corone. So you know what? Before anything else, let's just look at the match data that we have. Why don't you give it a run for me on towards the hunters, Kahelle?
Here are Pencil No Bully's stats here. Remaining ciphers 1, which means that he did such an awesome job preventing all those ciphers from being popped, giving the hunters, the survivors rather, no time to reach, to achieve their objectives. 14 survivor hits, 8 pallets destroyed, and 9 knockdowns. Meanwhile, here at the survivor side, we have Bloom fulfilling most of the decoding there and getting it all done with the support of the Seer and the forward. Whereas Chewy here, wow, amazing containment time, 133 seconds with 2 pallet strikes using those music boxes and 1 heal mid-game when things were starting to get tight for their team. But still, some amazing gameplay we've seen here on their side. Still, that great coordination was very present. We certainly cannot take away from their efforts. It really was an impressive display. I'm really proud of CTS at this point, but really want to give mad respect to IVS, especially with the use of a hunter that we don't normally see in high tier and much less in competitive Identity 5. So this was really a breath of fresh air. The geisha, wow. Xeaora, what are you feeling about this?
We were basically highlighting the consistent queen, which is Bloody Queen. We do have the Thai Queen, which is Galati or the Sculptor. We also have On. We also have who else did I did not mention? Just Dream Witch as well. But you know, Geisha, wow. But we'll be going back after a quick break.
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now at round 3 of IVC Southeast Asia 2021. I'm Kahelle, and this is Xeaora. Hi there. How are you?
Hello.
Up?
Yeah, like these games are really stress-free. You know, despite sounding a bit stressed, apparently it does not for some apparent reason. But that was a very interesting game, if you ask me.
It was.
It like I don't know about you, but that game alone really proved to me that these teams really fight until the very end, just to get their spot, and that's very, very commendable for them. I guess just but with the previous match, Gal, what do you? I just want to ask your own opinion, right? What do you think of what could have been like a certain tactic, or what could have CTS done to change any outcome that could have prevented that potential sweep?
Actually, it would have helped lots had the seer probably saved up his owl for himself. But then again, we understand why he would send it to support the female dancer. Of course, she's the main containment person in the team. Of course, you'd want to support her. But assuming that he was able to save it up for himself, given the kiting ability of Chewy right there, it would have been a longer kite. Meanwhile, it's just that Pencil was really all over the place there. His predictions were on point as to the locations of the survivors, where he needs to go. He was also well aware of where the ciphers were being done, who's gonna go for the rescue. Of course, he knows this, and that's why he was able to counter it. Teleporting to the seer in that area towards late game, that was a really good decision right there, because of course when you teleport to the last cipher, it really puts a lot of pressure, and the two remaining survivors in the distance are left with nothing to do but either heal or find a new cipher. But now we will be having this last match in the spirit of sportsmanship. Here we have Corone automatically banning the mechanic, the priestess, and the forward, of course, understandable. Whereas on the hunter side, we have Dream Witch and Sculptor.
Yes, I mean that is the usual play here in towards the bans, but going here again, you mentioned as this again a sign of sportsmanship to basically continue on in towards our game. So Mercenary and Seer is going to be chosen by IVS, and while waiting, basically, I guess in my opinion, through the previous match, it would have also been viable, to say the least, for the side of CTS to not completely give up on that Seer earlier, because the seer was early to be chaired in the right? So I guess they could have at least risked the save. But right now, going back in towards our game here, Gravekeeper is to be banned by Korone, so Mind's Eye and Entomologist to be used here by Wolfie and Cardona.
That's right, and this is an interesting lineup. We've seen the Mind's Eye already in past matches, and I have to admit, Rin and I were really surprised to see her. As am I surprised right now to see Korone finally bring out his Bonbon. I can't wait to see how they're gonna fare against Korone's Bonbon, because I do know that Korone has been training with this hunter for a while. But this is a really interesting survivor lineup right here. Very balanced indeed. We could expect some flawless outcomes on both sides, doing the best they can to come up with the best scenario. And now here we are at the corner house with Korone scaling the map towards the middle, probably to find Zhao Kan over there decoding just up ahead.
And of course, basically, I think Korone here would at least try and get an idea to where Zhao Kan's rotation is going to be, but I don't think it's a viable target, since of course Korone, Zhao Kan can be a rescuer and kiter, so you might want to go to someone like Sintai's here. So again, bomb's going to be played across the floor, trying to at least get some of that chip damage. Early usage of Owl for Sentai, so best case for Korone is to just waste that set time. But look at this! Going to be a hit for Korone here. Good job for him here. And that's going to be another bombs. And just basically waiting for Sentai to be knocked down right here.
That's right. That was actually a really nicely connected attack right there with the bomb and the normal attack. So really good job on the side of Korone there. And now he is planting his bombs and not wasting a minute, not kiting, which is pretty interesting given that the Bonbon is such a powerful camper. So somebody, Kiradona is the nearest survivor who might try to go for the save, but we don't know what their decision is going to be at that point, because she seems to be remaining in that area over there. Might not be rescuing Seer in time, if not at all.
I mean, it would be interesting if Korone were to basically bait out one to be gauged by the tram, but you know, Zhao Kan here tries to go for the attempt. We'll be using the bombs right here. Not gonna go for the save just yet. I think he's just waiting for the right time to strike. Okay, the rescue is going to happen right now. So of course, Korone will still focus on Sintai's right here. Last effort to be popped.
And I believe that is Sintai's last chair, and he will be going back to the manor after he gets chaired a last time. Oh, did you see that? That was the Mind's Eye right there. Xeaora barely got spotted by Korone, which was a really smart choice. Just not moving there.
Indeed. And you know, like of course when you're decoding ciphers, they would give away your location, so that was a pretty smart play for Wolfie in the process. So I think, you know, Korone having that hunter instincts will be spotting out Wolfie still, despite the odds. So it's gonna be the bomb here. Not going to chip any damage for Mind's Eye at the moment, but Wolfie here will be doing some work in terms of kiting Korone.
Especially because there are two ciphers remaining. One is more than half done, and the last one is already being worked on. Let's see how a Mind's Eye will be able to fare against Korone's Bonbon. Doing a nice job so far. Haven't sustained any hits just yet. Wow, that was a nicely timed pallet stun, especially on the part of a Mind's Eye, which is just impressive on the part of Wolfie here. I am amazed, Xeaora.
Definitely, and of course, Corona here tries to place the bombs as much as possible. That was a good timing for Corona here, bailing out any potential pellets that could have been done by Wolfie. So basically, Corona here is going to place Wolfie in a rocket chair in a bit, but right now, that basically paved way for a Cypher rush for the members of IVS.
That's right, one Cypher remaining, and all it takes is a nicely timed rescue on the part of Kuridona here, and wow! That was a nicely timed terror shock, but because that Cypher is primed, Kuridona was able to rescue nonetheless. So now Wolfie will do his very best to try to contain Corona in this area as best as he can, just to be able to give his... Oh, wow, already hit. Okay, 66% on that gate, and it looks like they might just be able to exit both of them, while Wolfie here will be the remaining survivor to go back to the manor.
Yep, and right now look at the bees right here.
Oh, the bees!
Trying to contain, but the teleporter here, not enough to go, and of course that's going to be the tie. And congratulations to IVS, you guys are the ones to move forward in towards our group stages. For CTS, guys, GGWP, you guys really did amazing job, and the fact that you guys have stayed in here into the duration of IVC, it's already a big accomplishment. And you know what, I personally I hope that they will, you know, come and participate to future tournaments, because it's really exciting to, you know, witness their overall gameplay.
That's right. IVS, of course, mad respect to them. We do know that they are a pro team, and they are indeed. Check out the points and the gap in between. They really proved their place in the group stage, which is really impressive. And I would say to CTS that this is just the beginning of many other opportunities to compete, not just in IVC, but probably, hopefully, in other qualifiers for Call of the Abyss 5. Who knows? We don't know. We do know that these teams, a lot of players in the Philippines, are trying their very best to advance to this level of competitive gameplay. And I do know for a fact, being from the Philippines, that there are a lot of community tournaments, local tournaments going on in our country right now. So I would say that Philippine players are definitely not falling behind in terms of improvement when it comes to their skill level. So there's really much to be expected from them in the months to come.
Indeed, yeah, I'm just really excited for, you know, the future tournaments that you know, maybe potentially CTS would, you know, participate once again. And you mentioned a lot of teams in the Philippines as well could, you know, potentially participate in the next ones to come. But then again, for IVS, congratulations to you guys, and I'm pretty sure you also worked really hard into securing your spot here in the wild cards. And yeah, with that being said, if I'm not mistaken, it's Noir, FAVE, and IVS to secure their spots for the group stages. So again, for CTS, still congratulations to you guys. You guys have made it this far. You guys, I'm pretty sure Corona and the rest of the members created a statement in here. And yeah, this is you know, basically an interesting game. Like for most of the games that we've casted so far, this is far the most interesting one that we have casted throughout the duration. But right now, let's take a look at the match data. Kahelle, would you run it for me?
On the part of Corona here, 17 survivor hits, 0 pellets destroyed, and 5 knockdowns. Really impressive stuff. While here, meanwhile, on the part of the survivors, Kuridona really killing it with the decoding right here. And Wolfie with that 71-second containment time. Amazing. It really... these are one of those times when you would really say that decoders are just the main kinders of the game, whereas rescuers are now the decoders. It really is funny to think about. Meanwhile, Sinta is here also providing that support, and the use of that owl to support his kite was also a good decision. Really, we cannot take away from any of that. And here are the match results, Xeaora.
And of course, for the first round, we do see a 7-2, followed by a tie in the second one, and to finally conclude it, IVS had another scoreline of 7-2. But then again, GGWP to CTS, congratulations to IVS, and our best deduction will be coming from Pencil No Bully's Geisha, with having 2 ciphers remaining, 41 survivor hits, 1 terror shock, 26 knockdowns, and 10 eliminations. So, well, Pencil No Bully basically penciled out Geisha here in the equation. So, it's pretty interesting, you know? And I mean, I didn't mean that as a pun, but wink, wink. Wink, wink.
Very
I don't know
nice
how to
right
wink.
there.
My eyes are too small to wink, so...
But still very cute, of course. Oh, by the way, I would just like to commend... Well, this is going to sound funny, but I would like to commend the both of us. We are definitely bringing the female energy into the scene right here in IVC. Really happy to be here with you, Xeaora.
Definitely.
Also, a big shout outs to all of the teams that have participated so far, even down to all of the 120 plus teams that have participated. You guys, really, congratulations for you to actually come this far, even just to participate. That in itself is an honor. And now we have here today's match result.
And yeah, okay, for the first match, we did see Noir make it all up to round 3 and still gaining their points, followed by FAVE with 2-0. And finally, for our third round, IVS was able to really have that close fight, but still managed to secure their spot. So again, congratulations to those who secured it, and GGWP once more to CTS, and quick shout outs as well to all of the team's supporters. Basically, guys, they won't have that, you know, boost of morale if it weren't for you. I mean, you guys are, you know, basically they're one of the beacons of motivation and determination to really move forward into their, you know, into their road in these tournaments, their journey.
That's right. And also, shout out to our friends. Good job, man. Fayron, Aurora, thank you so much for giving us your insights on these matches and on these teams. You guys are such a big help to us casters. We really appreciate your help on this. Big shout outs to you. And also, shout outs to Poch and Nell, who aren't casting this weekend but have been with us to support us all the way.
And biggest
really,
shout outs to Rin as well. Rin, you have done wonders here for the past 2 weeks, and you've done an amazing job. You know, keep that flame alive, and I'm pretty sure you'll be alongside with us again in the future tournaments to come. But right now we will be going, and we will be seeing you on the next week. See you guys.